78, Jason Lockwood, to the dummy grid now, please. That's number 78, Jason Lockwood, Junior X30, to the dummy grid now, please.
Well, good morning everybody, and welcome to the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, home of the Trent Valley Kart Club, and finals day of the 2017 MSA Kart Masters Grand Prix. It is the biggest single day of kart racing in the UK. This is the day where we crown the 2017 British Kart Grand Prix winners. And in this, the 22nd running of the GP plate meeting, we have 255 drivers from 15 nations across the world looking to join the list of Kart Masters champions that have 135 individuals on that list. How many more will be added today? A big welcome to everybody here at the circuit, and an even bigger welcome to everybody watching back home via the Telemundi media live stream at www.tvkc.co.uk. And yesterday, over 5,000 individual viewers watched a total of 16,000 hours of kart racing from here, the home of British karting. And as we look on the screens, it is a fine day. The first two races are to decide the last 6 participants in the pre-final and the Grand Prix itself of Junior X30 and Senior X30. The top 30 drivers in both the X30 classes have already qualified and are in the pre-final. The 22 drivers on circuit now, they have just 10 minutes plus 1 lap to get themselves into the top 6 positions. And if they finish in the top 6, they are through. Anyone who finishes 7th on back in the next 2 races, sadly, their Kart Masters challenge for 2017 is over. The grid is as follows. Pole position, number 13, Bhav Singh. On the outside of the front row, Adam Jones in kart 43. We have Freddie Simpson, Stacey and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. From Finland, Levi Lintukanto and Cameron Coombs on row 3. On row 4, Will Layton and Cameron Driscoll. Row 5, Alex Lloyd and Caden McQueen. Row 6, Star Casey and Max Barnett. Row 7, Rupert Flynn and James Levy. Row 8, Sheog Martin and Jason Lockwood. Row 9, from Mexico, Alejandro Diaz and Alex Simmons. Row 10, Molly Dodd and Josh Torpy. Row 12, Michael Sutton, and from Trinidad and Tobago, Enrique de Leon. International field, 10 minutes plus a lap. They come to the line. We are racing here at Kart Masters 2017 Finals Day. They head through the Bruno Ferrari S's and under the bridge onto the only banked corner in British kart racing, turn number 3, and then over the Lichfield Bridge into turn number 4, and off down the hill towards hairpin number 1 with the gold kart of number 43, Adam Jones, leading the way. And into hairpin number 2. Field 3 wide. Oh, there's the 24 and the 32 getting together. That is Alex Simmons and Sheog Martin. And up at the front, Bhav Singh going through Bobby Game corner in the number 13 BKC karting machine. And he was on pole. He's dropped back to, I believe, 3rd, 4th, 5th place now, as making a move for 2nd place behind Adam Jones. That's Alex Lloyd. Now, Alex Lloyd was one of the many drivers who didn't expect to be in this situation. He had several issues, nose cone penalties sustained for rolling laps yesterday. Well, what happens if you qualify badly, you then find yourself in a place that you're not accustomed to, then that's where things happen. So we are into lap number 2. Lloyd in the number 48 takes the lead. Adam Jones slots in second. Now, for those of you that haven't tuned in yet, over the past 2 days, all these drivers have competed in 2 qualifying sessions and 4 heat races, scoring points from the heat races. And looking at their finishing positions, well, Alex Lloyd, after the penalties, he had an 8th place finish in the one race that he had a clean run in, but then nothing better than the 22nd. And they're all penalties. 10-second penalty if you drop your if your nose cone bracket has dropped. There's Caden McQueen. Oh, and over the grass. Oh, that's one of the 698 racing drivers. That's Connor Coombs by the looks of it, going over the grass at turn number 1 as Caden McQueen, the 42 Mad Prop cart, goes past him. The number 16, Thule Motorsports entry of was actually number 16 is Max Barnett, sorry, in the NLC Motorsport machine, which looked suspicious like, and there's Connor Coombs fighting back. So this is where things get a little bit frantic, because you've got Alex Lloyd leading, then it's Adam Jones second, Freddie Simpson Stacey in third, with the middle cart with a black crash helmet in your picture now. Behind him, Lewis Gilbert, the Persistence Motorsport number 43. Then it's the poleman, Bav Singh, in the number 13 black and red BKC karting entry. And then in 6th position, right at the back of that picture there with a yellow flex on his number 101, that's Evolution Race, Levi Lintocanto. And Lintocanto is the man on the bubble. Gilbert makes the move, and Gilbert passes Freddie Simpson Stacey for second. Oh, and up to the bank goes Bav Singh, and that is Bav Singh spinning out of a potential qualifying space. He's in the race, but out of the top 6, and his chances of making the Grand Prix are over. And you also noticed on the first lap, well, 2 of our international drivers, Mexico's Alejandro Diaz and Trinidad's Enrique de Leon, had an international territorial dispute, and it resulted in Alejandro Diaz getting a warning flag and Enrique de Leon having a half spin that has dropped him a bit further back from the pack. So we will not see Mexico or Trinidad represented in the Grand Prix this year, but those developing karting nations are getting better, and we may see them in the future. Up at the front, Lloyd finally, after 2 days of battling around in mid-pack, has some clean track with a slippery surface flag being waved coming off the Litchfield Bridge. As there's the move, there is the number 35 of Freddie Simpson Stacey retaking Lewis Gilbert for second. So we've got 5.5 minutes to go. Now Simpson, Stacey and Gilbert, they're clear. They don't need to battle. They don't need to get involved. The difference between winning this race and coming second in this race is whether you start 31st or 32nd in the pre-final. It doesn't really matter. Is it worth risking a nose cone penalty, a trip to the steward's room, an incident? And we now look, the most important battle on the circuit is not a battle yet. It is between number 42, Caden McQueen, and number 101, Levi Lintocanto. So that's second and third. Down the hill, Adam Jones running a little bit wide, and now behind Jones, Max Barnett and McQueen all try and make their move. So Adam Jones is about to get a mechanical flag, so that is going to take another one of the top 6 out, and he runs wide. There's steam coming out of the back of that car. Actually, that may be water, and that may be an expensive problem about to develop. That's why the mechanical flag is out, and Adam Jones was getting muscled wide there as Max Barnett and Caden McQueen and Levi Lintocanto go through. So Levi Lintocanto is now in 6th position. There is a gap as we watch the leaders cross the line. So we look back. The second blue and yellow cart coming through your picture now is the driver in 6th place. Adam Jones is 7th, but he's about to receive the mechanical flag, I believe. Behind him is number 188. That is Will Layton. And Will Layton, the Litchfield Motorsport driver from Banbury. He is the driver in 7th place. At the moment, he's the first driver going home. He has got to get about 20 kart lengths up the road to catch the number 101 of Levi Lintocanto. There's Lintocanto at the back of your picture there. It's the green cart, the green and white cart with the orange stripe down the side of it, as we watch Simpson, Stacey and Gilbert battle over 2nd place. The gap between Leighton and the final transfer spot is 1.3 seconds. That's a lot. Leighton and Alex Simmons got to get their head down. There's the top 6 on the main straight. So they complete lap number 7. Lost Molly Dodd and Jason Lockwood. So we're down to 20 runners, the 22 starters. And there's McQueen in 5th, chasing Barnett in 4th. So McQueen, who, the Mad Croc kart, he had a best finish of 20th in his heat races. Freddie Simpson Stacey finished 8th and 15th, but then 2 finishes at 29th isn't going to do you much good. And that's Barnett and McQueen there, 4th and 5th. Behind them, Lintocanto on his own, and the gap then to 7th place Will Leighton. 7th place Alex Simmons now in the number 24 kart. The gap is 1.2 seconds. Levi Lintocanto has got 1.2 seconds of breathing space. That is not much. Lintocanto, 2 19th place finishes. There is the chasing back. There's the number 24 of Alex Simmons being chased by Will Leighton, and that there is the gap. Coming through the second hairpin now on your screens. That is the gap. The 101 is in the pre-final in the Grand Prix. The 2 karts following him, the 24 and the 188, are out with just over a minute to go. So Levi Lintocanto coming through the Bobby Game corner. You can see no one in front of him to slow him down, but Simmons and Leighton, they'll be working together to try and get up there. That pink and white kart of Alex Simmons, privateer driver. This is like a Pierce Sexton Racing graphics kit. He is pushing as hard as he can. Lloyd, Simpson Stacey, Gilbert, Barnett, McQueen and Lintocanto. Gilbert sets a new fast lap, 59.480 seconds. Into the second hairpin. Barnett and McQueen. You won't see them battling over 4th place in the repechage because they are safe. The gap is coming down. Alex Simmons is closing on Levi Lintocanto, and he's bringing Will Leighton with him. Connor Coombs runs 9th, James Laby is 10th, and Sherg Martin, Star Casey, Rupert Flynn and Michael Sutton are the top 14. 15th is Josh Torpey, then Bav Singh after his incident is down in 16th. Alejandro Diaz, Callum Driscoll and Enrique de Leon are next. On to the final lap. The gap between 6th and 7th is 0.7 of a second. That man there, Alex Lloyd, who races for the Dan Holland racing team. Last year, Alex was competing for the mini-match British Championship, suffered a horrendous injury that required a lot of surgery, and he's very brave to get back in a kart and finds himself qualifying, not the way he would have intended to, but he's in. The question now is, have any of the top 6 sustained any form of penalty? That is the only thing, that and any post-race scrutineering issues, the only thing that will prevent them from qualifying. The checkered flag comes out, Lloyd wins, Simpson Stacey 2nd, Gilbert 3rd, followed by Barnett, McQueen, and we wait, Levi Lintocanto does finish in 6th position. He has just 0.3 of a second. Oh, Alex Simmons was very close. One more lap maybe. And that could have been a different story. So, and sadly for Alex Simmons, Will Leighton, Cameron Coombs, James Laby, Sheog Martin, Rupert Flynn, Star Casey, Michael Sutton, Bav Singh, Josh Torpy, Callum Driscoll, Alejandro Diaz, Enrique de Leon, Adam Jones, Jason Lockwood, and Molly Dodd, Kart Masters 2017. Apart from the Drivers' Parade, we'll see them in the Drivers' Parade later on, but their chances of winning a GP plate is over, and I will say a big well done and congratulations to some of our international drivers. Alejandro Diaz, I think his brother we're going to see in another class, but they have been with Thule Motorsport. They've got Jay Howard here helping them. A big thank you to them for travelling all the way from Mexico to race in the British Grand Prix. A big thank you to all the staff at S8 Racing for looking after the driver that I've been helping, Enrique de Leon, for making his first international event a very special one. And I suppose for Diaz and de Leon, now they've got a taste of what is now regarded as one of the most intensely competitive one-off meets in the world of karting. You've got names like the Margutti Trophy, Las Vegas Super Nationals, and Kart Masters is on that list of the premier single weekend, one-off events in the world. And the racing that we've seen over the last 2 days has just proved that, and anybody who comes from any international country to race in the UK, and we've got drivers from Dubai, from Hong Kong, from France, from the United States, from Senegal, from Italy, Ireland, Finland, Sweden. All those drivers will leave here thinking, my goodness, what was that all about? That was crazy. From the minute practice starts on Thursday morning, it is intense. The only time that you're on your own on the track is that if you've gone off and you're half a lap behind everyone else. Other than that, it's 4 days of non-stop, stress-inducing, intensely competitive kart racing. And hopefully we will see the likes of Mexico and Trinidad and other countries like that represented at Kart Masters to come, because it has really earned its place in the top table of global karting events. Now, we have what could be easily seen as a Grand Prix itself, but it's not. It is simply the B final. This is the next race is the battle to make it to the Grand Prix, and it's got 33 drivers in it, including drivers that have won championships, club championships, up and down the country. So this is senior X30. 64 drivers entered this class. 30 have made it in, 1 went home for whatever reason, and 33 now fight for 6 places. Just 6, over 10 minutes to make it into the Grand Prix itself. At the end of this race, we will start with the pre-finals. We'll give you a bit of information about this event. Don't forget, if you're following the event on Twitter, you can @TVKCPFI, TVKC uppercase, PFI lowercase. Tell us where you're watching, what country, what region you're watching it from, who you're watching in particular. But don't do it yet. You need to sit down, take a deep breath, pour yourself a stiff drink, I know I have, and then watch this next race. So, the grid for the B final in Senior X30. Pole position, Nathan Chafer. Nathan on the LH kart, who was had a bad day on Thursday, made up for it, Friday, made up for it a little bit yesterday, but still finds himself in the B final. Second on the grid, Ben Davis for Dan Holland Racing. Then it's Jack Mabin after a couple of retirements. Richard Morris, the first of 3 Morris siblings in this race. Then it's Matthew Graham, a former front-runner in the British Junior TKM Championship. Jensen Brown, Tom Croydon, a former Welsh champion. Then it's Jonathan Brown from Ireland. Tom Sharp Reynolds, Matthew Hurst on the 5th row. Matthew is a top 10 seed in the British Senior Rotax Championship. Scott Jackson and Anna Morris on row 6. Jensen Harvey and Henry Ayres on row 7. Tyler Sullivan and Ollie Moran on row 8. Harry Torpy and Sam McDonnell, who was another front runner in last year's Junior X30 British Championship, they're on row 9. Kira Scott, Tom Geeney, Piers Pryor, Harry Gent, James Ireland, and Ireland's Conor McPollin from Hong Kong, Moon Yuen, Venezuela at stroke Dubai, stroke Newport, Stephanie De Visconti, Charlie Bingham, Eleanor Morris, Rafael Diaz, and the rest. Didn't even have time to go through the list, it was so long. And a spin going under the bridge, and 3 karts together. We'll get number checks on that. The front runners all made it through safely. So we've got 30 drivers. Back 29 because Jake Robinson, the privateer driver of kart number 65 from Doncaster, did not go out into the first hairpin. It is Nathan Chafer leading. The remaining runners all get through cleanly. We're going to have a look to see who was caught up in that incident. Well, the number 127, so we've just seen Alejandro Diaz fail to make the Junior X30 final. Well, his brother Rafael Diaz was one of the 3 drivers that was delayed there. We've also got damage to the number 23 kart of Jensen Harvey, the Evolution Racing driver, and I noticed there a badly damaged number 153 kart of Kira Scott, the Thule Motorsport team. And let's have a look as they come across the line. Number 99 it was, the Money for Your Motors entry of Eleanor Morris. Well, Eleanor Morris is getting a mechanical flag for a rear bumper issue. The number 16 of Harry Gent is retiring. We also had a problem, I think, for Kira Scott. So 2 of the, there's Eleanor, there's Kira, Stephanie, 3 of the 3 young ladies in the race. 2 of them were caught up in that very high-speed accident, and Kira Scott has retired, and Eleanor Morris is about to get a mechanical flag, but hopefully they're okay. Sorry, Anna Morris is in 19th place. So of the 4 young ladies, 2 of them were taken out in that incident. We've got Jack Mabin now at the head of the pack, so we'll concentrate on the front. Mabin, Matthew Graham, Chafer, the pole man down to Richard Morris. So the 3 Morris siblings, the 2 sisters, Eleanor and Anna. Well, Eleanor is out, Anna is down in 20th, but Richard Morris on the number 81 Alonso kart, he is upholding family honours at the moment. Ben Davis, number 11, is now into 4th place. Morris down to 5th, and then it's Tom Sharp Reynolds, the Cartoon Motorsport driver. He is the final man inside the top 6. Jensen Brown is next. Tom Croydon, the driver of the number 184 Coles Racing kart. If we see him on your screen, he is in 8th place. He is the man that drove the wrong way down a dual carriageway during his driving test earlier this week, causing the police of South Wales no small cause for concern. International racing driver Tom Croydon, he's driving the right way through the first corner because he's just picked up a place. Here a signal manoeuvre for Croydon. Matthew Graham sets a new fastest lap, 58.18. He is chasing down Jack Mabin. Chasing him down, he's probably just trying to escape from the chasing pack. Chafer is 3rd, the only driver here. There's a battle going on, and that's Richard Morris in the number 81 car, I think. Oh, and a problem for Scott Jackson. Oh, Scott Jackson, the Team Abago driver. But it wasn't enough. There is the moment, the top 6 qualifiers with 5 3/4 minutes to go. Mabin leading there, followed by Graham on the Fullerton car and Chafer in the 141. Then a gap back to Ben Davis in the number 11 for Dan Holland Racing. Davis in that blue and yellow machine. Behind Davis is Tom Sharp Reynolds in the number 53. 6th in last year's Grand Prix was Tom Sharp Reynolds. He's got to get into it first this year. And then it's Tom Croydon. Oh, there's a spin going down the short chute. There is the number 69 kart, and that is Piers Pryor, the Enzo Motorsport driver on the comp kart, having a bit of an issue with himself. But it is now Number 184, Tom Croydon in 6th position. He's got 2 teammates right behind him. The 3 Coles cars. Well, Adrian Coles is thinking, one of them's going to go through, hopefully. Well, maybe more if they work together. Croydon signalling, less of that the better, Tom. What happened in your driving test? You want to stay well clear of all that nonsense. He was signalling to his teammates, Sullivan in the number 62 and the 15 of Jensen Brown, to come on, let's work together. The problem they've got is that behind them, Sam McDonnell in the number 155 BKC entry is gaining on them. Now, McDonnell was a junior last year, one of the fastest in the country, which means that he's good, which means that he was in this event not because he's been pootling around minding his own business all weekend, because he's had issues and penalties. Actually qualified 31st fastest and has had 2 top 16 finishes in the heats. But it's Croydon on the cusp. The driver, Wales, car number 184 from Swansea. Don't hold it against him in this occasion though. Mabin leads, the Piers Sexton Racing number 17. Jack Mabin, well, Jack Mabin and Matthew Graham. Mabin finished, qualified 4th fastest. That is how quickly fortunes can change at Kartmasters. Mabin in a world-class field, and I mean that. We're going to see that the main event later on. The senior X30 race here field is a world-class field. Mabin qualified 3rd. Matthew Graham qualified in the top 30 as well, and Mabin finished 2nd in the opening race of the day. But then things went wrong and he finds himself in this event, but he's leading. Matthew Graham following him, and Graham, an experienced pilot himself, knows not to battle him. Nathan Chafer, well, if Nathan Chafer makes it through, he qualified. Let's have a look. Where did Chafer qualify? He didn't. He missed qualifying and then spent Friday trying to not be last. Then he found something with that LH kart, the Lewis Hamilton branded kart, and he's been going forward ever since. Sharp Reynolds has now passed Ben Davis for 4th. And it is change again for the final transfer spot. It's now Tyler Sullivan going through the screen there, who is in 6th, and it's 7th place now is Sam McDonnell. So McDonnell in 7th, Croydon has slipped back to 8th, Brown is 9th, and also in that battle is Matthew Hurst. Matthew Hurst in the number 96 car. He finished 4th, just off the podium in last year's Grand Prix. Doesn't look like he's going to make the Grand Prix this year. There's the battle with Hurst down in 10th, 2 minutes to go, and Hurst on that PR Sport, that pink and purple machine, he can see 6th place. There's the number 29 of Henry Ayres going through. He's 12th, and Ollie Moreland, the Jack Dex Racing machine, is just in front of him, and Hurst can see the final transfer spot. The problem is there's about 5 karts in between him and a place in the Grand Prix. They're the top 5 coming up the short shoot. Mabin, with 90 seconds to go, has just got to keep the nose cone on it, keep the wheels on the black stuff and off the green stuff, and keep his fingers and toes crossed that his mechanic has bolted everything on properly. Well, Jonathan Brown has retired the number 27 MLC Motorsport kart. Mabin, Graham and Chafer. Then a big gap, 2.5 seconds back to Sharp, Reynolds, Davis. Ben Davis, number 11, he finished 16th in this event a year ago. Jonathan Brown is out of this when he was 12th in the Grand Prix last year. He's not going to make it this time. Charlie Bingham, the Haas driver, he's made it up to 13th. He finished 7th in the Grand Prix last year. The level of competition has been so intense and so good in Senior X30 that we've got 4 or 5 drivers that finished in the top 12 in last year's Grand Prix that aren't even going to compete, or if they are going to compete, it's because they squeezed in through the B final. McDonnell in the 155, you can see him in the black and orange race suit going into the Fullerton S's now. He is still in 7th. Oh, Matthew Hurst is out. Hurst will not race in the Grand Prix this year. Here's the battle coming through the Mike Wilson complex now. The clock is ticking down. 184, Tom Croydon on your screen is in 8th place. He has got to catch. He's got to make about 10 kart lengths to catch the number 155 kart of Sam McDonnell, who is in 7th. There goes Sharp, Reynolds and Davis through your screen. The leaders are coming down the hill, and still Tyler Sullivan in car number 62 holds on to the final transfer spot, but Sam McDonald has just passed him with a new fastest lap of the race. It's now Sam McDonald in the final transfer spot, 6th place, coming up the short chute. There he is at the bottom of your screens. He's passed the number 62 car to Tyler Sullivan. And Tom Croydon is right there, followed by Jensen Brown. So the 3 Coles karts, the worst 3 places to finish, 7th, 8th and 9th to the B final. And haven't got much time to do anything about it, because the last lap board, Dan Ashton on the start gantry, shows Jack Mabin the last lap board. There's the battle for 6th going into turn number 1 now. McDonald has about 3 kart lengths. Matthew Graham is just sitting behind Jack Mabin. They come off the turn. Very much doubt we're going to see Matthew Graham make a move. He knows that 1st or 2nd doesn't matter. He's in, and that's what counts. So, Chafer in 3rd, Sharp Reynolds in 4th, Davis in 5th. McDonald is looking over his shoulder, coming up into the 2nd hairpin. And he's got Sullivan right there. Then there's a gap about 5 kart lengths to Croydon. Then Jensen Brown holding off Ollie Morant and Henry Ayres. But Jack Mabin breathing a huge sigh of relief, because after qualifying 2nd, the thought of missing the Grand Prix would have been too much to bear. Mabin qualifies and wins. Graham 2nd, Chafer 3rd, Sharp Reynolds 4th, 5th is Davis, and McDonald, Sam McDonald, makes it in the final transfer spot by 3/10 of a second from Tyler Sullivan. Sullivan in number 62 is the first man out. Of course, if there's a problem for the top 6, anyone in the top 6, either penalties, illegalities, underweight, anything like that, then Sullivan is the first man who is going to step into the breach. Tom Croydon finishes in 8th place, so Croydon misses out in the number 184 kart, and good luck with retaking your test. Remember, on a dual carriageway, you go the same way as everybody else, Tom. 9th is Jensen Brown, 10th for Ollie Morant, 11th for Henry Ayres, and all these drivers, sadly, their kart masters for 2017 is over. Charlie Haas, no, that's something else. Charlie Bingham on the Haas finishes 12th. Conor McFarlane, the Irishman, for the CRG factory team, 13th. Anna Morris, well, of the 3 Racing Morrises, the Money for Your Motors backed family, Anna has family honours in 14th place. She's also the highest finished young lady in that race. But sadly, the Morris family will not be in the Grand Prix. Stephanie Levisconte finishes 15th. Tom Geeney is 16th. Then Richard Morris, 17th. Cormac Dunn from Hong Kong. Moon Yuan. It's been fantastic. It's been fantastic to have the Yuan family here with Fusion Motorsport. But Moon will not make the Senior X30 final. He finishes 19th. 20th for Harry Torpy. James Ireland, 21st. Jensen Harvey, 22nd. Mexico's Rafael Diaz will finish 23rd, and so neither Diaz brother will make the Grand Prix in their class, but they did choose the 2 hardest classes of all. So I think sometimes it's better that you come to an event like this not to try and have an easy ride, but to try and really see where you stack up. And they now know. There's no false hope. They can go back to Mexico. They know exactly how much hard work they've got to do to get back here and get into that main event. And that's not a bad thing. Piers Pryor finishes 24th. Kartik Swaney finishes 25th. And then sadly, Matthew Hurst, Eleanor Morris, Jonathan Brown, Scott Jackson, Harry Gent, Harrison Wedgbury, Kira Scott failed to finish. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the B finals. Race number 44. We now have the identities of the 36 drivers in each of the 2 X30 classes that will compete in the Grand Prix later on. And in a few moments, we will start the pre-finals. Now, these races are 12 minutes plus 1 lap. The grid positions have been decided by the points scored in the heats. The finishing order of this next race decides who starts where for the Grand Prix itself, which is a 15-minute race later on. It'll be Cadet Honda going out first, the only 4-stroke class here. 25 drivers in total. They're the only class that will have a standing start. But the recovery vehicle has a few wagons to collect before we get started. I have to say that the weather, of all weather forecasts we've had given to us from various different sources, most of which have proved to be completely incorrect, the one weather forecast that we've had was that today was going to be about 20 degrees, nice, a little bit breezy, but quite sunny, blue skies, great for karting. And at the moment, it's about 20 degrees, bit breezy, nice blue skies, lovely day for karting. So hopefully we will have the weather being set fair, because we, the walkouts, the traditional kartmasters walkouts, the drivers parade, the balloon, we're going to be releasing all the balloons like we do every year to raise money for the Links and Knots Air Ambulance. And if you go into race control, then you will be asked by lots of lovely ladies to spend a bit of money. And we're also trying to raise money for Sport for MS. We saw Noel complete 1 lap of the PF International Circuit in a time of 5.5 minutes yesterday on his mobility scooter, 8 mile an hour. He even got a bit of curb. He got a bit of air time going through the Fullerton S's using the curb. Paul Barnacote will be charging him for scuffing the paint on the curbs. And so here we go. The rolling lap for Cadet Honda. '25 drivers. And of course, this class is known for being the brilliant proving ground, the skills that drivers use in Cadet Honda with the style of the engine, the characteristics of the karts and the power, the way the power is delivered. You have to be smooth, you have to be precise, you have to be able to be consistent, especially through the corners, and then you transfer those skills into faster, more powerful karts as you progress through the rankings. And the racing is always spectacular because the slipstreaming effect, especially here at PF International, is tremendous. The long straights, longest straight, fastest section in British kart racing, from the end of the Mike Wilson complex all the way down to the banking at turn 2. These drivers, aged between, well, the youngest are about 8, although I think we probably haven't got any 8-year-olds. We maybe have a couple of 8-year-olds. But mainly it's 9, 10, 11, 12 years old maximum. And the grid as follows. Koskan Irfan, one of 16 drivers doing 2 classes, trying to emulate Ben Barnacote's achievement from 2 years ago of winning 2 GP plates in a day. Irfan will start from pole in kart number 12 for the Burgess Motorsport team. Then Theo McCurris, a privateer driver, the black and gold, number 76 on the 74 rather, on the outside of row number 1. Oliver Behrman, the number 2, last year's runner-up in this race, will start in 3rd. Archie Brown is 4th. Then Lucas Ellingham, the O-Plate winner, the British Open champion, Alfie Rigby, Harvey Charter, Sonny Smith, the top 10 rounded up by Oliver Greenall and Aston Miller. 25 drivers sit. The signal will be given. When the signal is given from the back of the grid, the grid is clear, the lights will go out and we will be off and racing now. And it's a great start from Theo McCurris on the outside of row number 1. Can he get across, or will Irfan just about hold on? Oh, wheel to wheel, and Irfan took the line. McCurris had to back out, and that has given Irfan about a 5-6 kart length advantage. We go through turn 2, on to the Litchfield Bridge. And will they all emerge through turn 4, pointing the right way? Yes, they do. Down towards hairpin number 1. Now, Irfan has got a great jump on the rest of the field, but We will see. Oh, and there's somebody at the back of the field goes for a little spin. Irfan has got a 10-kart length lead and still carts bouncing all over the place. There's Mikuris has dropped back to about 5th position. It's Oliver Behrman now in 2nd, and then it looks like the Next Gen Motorsport number 7 of Archie Brown, who is getting a warning flag for his troubles, but he's up into 3rd place. Behind Brown, the first of the global karting entries. Mike Spence's global karting team is very strong. So it's not, it's Theo Mikuris is 4th. Then it's the first of the global karting machines. Harvey Charter in kart number 29. And the global karting squad have been very strong. They haven't won a race yet though. There's Ellingham, the British Open champion, the O-plate winner. And Behrman, he's wearing number 2 on his kart. The driver in 2nd place, the second of those luminous green and white liveried machines. Not because he finished 2nd in this event last year, it's because he finished 2nd in the British Cadet Honda Championship last year. So drivers running 1 to 10, that is their national ranking from last year. The O-plate, the 0, that is the British Open champion. The only other plates that you may see, you'll see the E-plate, that's Luke Watts in Cadet Miami, that's the English champion. The S-plate isn't here, neither is the IRL plate, the All Ireland, the Scottish champion, the Welsh champion, they're not here. The only other plate that is awarded in British karting is the GP plate. But 9 drivers will win this afternoon. Irfan, you can see he did have a 10-kart length lead, and he hasn't done anything wrong, but Behrman and Brown have worked together, and that gap is down to nothing. So we have a 50-mile-per-hour, 4-stroke Honda-powered high-speed freight train at the front, as the drivers push each other along to try and break away from the main pack. So Brown in 3rd will follow Behrman to the inside of Irfan. Irfan won't defend. He doesn't want to cost everybody time. He slots back into 3rd. Mikuris is 4th. Then it's Sonny Smith in 5th. The driver with the orange and light blue crash helmet, that famous Gulf livery crash. Oh, and there's a little bit of a mix-up going on at the short shoot there as Mikuris and that is Harvey Charter and Koskan Irfan locking wheels. They all lose a bit of ground. And 70 kart there, Sonny Smith. Just looking at the Aston Miller's down as a privateer, but his graphics kit tells a different story. Next Gen Motorsport graphics kit on that number 70 kart. So Behrman leads. For how long, we don't know. Archie Brown is having a little nibble at the inside going on to the Litchfield Bridge. There is Ellingham, followed by Irfan. And they run in about 7th place. So we've got a breakaway now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers have got the break. They are Behrman in the 2, Brown in the 7, Sonny Smith in the 95. Make that Brown now leading the way, and his 2 Next Gen teammates go choo-choo. Here we come. The Next Gen train is now at the head of the pack. So we've got 3 Next Gen drivers. Then we've got the 2 Virtus Motorsport drivers in that lead pack as well, Irfan and Behrman. Also in the league group, we have from Global Karting, the 29 of Harvey Charter, the O-plate of Ellingham. And then the 2 drivers in that league group with no friends is Alfie Rigby in the number 38 B Arcade entry, and the independent privateer driver Theo Mikuris in the number 74. There they are, team formation. Say well. Joshua McLean cuts a new fast lap in the number 76 kart, and McLean is down in, well, he started on the 8th row. He has moved himself up into 11th place, make that 10th place. So the front 9, there goes Behrman back into 3rd place. So the 3 Next Gen Motorsport cars have now been split. Mikuris is 5th, followed by Charter, Ellingham, Irfan and Rigby in the green and white BRK team entry at the back of that pack. They did have a 1.7 seconds advantage over Joshua McLean and Justin Brouard, who are 10th and 11th. That gap has shriveled to just 7/10 of a second. You see that the O-plate kart at Ellingham needs to do a little bit of work as they come through the Bruno Ferrari S's, because McLean, Brouard, then Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenall, the 63 and the 64, there they go flashing to the screen onto the bridge. They're all now trying to work together to make it a 13 kart train with Daniel Ginchard right behind them in 14th. 15th is Neo Phipps, then it's Kyle Casabante, Tristan Rennie, Zach Walters, Ryan Willis, Ethan Simmons, Sandro Ballesteros up in the 21st, Arvid Lindblad, the Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver. Well, Arvid, he started back in 16th place and is obviously, without of my viewers, had a problem, and one of the double duty drivers is down in 22nd. Luke Weston, Marco Luzio and Declan Russell round out the field. So Brown leads, Behrman second, Smith third. And Lucas Ellingham has had a problem. So Ellingham and Harvey Charters, oh, well, yesterday I saw Mike Spencer and he was a bit concerned that the global karting teammates, they were trying to work together, and then they got a little bit too close a couple of times and didn't quite work out for them, and I think the same thing has happened again. There's the number 76 of McLean, and we've suddenly got a lead group of 6. So from that lead pack we've lost Ellingham, Charter and Rigby. Down to 6. The 3 next gen drivers, Brown, Smith and Miller. The 2 Virtus drivers, Behrman and Irfan. And that independent, the privateer, the lad, and they're called lad and dad teams because it's just family, mum and dad, or maybe anyone, mum and dad, mum and cousin, mum and uncle, dad and auntie, it doesn't matter. It's family, they got a van, a little awning at the side, a go-kart, and normally a little mini barbecue. That's how they go racing. Not in a team, they do it not because they want to be the next Formula 1 World Champion, they do it because they love the sport. And in an era where the professionalism of our sport is just getting more and more intense and more competitive, technological advances that do come with costs are bringing. Oh, there's number 31, Justin Brouard, and just getting a little bit of airtime there for the Virtus Motorsport team. And by the looks of his hand gesture there, he may have had a bit of assistance in that spectacular but ultimately costly manoeuvre. Brouard has rejoined and is down in about 20th place now. But Mikuris, the privateer. Behrman, the leader. Smith, Brown, then Irfan and Miller. So the drivers doing 2 classes. If any of these drivers win this race, they go into the Cadet Army race a little bit later with a chance of doing the double. They're not looking to win this race, but they win the Grand Prix. So we've got Brown, Irfan, Lindblad, Gray, Miller and McLean all trying to do double duty. That's 6 drivers, and 3 of them are in the lead group as Theo McCurris takes the lead. 2.5 minutes to go. Oh, Behrman getting squeezed off the bridge, up the grass banking goes one of the next. That's Miller going up the grass banking, and that has cost Behrman, Miller and Sonny Smith time. Theo McCurris, privateer driver in number 74, leads, but for how long? The answer, not long, as Brown and Irfan move past at the 2nd hairpin. You can see that Smith in the 95 being pushed along now by Miller with Behrman in 6th. They'll try and work together to get back up to those leaders. Behind the top 6, Oliver Greenall is 7th, Oliver Gray is 8th, Daniel Ginchard is 9th. They are working together with Josh McLean in 10th, Lucas Ellingham 11th, Alfie Rigby 12th, also in that 2nd chasing group. Then a gap to 13th place, Harvey Charter, Neo Phipps, Zach Walters, Tristan Rennie and Kyle Casabante. We've still got all 25 drivers running, and the leader is number 7, 7th in last year's British Championship from Woollavington. And David Bellchambers' next gen team. Bellchambers, one of 1, 2, he's about 17 bosses here in the paddock that are former champions, so you can tell his drivers how you win a GP plate because he has won 2. And Koska Irfan running a little bit wide there at the first hairpin, costs himself the race lead. Mikuris and Brown moving to the top 2 spots. Just looking to see, and there's Sonny Smith running a little bit wide, going out of the second hairpin. Looking back at the former list of winners in this class, and just trying to think of a privateer driver that has won a Grand Prix in Cadet Honda. This is the 7th year that the Cadet Hondas have competed for the GP plate. I'm not sure if we've ever had a privateer winner. We'll go through the list of champions of each class later on. But it's Mikuris, Brown, top 2. The clock strikes 0. This race is only to decide who starts where in the Grand Prix. A mistake, if you win this race, doesn't mean that you've won the Grand Prix. If you do badly in this race, it means that you probably can't win the Grand Prix. Brown to the inside of Mikuris for the lead at the second hairpin. And Irfan in 3rd, Behrman in 4th. So Behrman, Miller and Smith have finally, just as the clock strikes 0, the hard work has paid off and they've caught the 3 leaders. Then there's a 3-second gap back to Oliver Greenall, another privateer driver who have shown race-winning pace, and any one of the top dozen or so drivers can realistically win this race based on the performances so far this week. Last lap board goes out. Brown, Mikuris and Irfan, the top 3. Under the bridge, onto the banking. This is where the defence starts. Oh, Mikuris going wide. Brown on the inside, Mikuris on the outside. Who's got the momentum? Brown squeezing Theo Mikuris. Mikuris has to tuck back in and not run wide coming off turn 4. He doesn't. So still Brown who leads, hugs the inside line, looking over his shoulder to see where the attacks are going to come from. He'll swing out a little bit wide. Mikuris is going to try and go around the outside, but he can't get too far offline because Behrman and Miller and Irfan and Smith are there. Into the second hairpin. And Brown is once again checking. He's not weaving, he's not defending too deeply. That's sensible from Archie Brown, because if he defended too deeply going to the Fullerton S's, he'd be vulnerable here, and he's not, because Mikuris cannot find a way round. And now into the Mike Wilson complex. The long right, then the double flick left into the final chicane is not a place to pass realistically, although Behrman proves me completely wrong by passing Mikuris for second, and it is Archie Brown who takes the win in the Cadet Honda pre-final. Oliver Behrman finishes second, and Aston Miller came through to finish third, had a Sonny Smith. Then it is Koska Irfan, and so Theo Mikuris in the second, going well halfway round the last complex. He was second and he crossed the line in 6th. The top 6 separated by less than 1 second. 7th was Lucas Ellingham, 8th Alfie Rigby, 9th for Daniel Ginchard, then Oliver Greenall in 10th, Oliver Gray 11th, Josh McLean 12th, Neil Phipps 13th, Zach Walters 14th, Harvey Chartler is 15th, with Tristan Rennie 16th, Carl Casabante 17th, Arvid Lindblad in 18th, then Ethan Simmons 19th, and Ryan Willis rounding out the top 20, Justin Brouard 21st, Marcus Luzio 22nd, Sandro Ballesteros 23rd, Luke Weston 24th, and Declan Russell 25th. 25 drivers started, 25. So with the a rare sight of the recovery vehicle not having to do any recovering, the track is clear. The next race will be for Junior Rotax. And there, some of the Junior OK Junior drivers sitting and chatting amongst each other before they go out for their pre-final. Junior Rotax. Race number 46. It will be contested by 17 drivers. All 17 entries on circuit. Tyler Chesterton who leads around. Kart number 7, Coles Racing Team. Reese Hunter, number 33 for KR Sport, will start on the outside of the front row. Then it will be Clayton Ravenscroft and Finley Bunt, another 2 KR Sport drivers, followed by Tommy Foster, the O-Plate winner, privateer driver, and then Bradley Barrett for the Dan Holland and George Holbrook, Samuel Harris, Alex Baker, Taylor Babs, and Thomas Ward. Now bring them round. That's Kai Hunter closest to your screens. Pink and purple and white Cosmic chassis for the KR Sport outfit. Chesterton, 7th in last year's British Championship, 2nd in the Grand Prix last year. Currently leads the British Championship in Junior Rotax, leads them to the line. And they're often racing out onto the banking. 17 Junior Rotax drivers go through turn number 3. This could be a political affair because you've got representatives from several of the big teams in the paddock. Traditional Rotax powerhouses. Coles, KR Sport, Dan Holland, as well as Persistence Motorsport and 698 Racing, and a smattering of independent drivers as well. And we're off into the Mike Wilson complex for the Finley Bunts. Tyler Chesterton, Clayton Ravenscroft and Reese Hunter. Ravenscroft and, well, if you look at Steve Ravenscroft, there's a working man if ever you saw one. Hard-working individual, and he's done very well to get Clayton in that team, who now lead the group. And then there's a big gap back to the number 78 Persistence Motorsport car of Jason Lockwood as Tyler Chesterton. Brother, he's missed Rotax 177 class because when that was a car died. And 31.77s was a Rotax at the edge of the circuit. We'll cross the bridge and Ben into 6th position. We've got Chesterton leading, although he's for the lead. And Clayton Ravenscroft past Chesterton. And this has been, well, Bradley Barrett is still there sitting in 5th. We've got 2.5 minutes to go. And our timing partners here at Trent Valley Kart Club, as we watch Reese Hunter lead by a whopping 0.3 of a second. Got him up into 5th. No, he's back to 5th now. So it's Chesterton leading comfortably. Lockwood, I'm looking at going through the Fullerton S's in the 78, who's defending 9th place from about 5 drivers. But through the Mike Wilson complex, 1 corner to go. Tyler Chesterton takes the pre-final win in Junior Rotax. Clayton Ravenscroft comes home in 2nd. Bradley Barrett finishes 3rd. Tommy Foster takes 4th, followed by Reese Hunt. Waiting to go out. So we're going to see the Cadet Army class a little bit later. And in the foreground there, you can see Max Headroom, aka James Armitage. If you remember the 1980s kind of cartoon character, that's with the big white teeth and the slick back blonde hair. They went, rapido. That's James Armitage, ladies and gentlemen. And the track, bathed in sunshine, Junior OK. One of these, well, potentially, all of these 17 drivers that we hope to see will be aiming, seeking to be crowned World Junior Karting Champion here next month. Now, before we get underway, and I shall drivers and that don't like it, but that's how you play your hand. He's got every right to. He's one of the fastest drivers in Europe this year. Reigning European, despite being based up in Dubai. He's raced in the UK quite often over his cadet career. Life in the draw. but that tells me that it's class Koika who is somewhere out on the banking and out of the race. Taylor continues to lead from Porter. Al-Habsi in third, Day fourth, Moolsdale and Butcher, then Moolsdale. Let's move into the tops. France, Morocco and America are 8th, 9th and 10th. Then Daniel Butterworth in 11th and Luke Preston in 12th. And talk about the privateers. Daniel Butterworth, the only officially entered privateer in this class. And the senior OK class, maybe if a privateer driver without the quickly other follow the likes of ICA, then the class, because both will want to make. Porter is close enough. Home in 5th with Moolsdale, Griggs, Karibu, Zanfari and Scionti rounding out. Coombs and Koika failed to finish ever. OK Junior Grand Prix, a new class this year from pole position. With that, it will be the IAMI Cadet pre-final. 34 drivers, 21 still there. He's the O-plate in this next race, and he'll start third. Northern Ireland's Alex Dunn, and Alex's mum is very enthused by his performance. Her wee man is doing very well. Yesterday he'll start from pole. Alongside will be the number 14 Strawberry Racing Tony Kart of Josh Rowledge, and the first of Motorsport. Minutes plus a lap of. You will have to. The team from has been working 20 or 30 people here providing. Aston Miller and Jake. Then Oliver Wright, Bart Harris, and rounding out the field. And we've seen Moon Yuang fail to make the. Will definitely make 34. So here we go for the second time. Primo Racing's Alex Dunn from Clon Boloig, something like that anyway. Clon Boloig in Ireland will bring them once again into the tram line. 17 rows up to into the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge and out onto the banking. 34. That's safe. Those of you. We've got 34 hairpin number 1 and 34 drivers and 32 and a half, because one driver went for the right in the air and landed the right way and just pressed go. But maximum style points for the youngster. He becomes the first driver in the class to win 2 GP plates. And number 14 Josh Rowley, Strawberry Racing and Chigarimbo, Eclipse Motorsport, so team boss Ken Barr, driver number into 4th place, and Chigarimbo back to 5th, and there's a change of lead, and there's a slippery surface flag down there at the second hairpin. So there's obviously been one cart is shedding some liquid description, be it oil or water, engines goes pop. Under the bridge, Barnard, and watched Rashan Chigarimbo's graphics get made in the detailing. 50. Then Aidan Neat, Vinnie Phillips, Luke Watts, Freddie Spindlow and Aston Miller, the top 20. Spindlow, the Mark Baines driver, was fastest of all in qualifying yesterday, but he had a puncture in one of the heats, so he's fighting back. As Shadows over the bridge there, Slater. Junior, 24th. Burgoyne Jr. is the Shua Yuan, Bart Harrison, Sophia Zanfar and Bradley Beavers, all 34 drivers that started this race still running. And once again, those of you watching the live stream, ignore Morgan Porter is not leading the race. He has not regressed back to a cadet. A lot of promise. He spent last year front runners, so it's anyone who thinks that this local fun fair and have a little blast round in the 10-mile-an-hour carts and it's easy, think again. There is the lead group coming down the hill. Irfan, followed by Barnard, then it's Dunn and Rowledge. 2 Fusion drivers. The primo entry of Dunn. And the Tony Kart of Strawberry Races Rowledge. And there goes Dunn at the inside of Irfan. And, well, the two makes the move. You think, why isn't he getting excited? This is great. I've caught the leaders, and that's in fact Lindblad in 8th place. Then there's a little gap back to Max Dodds in 9th, Archie Mays 10th, and Oliver Gray 11th. And side by side, Barnard for the lead on Irfan. I make that 5. But I'm going to stop counting because I want to concentrate on the fact that Freddie Spindler has gone round all the way back to Mace in 11th. 6 car, he needs to push Alex Dunn up to the race leader. There's the back of the lead group. You can see Archie Mace with his nose stuffed under Oliver Gray's rear bumper. Onto the banking they go. Dunn has caught Barnard again with the help of Barnard's teammate Irfan. And Dunn wastes no time at all. Up the inside of Barnard going into turn 4. Kosk and Irfan says thank you very much as they both run wide, lose momentum, and Irfan takes the lead. Dunn recovers to 2nd, Barnard 3rd, and now we've got the number 16 kart of Sam Shaw up into any one of 11 through the Bruno Ferrari. Barnard makes his way back to the front. Lindblad has got this one done, so Swedish House Mafia is about to top the charts. I've been waiting all year to say that. Lindblad 9/10 up on the chasing pack. Dunn, Barnard, they mini at Kart Masters this year. So it's actually, I will get this correct just in case anybody from the, say it is here or listening. It's the X30 Mini Kart Masters Trophy. There you go. Not that any of the drivers on the grid care. All they know is they're at Kart Masters and they're going to win. And they'd like to win. And we watch Georgi Dimitrov. On the outside of the front row, it's Dominic Bush in kart number 309, the BMR Restart driver, the BMR Academy, which is the junior arm of the British touring car outfit. And Dominic Bush starts from pole position. Georgi Dimitrov on the outside of row number 1. William Ellswood and Alicia Barrett on row 2. Alex Lay and Tom Edgar, row 3. Blake Anglis and TJ McDonald, row 4. Row 5, Sam Heading and Ben Cochran, row 6. Kiki Yuen, the third of our drivers from Hong Kong. And Khaled Saab from Dubai. Then Ivan Lomliev, Oliver Phillips, and from Ireland, Ross McDonald, round out the starting lineup. Here we go to the line. Bush from Dimitrov, off we go. Into first corner, under the bridge, out onto the banking. Bush leads Ellswood on the outside there. The Coles Racing team trying to pick up a place. So is the number 21 going over the bridge. That is Kiki Yuen. The drivers from Hong Kong have just been getting quicker and quicker. It's you know, it's an eye-opener for them, to say the least. The standard of racing here, and the whole family have been looked after very well by Dan Hazelwood's Fusion team. They are improving race by race, as are all our international drivers who aren't used to this level of competition. They come here and they may be used to winning back in their home country, and then they come here and they're fighting for 50th place, and they think, oh, this is terrible. They realise how much they're learning. This is a karting education like no other. And Dominic Bush leads the end of lap number 1 with Georgi Dimitrov. Teletaped to his rear bumper, and side by side going under the bridge. That was the, and there's a big kerfuffle going on the banking there, and I think that was Sam Heading in the number 57 kart making up ground. He's passing Alex Lay, so heading into 3rd, but he went side by side with Lay through the first corner, which is flat out the Bruno Ferrari S's. It's not a place we want to have an accident, if at all possible. But Heading has caught the leaders. Bush defending. Alicia Barrett in number 333 Fusion Motorsport Kart third. Now Dominic Bush, not quite sure about that, if I'm honest, Dominic, because you've got 10 minutes to go, and if you're going to start clinging to those white lines like a groupie at Glastonbury, then it's going to be a very, very long 10 minutes, and the tempers are going to flare a lot. So may as well just kind of carry on. And Dimitrov, and I think he was listening, he's obviously got a tuned in because he doesn't defend as Dimitrov makes the move. Oh, and there's the number 319 of William Ellsworth going awry on the banking with assistance from a kart that I didn't quite catch the number of, as Alicia Barrett now takes the lead. So the young lady from Scunthorpe takes over top spot. Bush falls back into second. Well, he moves back into second. He's fallen to third. He's back into second now with Dimitrov third. Heading in fourth, Alex Lay, the Dartford karting racing driver, and Danny Crittenden, a former kartmaster champion, is overseeing that operation. He is up into fifth position with TJ McDonald for the BKC racing team, and a big hello to Rob Dodds down at Forest Edge, who is no doubt organising something, probably making sure that there's no tyres left in the paddock or something like that. And Litter is heading, having a look inside of Dimitrov. Didn't make a move yet. Down the hill, Alex Lay sets the fastest lap, fifth position. There's a gap after these top five, back to TJ McDonald. Khaled Saab is in a very good run in the M Sport number 44. Oh, and I tell you what, there's Ross McDonald. And and as I say that, Ross McDonald, the number 22 CRG driver, just off the back of your screen there, he's been struggling a little bit, and he's finally got the hang of this 1500 meter circuit and is giving it a good go up in the top 10. Ivan Lomliev is ninth. UN up into 8th place. So William Ellsworth has dropped back. So has Tom Edgar, the number 52 Fusion Motorsport driver, as the lead five tried to pull away. Still nearly 8 minutes to go. So in the first 5 minutes of this race, several potential race winners, namely Edgar and Ellsworth, have managed to put themselves in the unenviable, in a non-winning position, basically. Let's just say that for this race. So they put themselves on the back foot for the Grand Prix itself, because they're not going to be starting up in the top two rows by the looks of it. Through hairpin number 2, Alex Lay in that number 17 kart. The 4th place, Sam Heading, has dropped back to 5th. Then it's TJ McDonald 6th, Khaled Saab 7th, and Khaled Saab, part Lebanese, part English, living in Dubai, and he's got Kian Jewis helping him and coaching him this weekend for the M Sport team. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right, yes. See Kian talking about helping Khaled. Then it's Kiki Yuen. So Kiki Yuen, that's the number 21 Fusion kart. And Kiki is just going under the bridge on your screens now. Oh, and the leaders are chopping and changing. Dominic Bush and Alicia Barrett. There's TJ McDonald in the number 150 BKC karting, and it's suspicious, like a Tony kart to me, so I'm not quite sure my entry list is accurate. Get Rob Dodds on the phone now. Yeah, he's mine, just like Stoneman was, yep, and Nigel Moore, yep, mine. Thank you, mate. That's Rob Dodds. We've done lots of languages this weekend. I'll tell you about all the other languages that we've been practicing. For those of you that didn't tune in yesterday, Dimitrov leads. From Barrett, Lay, Bush, Heading. Then a 2-second gap back to McDonald. Khaled Saab is 7th. And here's McDonald coming into your screen now. Dimitrov and Barrett working with Alex Lay, and Alex Lay very, very diligently, as I say that now, he breaks formation to pass Barrett the second. There's Sam Heading. And we talked a little bit about Sam Heading, his struggles this year as he moved out of Cadet, and maybe his dad spent less time on Facebook moaning about money than he might go in a bit more. I'm only joking, Mark, but Mark has worked very hard to get Sam into a seat at the M Sport team for some time this year. I don't know how much, but at one point it looked very unlikely that we'd see Sam. So Sam will be wanting to make a good impression. Hopefully not a good impression on the rear bumper of the car that he's following. That would be bad. But he's in 5th place right now, behind Alex Lay. Then it's McDonald, Saab, Tom Edgar, the Northern Irishman. In kart number 52, Ivan Lomliev in the number 27 is 9th. UN rounding out the top 10. Ben Cochran, the Simon Wright Racing Developments driver, on the right car is in 11th place, followed by Blake Anglis, privateer driver, in the very, very brightly painted number 84. Then it's William Ellswood, still struggling to recover after that earlier spin. Ross McDonald is 14th, and Oliver Phillips for the Red Rock Motorsport team is 15th. As there goes Dominic Bush into 2nd place. 4.5 minutes to go. Barrett 3rd. Dimitrov still leads. Lay and Heading are the back of this lead group. Oh, and through the Fullerton S's, I just out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Ross McDonald had gone for a spin in the CRG, the young Irishman who's learning this track this weekend. He's recovered now, and he's following Oliver Phillips, but the leaders are coming through the Mike Wilson complex. Bush chasing Dimitrov, number 23, head down through the Bruno Ferrari spin. Bush with Barrett pushing him along, Lay and Heading. So these mini X30 drivers, the X30 engine, the Perilla Iami X30 engine, you've got the Cadet engine, which is one thing, and then you've got the branded X30 motor with 3 different restrictors, a mini restrictor, a junior restrictor, and then the senior restrictor, all slightly different sizes to increase the power and speed as drivers get older and heavier and move up through the classes. But even though this is the slowest of the 3 X30 engines, it's still going around in 60 seconds in this 1500 meter circuit. As we have now split with 3 minutes to go. Here in the pre-final of Mini X30, we've got 2 distinct groups. We've got the top 5 coming onto the start finish straight now, led by Dimitrov, followed by Bush, Lay, Barrett and Heading. And then a gap of 3.5 seconds back to T.J. McDonald, who is the only driver with no company, no period. And then behind McDonald, from 7th place back to 13th, you've got another battle which is currently being led by Ivan Lomliev now. The leaders though come into the first hairpin. Bush leads, Dimitrov fights back into 2nd place. Lay and Barrett wheel to wheel, side by side for 3rd. Barrett on the outside is going to get squeezed by by Sam Heading. As they come up the short chute into the Fullerton S's. Alex Lay now takes his turn in 2nd. Is that 2nd place? It is 3rd place actually. So although Lay and Heading have been in this group, it has been Bush and Dimitrov who for the majority of the time have managed to keep themselves in either 1st or 2nd, and if either of them have dropped out of the top 2, they very quickly get back into those top 2 positions. Now can Alex Lay change that statistic? He's right on Dimitrov's rear bumper. They go through the banking, and Lay was looking at the inside. We've got 90 seconds to go plus a lap. Off the bridge, down the straight towards the first hairpin, and Dimitrov looks to the inside. Bush, who was defending like mad with 10 minutes to go, decides, nope, 90 seconds to go, plenty of time. He doesn't defend, and he's proved right, because he repasses Dimitrov going into the 2nd hairpin. Still, Lay, Barrett and Heading 3rd, 4th and 5th through the Fullerton S's. Named after Terry Fullerton, for those of you watching at home. Ayrton Senna's greatest rival, multiple karting champion, one of Britain's greatest kart racers. And through the Mike Wilson complex, another karting great. Corners here, the likes of Bobby Game, Mike Wilson, Bruno Ferrari, Mark Litchfield, Terry Fullerton, some of the best that ever sat behind the wheel of a kart. 30 seconds to go. This is lap 12. There's the M Sport number 57 of Sam Heading, chasing Alicia Barrett. Barrett in 4th, aiming to become the 2nd lady racer to ever win a GP plate title after Gabby Weyer back in 2011. And she is giving herself every opportunity been in the league group all the way through this week, and it is a week-long event. People are setting up on Wednesday. They've been testing since Thursday morning. 2 days of qualifying and heat races, and 1 day now to sort out the GP plate winners. Dominic Bush will see the last lap board when he comes out of the Mike Wilson complex now. Dimitrov, Lay, Barrett and Heading. 5 for the win. Bush defends into Bruno Ferrari S's. Under the Litchfield Bridge and out onto the banking still. Wheel to wheel, Dimitrov tries to look to the inside, but Bush defends. Who's going to try and swing around the outside? No, no one makes a move yet. Still the same order as they come down towards hairpin number 1. Bush defends the inside, he'll swing out wide. No, he can't swing out wide because Dimitrov swims out wide, and he'll try the undercut move now towards the second hairpin, but once again Dominic Bush won't let him, so Dimitrov backs off. 3 wide behind them as Lay, Barrett and Heading. Heading decides to go wide to try and sweep underneath the 4 drivers in front of him coming onto this back straight, but Dominic Bush now defends into the Bobby Game corner, but he's left the door open. Dimitrov gets his nose at the inside, side by side through the Mike Wilson complex. Bush somehow hangs on though. Good driving there from the pair of them. Bush continues to lead. 1 corner to go. Checkered flag out. Yes, that was nerve-wracking as they go past the yellow flags. Now we'll get to that in a minute. So the order, the top 5, Bush, Dimitrov and Lay, the top 3. Barrett 4th and Heading 5th. TJ McDonnell, after a very lonely race, he finishes in 6th position. 7th was Tom Edgar. 8th, recovering remarkably there in the last few laps, was William Ellswood. 9th for Khaled Saab, and Hong Kong's Kiki Yuen finishes 10th. Ivan Lomliev dropped to 11th, and then it was, well, Ross will have, the timing screen is just adjusting itself. I think Ross McDonald may have taken 12th, but he was a couple of laps down. The reason that we are a bit confused is on the last lap there was an accident down at the first hairpin between Ben Cochran and Blake Anglis, and Cochran in the number 388 Simon Wright Racing Developments car, he is backwards in the barrier and is up and contemplating getting his car restarted. Blake Anglis in the number 84, and you can understand why that we're not, focusing on that. Blake Anglis has nosed into the recticel barriers, and the kart looks decidedly second-hand, but he is now walking away, obviously in a little bit of discomfort, maybe had the wind knocked out of him, but both drivers involved in that incident are fine, if probably a little bit either angry, miffed, perturbed, upset. You pick a word, but you get the picture. But they're both all right, which is the only thing that really matters. The rest, it's just metal. So we have now got 2 pre-finals to go. Can I please remind you all, while we have this brief lull in proceedings, that at the end of the pre-finals, we have the driver parade. Every driver, there's 255 of you, you need to come to the dummy grid. You'll be organised not into your classes, into your teams, which is what you all want to do anyway. Then you'll be brought out for the drivers parade on the start-finish line. It doesn't matter whether you didn't make the final, whether you're in the final, you must go to the drivers parade, where we will have the presence once again of Councillor Bob Sampson, who is now the chairman of the North Kesteven District Council, who's been a very, very important supporter of Trent Valley Kart Club. There'll be a free prize draw, so there is a prize draw for every class, and it's a set of tyres for every class. 1 driver in every class is a set of tyres, apart from Cadet Honda, because that is actually an RI helmet that courtesy of Project 1. So we will do that, and then at the end of the lunch break we will be into, at approximately 1:30, into the Grand Prix themselves. So we have Minimax is next. Smallest field numerically. Drivers. We started at 13, and then I'm assuming it must have been a kart problem for Jake Boydell that could not be fixed, resulting in his withdrawal. So we have Tom Adams for the Coles Racing team. Adams, who, despite some very, very intense competition, has managed to win 3 out of the 4 heat races. Jamie Day, one of the double duty drivers in the number 42 KR Sport Kart. He starts second. He won the 4th heat yesterday afternoon. Then we have Alex Connor, one of 3 drivers, along with Day, from the Middle East, from Dubai. We've got Theo Kakati from Abu Dhabi. He starts a bit further back, but it's Alex Connor 3rd, Owen Johnson 4th, then Lewis Gilbert and Ben Casely in 6th. Then it's Kakati and Kai Hunter on row 4, Josh Wilby and Hugh Lawrence on row 5, Marcus Littlewood and Giraf Kende, who is now based in Dubai but originally from Senegal. He rounds out 12 kart Minimax field. 12 minutes. They come to the line, lights are out, and Tom Adams doesn't get a great start. In fact, it is Jamie Day that sweeps around the outside of the pole man into the race lead, but Adams almost fighting straight back on the banking. He's got his nose at the inside of Day, but Day wipes it for him, and Tom Adams thinks, ooh, it's a bit early for all that, and back out and carries on in 2nd place. Down the hill towards the first hairpin. Day from Adams, then Johnson, and then the number 27 of Connor, the top 4, followed by Lewis Gilbert in the very brightly liveried number 53 Persistence Motorsport kart. 6th is the number 95 KR Sport of Kai Hunter. Around the Mike Wilson complex, on to the start-finish straight. Tom Adams works his way back to the front. Johnson in 2nd, Day and his teammate Connors 3rd and 4th, so 2 Coles karts, then 2 KR Sport karts. In fact, then there is 4 KR Sport entries in line, with Hunter, Connors, Day and Kakati. And then we've got the 2 Persistence Motorsport kart. Well, that's a nice little photo opportunity, isn't it? Look at that. They're all like the arc, going 2x2 or 2x4x2 into the Fullerton S's. Behind that group, you've got Joshua Wilby and the number 24 Team Avago entry, and then the very, very smartly liveried Spirit of Senna entry by the 12 Marcus Littlewood. And Diaf Kende and Hugh Lawrenson. Hugh Lawrenson joined for 698 Racing. As they cross the line to start lap number 3. It's still Tom Adams who's leading from his teammate Owen Johnson. And there's Kai Hunter going through your screen onto the bridge and then off round turn 4. And you can see as they come off the bridge, the number of interested spectators is growing. And of course, back in the paddock, there's music playing, there was entertainment last night, there's the virtual reality simulator, there's other kind of gravity-defying chairs that spin you around and for a sec, and have fun. Things like that. There's plenty to do in the paddock in the TVKC village. There's plenty going on circuit with Adams, Johnson, Day and Hunter. Now the top 4. And a slight gap developing. Back to the 5th place kart, which is Alex Connor in the number 27 KR Sport entry. Through the Mike Wilson complex and on to the start-finish straight in front of the grandstand goes the lead group. And Day looking at the inside of Johnson, and decides that Johnson is not for passing there. We're going to wait till we get to the banking, and he then makes the move, and Hunter follows him through. There's Lewis Gilbert in the 43. Gilbert passing, or trying to pass, Cadet coming off the bridge, and Lewis Gilbert is actually the Super 1 British Championship leader at the moment, and in the back of your screen you just saw that bright orange flash going up the inside, and and behind them there's Connors and Cadet running wide and off the track, coming out of the first hairpin. So Gilbert moves up to 5th, and Cadet and Connors drop back to 6th and 7th places respectively. Wilby is 8th, and Littlewood, Lawrenson, Casey and Giraffe Kende. That is the top 12. So Cadet gets a warning flag, so I wonder if there was a little bit of international Middle Eastern diplomacy that went a bit wrong. It resulted in Cadet getting that warning flag, and the field goes through. Down towards turn number, first hairpin, effectively turn number 5. Adams leads, change for second. With Hunter now into P2, Day in P3. Day and Hunter side by side, and that little incident between the two KR Sport drivers wasn't an incident. It was just trying to pass each other, and neither one wanted to give, and the move didn't happen. That is Minimax this year in a microcosm, because Tom Adams has very rarely been the fastest driver in terms of each lap. He hasn't been pulling away, he's just been steady and consistent, obviously very quick. But there have been other drivers, Gilbert, Day, Johnson, Ducati, Hunter especially, who had problems on the Thursday with engine issues. They've all put in fastest laps, and they've all managed to trip over themselves or put themselves out of a potential winning situation. And Adams has just kind of carried on, and he's won 3 out of 4 heats. And he's under pressure here. You won't see him pull away, because he can't pull away, because his rivals are too strong to allow him to pull away. But once in a while, like we just saw with Hunter and Day, there's a little bit of a disagreement, and they cost themselves time, and that gives Adams more time to just stretch the advantage, and then if they sort themselves out, they'll close back in. There is the number 80 car, that's the 698 racing machine of Hugh Lawrenson, and there's the Spirit of Senna, number 12. Very, very smart little car. They're the leaders, and you can see what I mean. Hunter and Day have caught Tom Adams. We've got 5.5 minutes to go, so Adams had about a lap and a half, 2 laps of breathing space. Now they've caught him back up. What are they going to do? Well, this time they make the move stick, and Hunter takes the lead. Adams stops back to second. Johnson on the outside of turn number of the lead 4. And Day at the inside. Oh my word, Jamie Day went to the inside to try and take the lead, and unfortunately he found the rear bumper of his teammate Kai Hunter right where he wants with the nose of his kart. The result is that Owen Johnson is the new leader. Jamie Day, rather second place. Lewis Gilbert capitalising into 3rd. Tom Adams now down to 4th. So it's a Coles Racing kart leading, but it's not the Coles Racing kart that's been leading for the majority of this weekend in Minimax. It's the number 18 of Owen Johnson, who is 7th in this year's Super 1's championship, as Adams has now got to try and make short work of Jamie Day, and he does, and he's now got Lewis Gilbert in front of him. So Owen Johnson, who finished 21st in the Minimax Grand Prix last year, finds himself leading the pre-final with 4 minutes to go, and he's leading it by about 12 kart lengths. It's very technical, it's about 10, I meant to say. We've got, we're on lap number 8. How quickly, and the battling further back. There's only 12 karts in this field, there's still 12 running, but the battling in the pack, like we just saw with the Spirit of Senna and the entry of Littlewood, Lawrenson and Wilby is just as intense as up here. We're going to get a gap now between Johnson and Gilbert. It was at the end of lap 7, 3/4 of a second. It's now 0.74 of a second, and it's no longer Gilbert in second place. It is Adams in second place. So Tom Adams repassing Day and Gilbert. Kai Hunter is 5th. The gap back to Kai Hunter is 2.7 seconds. The front 4 coming around the first hairpin now, and the back of your screen there, you just saw a flash, a purple and pink flash, with probably a bit of red mist in and around the same area. You may have picked up on. That's Kai Hunter. There's Hunter at the back of the screen. He's in 5th. He's got 2.5 seconds to make up to catch the leaders. But 3 minutes to go. There's Gilbert going through the Bobby Game corner, and Gilbert is in 3rd place. Lewis Gilbert goes through the Mike Wilson complex, that risky, sharp left-hander that we've seen a couple of people try moves on today, I'll be saying, and Tom Adams takes the lead away from his teammate Owen Johnson. Draws up behind the number 18, pulls out, passes before we get to turn number 1. And that won't cost him any time either. But I'm saying, as the weekend has gone on, that left-hander, a sharp left-hander with the black barriers on the outside, that part of the Mike Wilson complex, it's a risky, risky place to pass. We haven't seen anybody, maybe one move at that corner in the first 2 days of racing. And I said, well, it will change and somebody will gamble and go for it on Sunday. And already we've seen maybe 3 or 4 passes for position, the lead positions that is, today, and we haven't even got to the Grand Prix yet. When it works really well. When it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. Any of the parties involved, either the passer or the passee. Adams starts lap number 11, 90 seconds to go, with his teammate Owen Johnson right behind him, pushing him along. Then there's a gap of nearly 3/4 of a second back to Jamie Day and Lewis Gilbert. Flash through turn number 3 and over the bridge. Behind them, going on the banking now, that is the scrap for 6th place between Alex Connor, Josh Wilby and Theo Kakati, with Hugh Lawrence and Ben Casey and Marcus Littlewood behind them. What will Owen Johnson do? Through the heats, Johnson, he had a 2nd in the opening heat, but then a 4th and 8th and a 10th. Will he settle for 2nd? I think he may. He obviously every driver wants to win a race, but Johnson will be thinking about, not this race, he's thinking about the next race, as are they all. Day 3rd, Gilbert 4th. Kai Hunter is now just 1.8 seconds behind Lewis Gilbert in 5th position. Leaders come on to the start-finish straight. There's Hunter in the background. Jamie Day has caught Owen Johnson, so Day slipstreams up behind Johnson with 30 seconds to go, onto the banking. What will Day do? He can't make the move into turn number 3. Over the bridge. Will he look at the inside turn 4? Not quite. Down the hill. Adams starting to check over his shoulder, and Johnson looks to the inside, then backs out of it. The clock strikes 0. Next time around, we will see the last lap board. And into the Bobby Game corner comes Tom Adams. Johnson now 5-6 kart lengths behind him. I think Owen Johnson is probably going to be more preoccupied with holding off Jamie Day and Lewis Gilbert than attacking his teammate. Adams checks over his shoulder. Yep, Johnson defends the inside line. Jamie Day and Gilbert will try and push each other through the first corner and out onto the banking. Has that move worked? Yes, it has, I believe. No, Johnson's still there. Day was on the inside and Gilbert was trying to go around the outside. They come off the bridge. Still Johnson has second place. Adams is clear, and he'll check over his shoulder. He's already checked over his shoulder, so he knows he doesn't have to defend. Johnson does, and Kai Hunter has capitalised on Johnson defending to close back in on Gilbert, Day and Johnson. But now Jamie Day looks to the inside. Johnson squeezes him up the short chute, but Day hangs tough on the inside of the Fullerton S's. but he's going to lose momentum on the back straight. Will Johnson get to the inside and repass him? No, because Day defends into the Bobby Game corner, and Johnson thinks, okay, I'll go around the outside. Here we go, side by side again, and Kai Hunter finds Jamie Day right at the end of the race, but I don't think he will pass him, or will he? Adams has won, Day finishes second, Hunter finishes third after picking up 2 places on the last lap. Owen Johnson fades to fourth, but there was a valiant attempt to wrestle second place back around the outside of the entrance to the Mike Wilson complex. Finishes fourth, Lewis Gilbert in fifth, and then Alex Connors sixth, ahead of a huge battle that involved Josh Wilby finishing seventh, Hugh Lawrenson in eighth, Theo Kakati in ninth, Marcus Littlewood in 10th, Ben Casely 11th, and Diav Kende in 12th. Jamie Day taking the fastest lap of the race towards the end, 61.24 seconds. And that is race 50 in the books. 3 pre-finals to go. The first of which will be the Senior OK, the CIK's premier class in world karting, and then we will have the 2 X30 pre-finals. Now, we saw the B finals in the 2 X30 classes earlier on. We've now got a full complement of 36 drivers settled in the grid for the pre-final and the Grand Prix. And speaking of X30 and Junior X30, the karting hotline up here at the commentary box at PF International has been ringing, and Dunkerswell Karts Club, which is down in the south of England, for those of you that are from Sheffield or something like that, they have a Junior X30 World Final ticket for the winner of the Southwest Champs at the end of August. August bank holiday weekend. If you fancy a weekend down south, then go race your kart at Dunkerswell and win yourself a ticket, if you're a junior, to the IAMI International Final at Le Mans in October. So go down to Dunks, win yourself a ticket to France. But we will get to that shortly. So, OK Senior. In a month's time, and I'm going to repeat myself because it's important. In a month's time, this class you're watching on screen now, OK Senior, will contest the CIK World Karting Championships here at Paul Fletcher International. It's the first time since, I believe, the 1960s that Britain has hosted the World Championships. I will be joined by the voice of karting, Ken Walker, who I've just seen with his wife Jill. We're here, and it's really good to see Ken, and we will be endeavouring to not beat each other up with the microphone as we try to bring you all the action and bring the World Karting Championships from PFI. The OK Senior class, this class will be the one that hits it, and what a sight it is. The fastest kart, Oliver Hodgson, in the number 1 plate kart. He is the British champion, and he, outside of row number 1, takes the lead from poleman Mark Kimber. So we have former senior Rotax world champion Oliver Hodgson leading. Last year's junior Rotax world champion Mark Kimber now in second. Then one of the leading contenders in the European Championship and World Championship, Rasmus Lind from Sweden, in third. Then former runner-up in the British Championship, Luke Knott, in fourth. Callum Bradshaw, last year's CIK FIA, in about 7th or 8th place. Further back, we've got drivers who have won numerous titles in this race. We started off with 16 entries. Jordan Brown Nutley, I believe, is withdrawn. Dante Yu, the Californian on the comp kart chassis. I saw him this morning in the warm-up, and he is there, but maybe he hasn't put his transponder on or the battery has died, so it is Down to you from California. Juan Sabater from Spain. He's in the number 23 S8 Racing kart. And obviously we have Rasmus from Sweden. Now, Laura Tillett in the number 16. I can see Laura going quite slowly. I think the number 16 Birrell ART is not retiring. Yes, I think it is. And Mackerel, he is up in the 12th place after his retirement yesterday. But I was going to talk with the privateer driver, James Lingard, and I just noticed that Lingard isn't out there, and it was a real... He was withdrawn from the meeting by the looks of it. He doesn't appear on the intermediate classification, and we spoke earlier about how this is the premier class in world karting, according to, there's Archie Tillett in the number 8 Fullerton kart, being followed by Ewan Wilson in the number 11 S8 Racing machine. And so this is the premier class in world karting, as decided by the CIK that govern karting on behalf of the FIA. And the fact that we've had a couple of privateers, Ben Waldridge in the number 47 kart, that's the entrant is Utilita Energy, which is, he's a privateer driver. Hodgson sets the fastest lap, 56.10 seconds. And the class will succeed or fail based on the ability of privateer drivers to race and compete. Well, Waldridge has done just that. And sadly, Lingard has withdrawn. But on the track, 8.5 minutes to go, looking at Mark Kimber in number 45, Strawberry Racing Kart. Second place, he's got Callum Bradshaw, first year senior driver, in third. Rasmus Lind in fourth. Racing Oliver Hodgson on the number 1 PF International Paul Fletcher's own team. Little ART chassis, there goes Bradshaw, there's Lind, there's Luke Knott, there's Waldridge, followed by the M Sport, number 62 of Oliver Clark. There's number 23. That's a great camera shot because they're coming straight towards you, then they turn sharp but quickly onto the bridge, and they gives you some idea of just how fast these cars are. The engines are revving to something like 16,000 RPM. The tyres are extremely grippy at the start of their life anyway, but you're being battered around in the seat. They've all got, well, they should all have rib protectors on underneath just for their own safety. They're in the gym all the time. It's a real struggle to control these cars. The races get longer. You're also going to see the drivers. We'll watch Hodgson now coming down the straight. Not this lap maybe, but he'll start just moving his arm around and just adjusting the various mixtures, the carb setting, adjust the airflow into the radiator to try and coax extra life out of the engine. These are very, very highly strung bits of equipment, and you cannot just go out there and drive around as fast as you possibly can for 50 minutes to expect the engine to come back in peace. You need to maximise its power over a race distance, and that's why we'll see in this race drivers coming and going. They'll be very quick 1 minute, then they'll drop back a little bit, and they'll get quick again. It's a very tactical battle. So Mark Kimber is over a second behind Hodgson as he comes through the Mike Wilson complex. Hodgson, then Kimber, Bradshaw, Lint, Knott, and Waldridge are top 6. They're all on the straight together. There's a bit of a gap back to Waldridge. And Waldridge is now being passed by both Oliver Clark and Archie Tillett. So Waldridge back to 8th. Clark 6th, Tillett 7th. There's 5-kart battle there going through the screens. The 62 of Clark, the 8th of Archie Tillett. And that's the number 11 of Ewan Wilson, who moving up past Waldridge as well. So Waldridge fades back to 9th for the moment. And Scott Mackerel, the Fusion Motorsport team, with that very distinctive, unique style that Scott has. Oh, and Waldridge passes Wilson. Tillett passes Clark. And Scott Mackerel, who's moved over from Rotax and X30 into this class, he's got a very punched style. Into the spot. And he is at the back of this group. Behind Mackerel, Jake Douglas is in 12th, and Juan Saboteur is 13th. Now we've lost Rory Hudson, so Rory Hudson, the number 44 driver. He was retired between motorsport entries with number 13 runners, Tillett, Clark, then Waldridge, Wilson and Mackerel nose to tail. We're watching this because nothing has really changed in front of them. The top 5, 6 karts are nice and evenly spread out, and the drivers are minding their own business and just preserving their equipment for the Grand Prix itself. Back here though, it's all bets are off. Dante Yu is still out there as well, and Dante Yu, despite having a transponder that seems to not want to work, is in 11th place ahead of Douglas and Saboteur. Clark, who's still only 14, so if Oliver Clark couldn't race in the British Championship in this class, because the British Championship is run by the MSA, and the MSA in the UK have a different set of rules about how old you can be before you can race in their British Championship. But the CIK have a different set of rules, a different age limits, and Oliver Clark can qualify for that. And that's why he's a senior, and yet still able to compete as a junior in the UK. Very complicated, doesn't matter. The fact is he's very quick, regardless of what class or group he's in. Although I say that, it's been passed by Scott Mackerel. There's Callum Bradshaw, another first-year senior driver, one of the most successful junior karters in the world last year. Hudson, wow, double Kart Masters champion, British champion, defending champion in this race over the Litchfield Bridge. Of course, this is the first Kart Masters for many years that we haven't got a Litchfield name on the entry. In fact, think about it, since 1996, I'm sure that this is true. We've had an Edgar, we've got an Edgar, this Tom Edgar, not the family of Edgars from the Cumbrian region, and Johnny Edgar. Congratulations to Johnny for becoming the 2017 European Junior Karting Champion. But we've not got a Mike Simpson, we've not got a Mark Litchfield, we've not got anyone from the Edgar family. I wonder if that has ever happened before in Kart Masters history, because Johnny Edgar's dad and uncle were mean competitors in the... They weren't mean as in very mean, they were mean as in they were very good, hard competitors for many years. But certainly, with 2.5 minutes to go, a new generation of Kart Masters legends are being born. Oliver Hodgson wants to be firmly seated at that table of pantheon of greats. And he's doing a good job about etching his name onto a 3rd Kart Masters trophy. He's got a long way to go. He's got 2 minutes of this race to get through, and then he's got 15 minutes in the Grand Prix itself. And he comes through the Mike Wilson complex. Mark Kimber. Well, Mark Kimber has been about a second and a half off the back bumper of Oliver Hodgson for nearly 12 minutes now. Bradshaw and Lint, 3rd and 4th. We've already mentioned Rasmus Lint and Luke Knott. Well, I know his dad Phil, because Luke Knott has not been in the kart since last September. He did a couple of practice laps before this, but it was the British Championship finale here last September that Luke Knott last sat in a kart. A little bit of testing, out we go for Kart Masters, and he didn't qualify on Friday, and on Thursday rather, and has just quietly gone about his business. There's Luke, much to the delight of his dad Phil. Ben Waldridge has moved back into 6th position, with Archie Tillett just behind him. Then it's Scott Mackerel 8th, Oliver Clark 9th, Ewan Wilson 10th, Dante Yu 11th, Juan Saboteur and Jake Douglas are next. Rory Hudson has gone back out, just to check that everything is fixed. And while we've got 40 seconds to go, I'll quickly mention that if you do see a couple of people in orange tabards, not the Marshalls, they've got MS, it's Sport for MS. and we're raising money for Sport for MS this weekend. At the moment, we have raised over £600 for Sport for MS. But back to the action, and after a calm and sedate first 12 minutes, as the clock strikes, heads towards 0, suddenly second, third, fourth and fifth are all nose to tail. Kimber, Bradshaw, Lint and Knott. The clock strikes 0. Last lap board goes out. Kimber checks over his shoulder, as does Bradshaw. The crossover mover on Bradshaw as they head into the second hairpin. At them all, Oliver Hodgson, flag, then Scott Maxwell in 8th, Clark 9th, Ewan Wilson 10th, and Dante Yu, Juan Sabata, Jake Douglas with Rory Hudson finishing a couple of laps down after an earlier problem in 14th position. So that's OK Senior done and dusted. 2 pre-finals to go. First being Junior X30, a capacity grid of 36 drivers and a little bit of cloud approaching the circuit. Are we going to have any precipitation, I wonder? It'd be nice if we didn't, because I've got shorts on today and I don't want to do the driver's parade in shorts. Get wet. Junior X30 next in a few moments. Don't go away.
Αυτά είναι τα 12 λεπτά συν ένας γύρος, όχι ακόμα. Λέω, αυτά είναι τα 12 λεπτά συν ένας γύρος.
Welcome back to the live stream. Media and 36 drivers, maximum number of karts that are permitted to race at one time on this 1500 metre circuit, nearly 1500 metres, so not 1482, give or take. And they are being led around by Morgan Porter, the M Sport Racing number 46. So 52 drivers started this class. Row 2, Harry Thompson and Max Yan, row 3. Matthew Berry and Sean Butcher, row 4. Shane White and Sam White, that's a commentator's nightmare. 2 S Whites, both with 3-digit numbers beginning in 2. They're on row 5 anyway. Johnny Wilkinson and Maya Woog on row 6, the Spanish lady. Then Thomas Westworth and Ben Fayers, Tyler Cheston and Alfie Prince. Looking back at the pack, Dragon Pinson on row 11, Angus Moolsdale on row 13. Oh, which means I can go back to row number 8, which is Tyler Cheston and Alfie Prince. Row 9, Oakley Pryor and Matthew Hudson. Stephen Dixon and Reggie Dewey on row 10. Tom Nippers and Dragon Pinson on row 11. Aaron Brown and Ben Hodge on row 12. Tyler Reid and Angus Moolsdale row 13. And the last 4 names on the list, these are the names that had very, very nervous waits yesterday afternoon. Alessandro Serenetti and Caleb Marshall start on row 14. The last 2 drivers who made it into this race by rights were Ewan Long and Blake Anglis, and I don't think Anglis is going to be out there because he's standing outside the stewards room after his earlier crash. Then we have the 6 drivers that made it through the B final this morning. Alex Lloyd, Freddie Simpson-Stacey, Lewis Gilbert, Max Barnett, Caden McQueen, and from Finland, by the skin of his Scandinavian teeth, Levi Lintukanto. But we are missing 1 or 2 drivers. So Tyler Chesterton, according to my screen, isn't out there. So it's the drivers that are doing double duty aren't there. That's strange. Why are the 2 classes not bothered racing one of them? Come this far. What's the matter with you boys? Moolsdale's not out there, and Anglis is obviously not there. Will we see them all for the Grand Prix itself? 33 drivers then head through the Bruno Ferrari S's and all make it out safely once again. Watching the first corners and completely decided, oh look, it hasn't happened yet. 2.5 days in. Through turn number 1. So hairpin number 1, and they're 3 and 4 wide. They're doing their best to try and crash, but they're somehow not succeeding. But it's Louis Westover leading the way. Westover, who had 3 wins, but then there was an incident in the final heat, or his final heat yesterday, and a penalty was announced, and he was classified 12th, which pushed him back to 2nd on the grid. But he has quickly corrected that and moved back in front of Morgan Porter with Harry Thompson, runner-up in this year's European Junior Karting Championship, and last year's British Cadet champion Thompson in the 3rd place with number 79 Fusion Kart. And a bit of a gap developing back to Mario Mills, the number 19 JM Racing Machine. Mills in 4th, and Humphrey Thompson takes 2nd. So Thompson and Westover spent most of the last 2 days battling with one another, trying to exert their authority over the rest of the field. And now they are 1 and 2 with still 10 minutes to go. Morgan Porter and Mario Mills. Mario Mills, the only driver on the entry list in an RK. It's a Robert Kubica branded chassis. It's a Birrell with a different colour, and there's yellow flags waving out on the banking. The top 4 are clear of number 73, Cole Kilner. Now, Cole Kilner, I think the club, the Trent Valley Kart Club championship leader or vice champion from last year, 698 Racing. And he is running in exalted company at a track he knows very well. The driver of the 698 Racing Tony Kart chassis from Barnsley. Then behind him, oh, and there's Levi Lintukanto. Lintukanto going up the. He was doing something, he had a spin, and the Finnish driver for the Evolution Racing team rejoins down at the back of the field. Max Gian is 6th, kart number 21 from the Litchfield Motorsport. There is the front of your screens coming through the Mike Wilson complex now is your new leader, Harry Thompson. Thompson, then Porter, then it's Westover down to 3rd, but that Westover passes to the banking to move back into P2. Mills, and that gap I was talking about between the top 4 and everybody else has shrunk and disappeared. Now, Kilner, Jan, Samuel White in the number 275. Coles Racing entry. You can see there. Then the Litchfield, number 240 of Shane White. Oh, and there's a problem for the number 142 cart of Ben Hodge. That's the CCL Lawrence entered machine out for the race. There is the number 40 Litchfield Motorsport car of Matthew Berry, and there is Mr. Hodge. Out of the race, Shane Berry is 9th. Johnny Wilkinson, the Mick Barrett Racing, number 81, is in 8th. And Thompson leads 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's at least 16 drivers all in a line now, and they'll go past the yellow flags under the bridge, and you'll see them no overtaking until they pass the next marshal post. And now Thompson has to defend from Westover. He's not going to defend just yet, I don't think. Got 7 3/4 minutes remaining. Porter 3rd, Mills 4th, and Kilner in 5th. Coles Racing number 275 of Sam White now in 6th, followed by Berry in 7th, and that's Jan in 7th in the 21. Then his teammate Matthew Berry in the 40, followed by Johnny Wilkinson 9th. Tyler Chesterton is 10th. Now there's Tyler Chesterton is out there, but the transponder is obviously having a bit of a hiccup, and he is not showing on my screen, but he is there in 10th. Then it's Shane White, Ben Fayers, Thomas Westworth, Dragon Pinsent in 14th. We're still in the lead pack, by the way. Then Alfie Prince, Oakie Pryor, Reggie Dewey, and Matthew Butcher. There's Moolsdale. There is Moolsdale out there. We've lost Blake Angus. He can take the start. Aaron Brown has gone out. So has Tom Nippers, the Newport driver, as a change for the lead. Westover and Porter past Thompson, and they're 3 wide. Oh, Cole Kilner. Oh, Cole Kilner committed to the inside then, and he had to stand on the brakes, hook it round the curve to make sure he didn't slide into Harry Thompson. And he just about managed to succeed in not doing that. But Mario Mills was able to repass him, and looking back, no, he actually made the move on Mills. He was going for 2, got 1, almost got them both, but in the wrong way. In the back, there goes the rest of the lead pack, flooding under the bridge. In front of the grandstand. Very little to choose between anyone in the top 17. Sean Butcher is 18th, and the leading driver that made it out of the B final is Alex Lloyd. And Lloyd in the number 48 Evolution Racing car is up into 18th place. Make that 20th because Angus Moolsdale is 20th, and so Moolsdale and Chesterton are both out there, but maybe they forgot to swap their transponders over after their Junior OK pre-final. That's the only explanation I can think of. Tyler Chesterton is moving into 9th place, and Louis Westover, and the number 26 KSR entry, Porter and Thompson are next. Under the bridge, Kilner, right behind Harry Thompson. Cole Kilner to the inside, and he makes the move. 698 Racing Cole Kilner passes Harry Thompson. Harry Thompson repasses Kilner. And I think, and there's a move from Sam White in the 275, and Kilner's now being shuffled back, and Harry Thompson, I think he's second in the European Championship. He's won everything in Cadet last year, driving for one of the most well-known and successful teams in the karting paddock. And Cole Kilner, he doesn't race in the national championship. He races here every month. Why is Harry Thompson not 20 minutes at the road? Well, it's because all these drivers are exceptionally talented. They're very, very close, and Kilner and his team know how to set their wagon up for the circuit, and Kilner is doing a job behind the wheel. He almost did a job on the banking there, because he got a little bit skewiff. He's lost a bit of momentum, and what Cole Kilner needs to do now, he needs to kind of with 3.5 minutes to go. He's going backwards at the moment, and there goes Birry and Gian past him. Mills is going past, so Cole Kilner now just needs to reassess matters, calm down, regain his rhythm, and make sure that he can't regain the place he's lost, he doesn't lose any more. 32 drivers still running. The 35 had started, led by Morgan Porter now. Max Jan, the number 21 Litchfield Motorsport car, gets a warning flag. There is a brilliant view of the fastest bit of tarmac in British kart racing, from the exit of the Mike Wilson complex all the way down to they come out from underneath the Litchfield Bridge and turn left and uphill. Move there as Ben Bayers in the number 14 Project 1 kart passing, and Harry Thompson passing Lee Westover for second place. And I'm just going to look down there, Ben Bayers battling with the Project 1 kart. Oh, I don't know, it was someone. Porter, Thompson, and Westover down the back straight into Bobby Gain corner. Bobby Gain, original Kart Masters champion from 1996, still racing. And racing successfully. On the start finish straight. Porter, Thompson makes his move. Classic slipstreaming manoeuvre on the main straight here at PFI. Onto the banking, side by side for second briefly. Porter second, Westover third, and there's Westover up the inside of Porter for second place, and Louis Westover knows that time is ticking. He does not want to let Harry Thompson get away, and Samuel White in the number 275 has just tapped on to the back of this lead trio, and now makes his move. Passes Porter for third. White, who is seventh in the British Championship stats, showing that he was last yesterday. 3 and Thompson, but he had one bit of bad luck with those 4 drivers who sat between them. Of course, Westover had a penalty, but that dropped to 12. White's bit of misfortune dropped into 32nd in one race. He's there now, and those 4 are 0.8 of a second in front of Max Jan, who runs 5th, then it's Westworth. And it's Woolsdale and Sean Butcher are next. Then Maya Woog, the Spanish driver. Oakley Pryor at the top 20, rounded up by Matthew Hudson. Alex Lloyd is still the best placed of the B final qualifiers in 20th place, just in front of fellow transfer driver Lewis Gilbert. Here's Mills. And Thompson now begins to defend. The clock has struck 0. Into the second hairpin. Thompson. Westover going around the outside. Side by side. Oh, Thompson's going to squeeze Westover. Westover's going to try and scramble back in front of White. Through the Fullerton S's. That is going to give Thompson a little bit of breathing space. It's not enough though. Westover, White and Porter with Gian closing in. They're all going to get a nice toe off the rear end of Thompson's number 79 Fusion kart now. There goes Dan Ashton with the last lap board. Here comes Luke Westover with a really nice slipstream onto the banking. Thompson hugs the inside line. Who's going to be brave enough to try the outside? Well, Westover was thinking about it. It's going to cost him though. And that is White now up in second place. Down the hill they go. It's White second, Westover third, Porter fourth. Gian is right there in 5th. With Mills and Birry right behind him. Tyler Chesterton also in that lead group, 3 wide behind Thompson. Harry Thompson looks over his shoulder, sees there 3 wide. He doesn't defend, he doesn't need to defend into the Fullerton S's. Has that given him the momentum he needs? Possibly, but I don't think Sam White is done with this one yet. I think he might be now though, he's too far back. It's going to be Harry Thompson who comes out of the final corner to see the checkered flag wave and takes the win in the pre-final in Junior X30. Samuel White second, Louis Westover third, 4th for Morgan Porter, Max Gian is 5th, Mario Mills across the line in 6th position. We've got nose to tail for the top 6 with Matthew Birry 7th and Reggie Dewey who started 20th. He finishes 8th. Cole Kilner is 9th. In fact, Tyler Cheston 6th and Mario Mills 7th. Burry 8th, Dewey 9th, Kilner 10th. Then it's Pinsent, Wilkinson, Shane White, Ben Fayers and Thomas Westworth. 16th for Sean Butcher. 16th for Angus Mooresdale. Then Sean Butcher 17th. The top 20 rounded out by Alessandro Serenetti, Matthew Hudson and Maya Woob. Oakley Pryor, Alex Lloyd, Lewis Gilbert, Stephen Dixon and Caden McQueen. The rest of the top 25. And we had 35 drivers start, 31 made it to the end, with Levi Lintocanto, not the winner as it says on your screen. In fact, he was the winner of the race for last in the race. 31st place for the Finnish driver, after a spin, just behind Ewan Long. Now have one pre-final to go. It is for senior X30. The biggest entry individually in a class. 64 drivers started. And we are down to 36. Those 36 are down on the dummy grid. Dummy grid, for those of you watching back home, is the underneath on the side of your screen there. You're looking at the right-hand side of your screen, at the starting gantry, which is where the race is controlled from. Behind the starting gantry, there is a 2-story green building. That's the panorama room up top, a very popular viewing area. Popular for 2 reasons. It keeps you dry when it rains, and you can't hear the commentator. And then underneath that is the dummy grid area with Kev Robinson, the dummy grid marshal extraordinaire, who hopefully remembered to bring his earplugs because there's music later on. He will guide the carts out when the track is clear. The recovery vehicle heading down, we can see some ominous clouds. The end of this next race, for those of you in the paddock, we need all drivers in their race suits with their crash helmets to the dummy grid for the drivers parade. All drivers to the dummy grid in their race suits and crash helmets. That's what I was thinking of. And you will be put into teams by the lovely staff here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and we will have drivers parade, the free prize draw, the official welcome from Councillor Bob, friend of the circuit. That's actually Councillor Bob Sampson, chairman of the North Kestvan District Council, his full title. And of course, there is still entertainment going on in the TVKC Village. There's a band, I think there's live music today, I'm not sure. There's certainly the virtual reality, the gravity-defying chair. The pizza parlor is open, there's ice cream, and the restaurant and the bar doing a roaring trade. Someone go and give Philip Knott a nudge to tell him to move aside. Wait for the final. There is the grandstand. It's full of interested, stroke nervous, stroke anxious parents and friends, partners, wives, husbands, who knows, and mechanics. And the mechanics we'll be seeing later on as well. And so I know I mentioned it yesterday, it didn't quite happen, but don't you worry. The walkouts for the Grand Prix themselves is the perfect opportunity to play kart mechanic bingo. Cork was in the paddock this morning. And the thing is even add a 7th element to the kart mechanic bingo list of items you need to be a kart mechanic. 36 drivers, well, there's 36 mechanics who now are hoping that they remembered one thing and one thing only. They remembered to bolt the carts together properly, because this is an absolutely world-class field. Pole position, defending Kart Masters champion Danny Curl. Then it is Oliver Hodgson on the outside of row 1. Thomas Turner on the inside of row 2 ahead of Jordan Brown-Nutley. Then it's Gus Lawrence and Callum Bradshaw. Jacob Stilp and Philip Rawson. Brett Ward and Stephen Letts. Elliot Harvey and William Petit. Ben Barnacote and Derek Morgan. Mark Kimber and Lewis Malin. Michael Rosina and David Sutton, Morgan Rose and Jack Dex, Owen Byatt and Ethan Hawkey. That's your top 22. Look all the way back to 26 of Flavio Camponeschi, one of the top karters of the last 10 to 15 years anywhere in the world. He's starting just in front of Dean Hales, who isn't one of the top karters anywhere in the world for the last 20 years, but he's a good laugh, and he doesn't mind me making fun of him on the microphone. And then Jack Navin, Matthew Graham, Nathan Schaefer, and the other three B final qualifiers off and running. And 36 senior X30 drivers get to the first corner of the pre-final at Kartmasters, led by Danny Curl. All go over the bridge 3 wide, and that is a beautiful sight. 36 karts heading down under the sunshine, which appears the first hairpin on lap number 1. Into hairpin number 2, Danny Curl, Oliver Hodgson, Thomas Turner, and Jordan Brown Nutley, and they're still trying to sort themselves out. They're still too wide going into the Fullerton S's. They need to get themselves organised. It's Curl and Hodgson, first and second. Yellow flags waving down, and somebody has stopped on the exit of the Fullerton S. Looked like it could have been a Nick Barrett racing kart. It was Cam Barnett. Into the first hairpin. Hodgson has been muscled a little bit wide in the number 41 kart. He's wheeled to be with Gus Lawrence. Jordan Brown Nutley is up in the third place rather. Thomas Turner. Mark Baines Motorsport, number 124, up into second place. So Turner, now it's his job to chase down Danny Curl. And yellow flags waving at the entrance to the Fullerton S again, and Curl on that Fullerton chassis, head down, Turner chasing, then Brown Nutley, Hodgson, Lawrence, then it's Jacob Stilt. There's Sam McConnell getting a warning flag. He grabbed the 36th and final place on this grid. So flashing through different chassis manufacturers, different teams. 80-mile-an-hour colour chart. Into the second hairpin. There's the green and white. The orange and black crash helmet of number 85, Gus Lawrence. Lawrence. Little Strawberry Racing from West Tilbury in 6th position, chasing former double Kartmasters champion, but not in this class, Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson in OK and Rotax. Jordan Brown Nutley in number 117. He was doing double duty, withdrawn from senior OK. Jordan Brown Nutley leading the European senior, the European X30 championship. Lawrence, new fast lap, 58.27 seconds. Thomas Turner, meanwhile, is closing in on Danny Curl. So, 1-2-4, Mark Baines Motorsport, Tony Kart chassis, Turner from Rotherham, turns into the Fullerton S's. And chases Curl down the back straight into Bobby Game Corner, now the Mike Wilson complex. The gap with 8.5 minutes to go, just under 8.5 minutes to go. It's about half a dozen kart lengths. Hodgson third, Lawrence in fourth. Then it's Brown Nutley who slipped back to fifth, followed by Callum Bradshaw and the factory CRG team. CRG GB are here with Bradshaw, one of their drivers. They're there with Camponeschi and Michael Rosina as well. And down the order, there goes Bradshaw in the 25, followed by Jacob Stilt, and then the number 144 of Stephen Lex, another former Kartmaster champion. He's 8th, ahead of another former Kartmaster champion, Philip Rawson in 9th. Then it's Derek Morgan in 10th, Elliot Harvey 11th, Ben Barnacote. Number 24 Fullerton kart is 12th. There goes Hodgson past Turner, and Turner gets squeezed a little bit wide. He may lose another place to Lawrence. No, he doesn't. So Hodgson Now moves into second place, but Danny Curl, well, Curl, he didn't win the last heat yesterday. That went to Ben Barnacote in an absolute cracker of a race. Of course, Ben Barnacote had a kart failure earlier on in the weekend, which is why he started back on the something row, not in the top, in the 7th row. And I have to say, Barnacote has only made it up as far as 11th at the moment. Still 7 minutes to go of this race. Lawrence right behind Turner. Down the hill they come. Brown Nutley in the Dan Holland Racing number 117 is there in 5th. Then a slight gap developing out. Oh, and there's Gus Lawrence making a move on Thomas Turner, and it worked. Brown Nutley now looks at the inside of Turner, and that move sticks as well. I was going to say there's a gap developing back to Callum Bradshaw in 6th, but there isn't now. And he's got Stilp on the Mad Croc, Letts, Rawson, Ben Barnacote rounding out the top 10. Harvey 11th, Morgan 12th, Brett Ward 13th, David Sutton is 14th, then Mark Kimber down in 15th place. The list of champions is all the way down the running order. There's Curl. Lewis Malin is 16th, followed by Owen Byatt, Michael Racina, Josh Skelton and Morgan Rose. Where has Flavio Companeschi gone? And the answer is down to 24th. Well, Hodgson sets a new fast lap as he now hunts down Danny Curl. So there's a couple of battles that you just want to see. When you look at the entry list, you think, I'd love to see Barnacote and Curl go for it for the win. And that happened yesterday afternoon. And then you think, I'd love to see Curl and Hodgson go for it. And that could happen any moment now if Oliver Hodgson continues his pace. He's just set a new fastest lap, 58.02. Barnacote being chased through the body game corner on your screens now by Elliot Harvey, number 37, Dan Holland kart, and here's Harvey's teammate Jordan Brown Nutley in 4th place. But Hodgson, well, the gap has come down to 0.3 of a second. Oliver Hodgson, well, he needs to get Danny Curl because all this is about psychology. We talked about psychology quite a lot in this class with all these very talented drivers, and you probably think to yourself, Henry, shut up. Well, you think that yourself anyway, but I'm serious when I say that all these drivers know that the next race that they do after this one is the most important race that they will do. And they need to let their rivals know that they could pass them if they wanted to. They can't let their rivals, their chief rivals, go into the Grand Prix thinking, I got this one, I can do it, I'm the best kart. Because they'll think that and then think, oh, but he was about to pass me and he didn't. He could have. Could he have? Maybe? A little element of doubt. They're all just trying it on with one another, almost. Who's got the most bottle? Who's the strongest mentally? Won't crack under the pressure. Hodgson is about to start turning the screw ever so gently on Danny Curl. See how much pressure he can take. Gus Lawrence sets a new fast lap in 3rd place. He is not out of this one yet. We've got 4 minutes to go and about 6 inches between the top 2. Lawrence 3rd, Brown Nutley 4th, 5th for Turner, 6th for Bradshaw, 7th for Jacob Still. Barnacote now up to 8th. Followed by Letts, Harvey, Morgan, Rawson, Ward, Kimber and David Sutton. That's your top 15. And you could basically throw those 15 names up in the air, and whatever order they landed in, if you said that's the result of Carmaster 2017, you go, yeah, that seems fair. That is how strong this field is. On to the banking. This is now lap number 10. Hodgson, well, Danny Curl will know Oliver Hodgson is there. He will be able to sense the sound of the second engine. And he will see a flash in his peripheral vision, even so much of the shadows on the racetrack. And we'll see if Danny Curl takes a look over his shoulder anytime soon. Hodgson gets a good run out of the second hairpin, up the short chute. You know, in the younger drivers, especially in the cadets, you've seen them looking over their shoulder all the time, looking over their shoulder to try and defend. The more experience you get, drivers know that every time you are not looking at the track in front of you, there's a slightly higher percentage that you're going to do something silly and throw it off. So they will minimise that. Let's have a look. Down the main straight. Curl, head down. Just pushing on. Hodgson darts out from behind him, takes the race lead away. 2 minutes to go. Oliver Hodgson, P1. Curl back to P2. Now, what will Danny Curl do? Will Danny Curl want to sit behind Oliver Hodgson and watch to see where that number 41 Birrell ART car is strong? Now Curl looks over his shoulder to see, okay, who else have I got to deal with? The answer is Gus Lawrence, and then there's a gap because Turner, Brown, Nutley, Bradshaw and Stilp are trying to go round the second hairpin 4 abreast. And Turner resolves that issue in his favour. Now Brown Nutley dives at the inside and Callum Bradshaw follows through. Didn't mean to say it like that. Follows him through. Freudian slip. So Brown Nutley at the fourth. The battle is now 2 seconds behind the top 3. And on to the start line. So Hodgson with Curl right behind him. Curl on to the banking. Looks to the inside. Repasses Oliver Hodgson nice and quickly because he was thinking, I don't want to be stuck behind Hodgson when Gus Lawrence arrives on the scene. Lawrence has only got 4 kart lengths back, but now with a minute to go, Curl taking a little bit of a defensive line to the first hairpin. He actually missed the apex there, and that will invite Hodgson to attack. Curl defends. Hodgson will try the crossover move. Classic PFI crisscross move with the hairpins. Hodgson toughs it out on the inside. Curl slots in behind. Back to second. Lawrence closing in to third with 30 seconds to go. Behind them, Brown Nutley is still fourth, and it's Bradshaw fifth. And there's still 34 drivers running. Callum Barnett went out on the first lap, and Henry Laws has retired. But everyone else still out there. 20 seconds to go. We start the penultimate lap. Curl looks to the inside. Passes Hodgson. Hodgson starts at the second. Now will Hodgson dive to the inside? Curl now taking a long look over his shoulder, so he dives inside. Hodgson will try and go wide. Lawrence will take a nose where it's not wanted. Now Lawrence goes to the outside, but Hodgson will try and repeat the move that he did last lap. He's alongside Curl. Now Curl squeezes him over. He didn't do this last lap. On the previous lap, and Hodgson still sticks it out on the inside. Oh, and there's a cart coming onto the track. Oh my goodness me, there was a crash behind them and a couple of drivers went through the barriers just as Hodgson and Curl were going side by side. That could have been catastrophic, but it wasn't, and Hodgson will come out, and the last lap board is out. Hodgson leads. Gus Lawrence is second, and I think Danny Curl had to back out of that. It was going side by side through the Fullerton S, and suddenly a car appeared, but it speared off on the run down towards the first hairpin, and understandably Danny Curl had to back out of that one then. Lawrence second, Curl third, Bradshaw fourth, Brown Nutley fifth, sixth for Stilp, and there goes Stilp around the outside of Brown Nutley. Is he going to get squeezed? Lawrence defending second, Barnett, Coat and Turner side by side. There are yellow flags waving at the first hairpin. Oliver Hodgson has got this one in the bag. Who's going to be second? Is it going to be Lawrence, Curl, Bradshaw or Brown Nutley? On to the final straight. Checkered flag in the air. Hodgson wins. It's Lawrence who takes second. Then it's Danny Curl third. Bradshaw is fourth. Brown Nutley is fifth. Sixth for Jacob Stilp. Seventh for Thomas Turner. Eighth for Ben Barnacote. Elliot Harvey finishes ninth. Owen Byatt rounds out the top 10. A good result for Owen. He started down in 21st place. 11th for Mark Kimber. Then Stephen Letts, David Sutton and Lewis Malin in 14th position. And Brett Ward rounding out the top 15. Josh Skelton was 16th, followed by Italy's Michael Rossina, and he was the leading Italian driver home of the two Italians. William Petit 18th, then Morgan Rose and Charlie Lamb rounding out the top 20. Philip Rawson dropped back there at the end. down to 21st. Then it's Bradley Pennell, Jack Dex, Dean Hale, and Ethan Hawkey in 25th. Nathan Chafer 26th, and Nicholas Taylor, Ben Davis, Jack Mabin, and Tom Sharp Reynolds. Now the drivers that were maybe involved in that accident, we lost, well, Flavio Campaneschi was definitely one of them because his car was parked in the barriers. Matthew Graham was also involved in that incident, I believe. Sam McDonnell and Derek Morgan also. So we nearly, wow, that was nearly something very, very serious. And I didn't quite catch the identity of the driver that did go through the barriers on the opposite side. But luckily, disaster was avoided. Although Danny Curl, understandably, I think had to just suddenly back out and flinch, and that cost him. I think it may have been Derek Morgan or Sam McDonnell that went through the barriers. All the drivers are okay, and that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the pre-finals. We now have the drivers' parade. The drivers' parade that will be live streamed. The clouds are enveloping the circuit, but they're quite high and there's no rain. So we need all 255 drivers. Even if, like Jonathan Brown, you're standing there in your tracks and you haven't got your race suit on, you can go back to your awning, get your suit on and your crash helmet, and you can toddle on in the instructions of T-Boss Lee Murray onto the drivers' parade, because you're doing it in teams instead of doing it in classes. Because you always moan about having to do it in classes because you want to be with your teammates. Either that or I can't read. Easy one. Either one is very easy to believe. But I've got his business card here. Both him and the members of the circuit and the club will be greeting the 255 drivers. And then we'll have the prize draw. Can I remind you that the prize draw is one driver per class, all 9 classes, and the tyre suppliers for each class, Dunlop, Mojo, Comet and Vega, are providing a free set of tyres. They're providing a free set of tyres for one lucky driver in each class, and then in Cadet Honda, courtesy of Project 1, there is a free Arai crash helmet. Although Nicky Grist and Stilo helmets are here with Ricky Collard. Shh, don't tell him. Although if Nicky wanted to match Arai's very kind offer, then I'm sure they wouldn't be a problem. No, and once again, we are also raising money for Sport for MS. We've raised over £600 at the moment, and we would like to raise a lot more. So go to the, see the orange collection for we would like an announcement to the paddock. Could you all please start? The rest of you, there's some of you there already, but please, if you're not at the driver's parade, can you please start making your way down immediately? Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see by the big screen, the TV cameras, the live stream film is rolling, and we would like the remaining drivers out on the circuit. We have a good collection of the 255 entrants from 15 countries around the world, and the majority of them are in their teams, so they're all looking nice and smart. And when we are happy, the Trent Valley Kart Club team are assembling the prizes for the prize draw. And of course, this is the most important piece of, well, of advertising for Kartmasters. Chris Walker is taking pictures of various drivers up and down the grid, and of course the famous traditional Kartmasters photo of a long line of drivers in their race suits with their crash helmets is an annual photo, and this year, after popular demand, we're doing it team by team. And so when we are all assembled, we are very, very lucky to have, once again, the continued support of Councillor Bob Sampson, who is the District Chairman of the South Kestvan Council. And congratulations to Councillor Sampson, because it's extremely important that when a sporting venue is attempting to bring global, world-level events to its area, that the support of government, local councils, and is extremely vital. And I'm sure that we're all aware that many circuits in the UK you can't race on a second Sunday of the month because you upset the local pigeon fancy club, or that on the fourth Sunday of every second month the Tiddlywink Society need an extra hour on a Sunday, so we can't go racing then, and to be helped by the powers that be, not hindered by them, is something very, very important, that it does enable the club to bring the World Championship and many of the other CIK events that have taken place since 2010 here. And Councillor Sampson's been a fixture on the supporters club, so to speak. And there's, see Chris Walker now coming into shot. He is the kartpicks.net. He turns this sport from what you see when you're at the circuit to what you look at in print on the internet, that you can send to sponsors, friends and family, school friends, all around the world who have no idea what you do on the weekends. Thanks to Chris, lots of people do. And there's a couple of stragglers heading out. Looks like Jack Dex. Is it? Yeah, Jack. And of course, we do have to wait. Not everybody is going to be able to come to the drivers' parade because there's a couple of drivers discussing the last couple of races with the stewards, shall we say? And of course, we have to give the senior X30 drivers a chance to get out of Park Ferme because some of them have to stay with their karts until the scrutineering team are happy. We are going to, what's going to happen is that the club are going to officially welcome you all, and there's going to be a ceremonial handshake down the line, and then after that, we will, well, as that is happening, we are going, well, I am going to chat to a couple of lucky drivers, and of course, with the wireless microphone not going all the way down to the end of the line, the people that were running to get here first, they either wanted to be on the start line, but they also know that that means that they're going to have a microphone shoved under their nose. And we are waiting on the signal from the club to that we are as many people here as we're going to get, and we should have drivers. See from Mexico, where the Diaz brothers, the Toon Motorsport team, are we there? Possibly. There's the Yuan trio from Hong Kong. Are we there? I think we are. There's the Zamfari siblings from Morocco. You can see them. We're waiting for a couple of the seniors at the corner of the screen here, coming up to the Moody seniors from their last race. Making it out, and hopefully we will have a nice representation of all the 9 classes here. There's Arvid Lindblad just deciding he wants to chat and go to the TV time, or as a drink if he wants it. Because a couple of them are just realising now that there's a camera and there's something. It's one of the ladies from my parents there, I don't know what that was. And I think we're okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Drivers' Parade at Kart Masters 2017. And on behalf of Trent Valley Kart Club, thank you for supporting this event. And I think that the drivers have put on a fantastic show, and of course this is being beamed around the world, so well done, drivers. And yeah, you can applaud the drivers, even the ones that haven't made it this far. Like I said, there were over 5,000 people watching the live stream yesterday, and a lot more today, so we'd like to welcome, I think, from someone from Trent Valley Kart Club, Nigel Edwards, the chairman of the club, and Councillor Bob Sampson, if you'd like to begin the official welcoming, the official handshaking. There's no other word for it. It's the official Kart Masters handshake, which is it comes stamped with a GP on the back of it, and it costs 195 quid. I mean, it just it's showing that this is one of the international events. So the next gen team are the first in line. Bell Chambers knows a chance to get on telly when he sees it, and we'll wait till. I will go and speak to some of the lucky people at the front of the queue, the traditional Kart Masters grid girls. Hello. Bit breezy, isn't it? Bet you're gutted. Anyway, so first of all, we'll start off with a couple of the next gen guys. So where are we? We've got Archie Brown. Archie, what a couple of races. What's it like doing 2 classes, and how are you feeling before the Grand Prix?
Oh, I'm feeling quite good, yeah. IMEs are much more harder than Hondas.
Oh, don't say that now. They're both just as good.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, but obviously they're both difficult, and you're doing very well in both. What is your plan for the next couple of hours?
Well, I'm just going to think what I'm going to do in the final and then hope it comes out well.
Excellent, well done, and we'll move along. We'll say hi now. Okay, this young man, Sam Heading. Okay, I know this is a bit of a scramble to get here. The budget's not been there this year. You've been trying to pick and choose where you race. What's it like now you're here, and what are you hoping for now in the final? Because you're right up there in the thick of the action.
Yeah, well, I haven't had the best luck so far because I've had a DNF, exclusion, and a third because my kart keeps falling apart, so I can't, like. But I'm just hoping to win and, like, win loads of prizes and stuff.
Excellent. Okay, and what's it been like this year, knowing that you kind of raced as a cadet, always as a dependent, privateer driver, and you get to have to move up, and then you're trying to find the money. What's it been like? How frustrating has it been? Because I know your dad works very hard to get you out there.
Yeah, well, it's been quite hard because, like, if you have a crash, you have to spend a lot of money to try and get some, like, new parts and stuff. So we've just been trying to limit all the costs and all that.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, and good luck this afternoon. Now we talk about the big teams, and we've got one of the little big teams here, the Mark Baines duo. Max Barrow, and I think that's Freddie Spindlow. Come on, Freddie, tell us a little bit about how it was like to qualify fastest of all yesterday, and what it's like racing for Frag, because we've learnt a little bit of Frag's language, which we're going to explain now. So go on, how hard has it been? It's been a very competitive field, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, like, that quali, we were just lucky to get a lap in there because, like, we didn't have a lap for the rest of the session. We were like 20th before we qualified first. And also in Frag's team, it's like if you do something wrong, he whacks you. Like, yeah, or like.
I can believe that. Well, we spoke Frag. Where is he? Where's Mark Baines? He's now hiding and wondering, I'll never get a DBS check again as long as I live. But well, thank you very much for that enlightening remark there, Freddie, and it's a great way to sell the team to the public. The Senegalese flag of the African Day, the Persistence Motorsport team, welcome to Kart Masters. How have you found it?
It's really hard. Like, I've done more competition in Dubai than in England, so it's really hard. And I find it really good because I'm learning. I'm not trying to win it or anything, just like to get in the top 5 something. Yeah. Okay, well, good luck. And okay, what's it like? How many other international kart racers carry the flag of Senegal around with them? Do you know of any? No, not really, because it's not really, no one actually does karting in Senegal, so.
So you could be the only international kart racer that Senegal's ever produced. Congratulations, good luck. Thank you very much. And move over, the Dan Holland team, Elliot Harvey in Senior X30. I've been saying it's a world-class field. What is the competition like? I mean, there's world champions, national champions, all the way up and down the entry. How hard has it been?
Very hard. You can't just drive up to people even like when they're making a mistake. Like they have to make a big mistake to like get up to them. It's not only like the champions. There's other people like up there that are like hard to beat. So yeah, it's a top class field.
Excellent. And what are you hoping for after that last race? You've got a little bit of work to do?
Yeah, well, we've had a little bit of work to do since Friday night, so I think we'll be able to get there and just see what we can get out of it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Elliot. So that's the Dan Holland team spoken to, and oh, here we go. We'll chat with Piers Pryor, and Piers, so this is a new thing for you, isn't it? How has your Kart Masters experience been? And tell us a little bit about how you got here.
My Kart Masters experience hasn't been very successful, but it's been great fun nonetheless. Racing's been good fun. The standard of driving and the level of driving is unreal, which is, you know, showed how far down we have. We've been struggling a little bit for pace with our engine, but it's been good nonetheless. First time here, first season racing, MSA racing properly. So still learning a lot. Team Enzo Motorsport learning a lot, but with Sport Crown Windows, we've got a good thing going. Hopefully we'll be back next year much stronger. Excellent.
And even though it's your first year, because you did a lot of rental kart racing, and then you decided to make the jump to this year, you've already got the sponsors mentions nailed down. Is the plan to kind of like continue and maybe progress?
Definitely, we're trying to learn as much as we can this year. When we're still only 3 or 4 months into, starting this journey, I suppose, as it is, and we're learning a lot, learning fast, and hopefully by the end of or by next year or whenever we'll be fighting with the big guns at the front, which I know we can do eventually.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Piers, and we'll see you in years to come. The next team we'll have a little chat with, the Ambition Motorsports outfit, looking very smart. Gentlemen, Alfie Prince, how's your Kartmasters been so far?
It's been good. A few like top 10s yesterday. This morning went well, practice went well, but the first race didn't go very well. Got a drop down, so not very good.
Not very good. One race to go though, and I'm sure you're going to give it 100%.
Yeah, flat out.
Flat out. Good lad. Now, you may have noticed in the back of the screen that somebody has been trying to photobomb the interviews. Come step forward, Alfie Rigby. Okie dokie. There you go. We are fully on view. Right then, Alfie, what happened in the pre-final and what are you going to do in the main event?
Overtake.
Okay. What happened when other people overtook you in the last race?
I'll overtake.
Okay, yes. I can see where this is going. Right. With Chris Hawes' team, he's one of the most knowledgeable guys in cadet karting. He's a former British champion. How is it? Is he the only one on the BRK in the field? How hard is it to work without any teammates when you need to be drafting and slipstreaming all the time?
Yeah, it's alright. You just gotta use what you just gotta use people to get to the front.
Okay, thank you very much, Alfie. Now, you stand by there, by your helmet. Let's not photobomb all the other interviews. Good lad. Okay, add him on Snapchat. You're not old enough for Snapchat. Okay, so we've talked about the drivers that do double duty. There are about 16 of them here doing 2 classes. One of them is Arvid Lindblad. And Arvid, he's support Ollie Roller Motorsport in the house. How hard, jumping out of one engine into another, the different styles, is it all right for you, or have you found it a bit of a struggle?
Yeah, it's really hard. They're completely different, so I just have to adapt as fast as possible.
This is a new team, Oliver Roller Motorsport, but you brought Alex T, your mechanic, with you. You worked together last year. How important is it to keep that level of, consistency? Alex knows how you work, you know what he wants from you, and also having Ollie Rowland, potential future Formula 1 driver, as your team boss.
Yeah, it's quite really good having an F2 driver, almost F1, in driving coaching me. I just have to keep on performing for him to show him that I will be there one day. Excellent.
Well done. Thank you, Arvid. And now, Alex Dunn, now on last night, on the various discussions about Kartmasters, your mum was, my wee man, doing so well. How has it been in the front of that IARMY field?
Yeah, there was great racing during Friday and Saturday. We were up the front. In the pre-final, it was just a hack. Like, nobody was going to get away. You just had to keep on sending it in to make sure nobody drove off.
Excellent. And you sent it in a few times, and most of the time it worked. And obviously, maybe the Grand Prix is going to be a little bit calmer to start with, because you've got to be there in the last couple of minutes to try and win the GP plate.
I think everybody's just going to hack from the word go. Everybody wants the GP plate on their kart, so it's going to be a great race to the end. Excellent.
And for the global TV audience watching that may not understand what the word hack means, that just means give it 100%. That's what we do. And we'll move on. Rashan Chigarimbo. Now, I've been talking about your graphics kit. You had a special graphics kit made for this event. What makes Kartmasters so special?
Well, it's a one-off event, so you have to present yourself as good as you can and try as hard as you can.
And you've been in the top 5, in the top 10 solidly. Do you think that you can work your way up and break into that top 3?
Well, the race is long enough, so anything can happen during the 15 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rashan. We'll come down. We want to speak to some of the Thule Motorsport guys now. Guys, where are your Mexicans? Rory, where are they?
I think they've gone home. They didn't.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully the Diaz brothers will be back next year. So Rory Hudson, former Kartmaster champion in cadet, now in the fastest of them all. It's been a bit of a struggle this weekend. What is the OK like to drive? Why should people come and watch the World Championships here?
Well, they're very physical, very tough to drive. They're very fast, and they've got tyres that are very grippy, which makes them very physical. They're a great class, and obviously the best drivers in the world come and race this class, and they'll be coming in a few weeks' time for the World Finals, and you'll see the best drivers in the world. So I guess It's going to be good to watch.
Now, your mum used to get nervous enough watching you race a Cadet Honda. What on earth is she like now when you're doing 90 mile an hour under the bridge?
Well, she doesn't turn up half the time, to be honest. But when she does, she doesn't watch. So.
And clutches a bottle of gin or something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, thank you very much, Rory, who we'll see in the senior OK class. A couple of the independent drivers, we talked about the big teams and all that, and there's the Project One team here, but Oliver Greenall's down as a privateer driver, is that right? With no teammates?
Yeah,
Kind of.
some rounds we've been doing by ourselves, and some of them we've been doing with a team, but...
Okay, so when you're doing it by yourself, and it's just you and your family, is it a bit harder because you've got no teammates, or how much better is it when you do well and it's just you and your folks?
Oh, it's a lot harder by yourself because you've got no teammates or anything to push with. So there's a lot of people keep trying to overtake because they're not in your team and they don't like push you as much because their mechanics tell them to go like overtake and stuff. So.
You mean the mechanics tell them? Not against the racing respect, mechanics aren't allowed to signal anymore. Oh dear, Oliver Greenall, you've just let the cat out of the bag there. Lucas Ellingham, right, the global karting team. You boys have been driving. Well, if Mike Spencer hadn't lost all his hair already, he would have certainly lost it this weekend because you've been so fast, and then every time you try and work together, something goes wrong. How are you going to rectify that now in the final?
I'm honestly not too sure. I just got to try and push and get through.
Because you're the O-Plate winner, so the British Open Championship, that's a big event. You know how to win an event like the Grand Prix, don't you?
Yes, maybe. Yeah.
And maybe you'll get a smile off Mike if you come back with a nice top 5 finish.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much, Lucas. Here is the Fusion Collective. Now, our international drivers. First of all, the Zanfari siblings, Suleiman and Sophia, welcome back. I think you raced here last year. How different is it from racing in your home country to racing at Kart Masters?
It's good. It's different level.
Yeah, different level. Happy though?
Yes.
Excellent. And we'll see you next month for the Worlds?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. And now, always a thing, so the Yuan family from Hong Kong, English, yes, no, this, okay, so, let's see. All the way from Hong Kong, whole family's here, 3 of you racing, how has it been?
It's alright.
It's harder than you thought, you know, more intense, or you expecting it to be this hard?
It's more intense than I thought.
And so does it mean you want to come back and do more racing in the UK?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. And what have you got to say? The camera is over there. There's the camera if you want to say hello to anyone in Hong Kong, because I know we have had viewers watching the live stream from Hong Kong. What have you got to say to them?
I don't know.
Okay, well, there we go. Hiya would be nice. Say hello to Hong Kong. See Oleg over there? Say hello to Hong Kong. No, we're gone a bit shy. Okay, but there you go. So our family, the UN family from Hong Kong. Right, the Fusion Motorsport lot. Boys, it's been, Koskan Irfan has been up at the front of Honda and Cadet. One driver's won 2 Kart Masters titles on the same day in the 22-year history. You've got a chance. How are you going to approach the next couple of hours?
Yeah, I'm going to focus quite a bit. I'm just going to hope and win it.
Simple as that. Well done, Koskan. The Strawberry Racing Team. So, Max Dodds. Max, so Tony Kart chassis in a Cadet, Strawberry coming back into Cadet this year. It's not easy, is it? And you've been having to fight to get back into that top 10 most of the weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, it's not been easy, but I think in the final we'll get there.
Okay, because, I mean, anything can happen, and is it just a case of keeping it steady for the first 10 minutes and then putting yourself in a position to win in the last 5?
I'm going to need a good first lap to get up there, as I'm starting quite far back, but I think it should be good once we get further up the field.
Okay, thank you very much, Max, and we'll go across the KR Sport team. So, Reese Hunter for KR Sport. Okay, the Rotax classes, they're not they've got full grids, but they've got very, very competitive grids. How have you found it?
The racing's really hard this year against really good drivers. Tyler being one of them. Clayton's really hard as well. it's just been really hard driving.
Thank you very much, Reese. And I've noticed that the ceremonial handshakes to the Coles Racing, like you boys, Dominic Bush in his aviator glasses and Coles Racing, you guys are lucky because the handshake has finished. And if we can be on our feet, because now, with the ceremonial handshake over, we would like you all to remove your hats for the playing of, and stand up, come on chaps, and stand up for the playing of the national anthem of Great Britain. Thank you very much. And before we get to the prize draw, which is the last order of business, we've got one other thing to do. Now, for those of you who race here every month, you will be well aware of the, quite frankly, terrifying accident that befell Masatori Wada at the last club meeting. He was airlifted away and you know, was very lucky to emerge with all limbs and indeed a heartbeat intact, but he's here now, and I think he wants to come and say a few words to his drivers. And well, first of all, how are you feeling, and you know, what would you like to say?
Well, I think I'm getting better. Like first, I couldn't just walk around, but now I can walk around. So I think I'm getting better, and I just want to say thank you to all the marshals and medical team. Or like take care of me, and yeah, I want to say thank you to all the drivers. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. That is extremely well said, and I often say that the British team, and yeah, a round of applause I think is for a very brave young man. And I know that the Evolution Racing team was really, you know, willing you on. There's been a lot of support, and your dad has been posting on Facebook how you know, how close, you know, things could have been very different. So I think everybody needs to remember that the boys and girls in orange, Team TVKC, who are scattered around the place, they are the best in the country, and you know, you're very grateful that they are.
Yes.
Okay, and when are we going to... Now, I know your parents are there. We're not are you allowed back in a cart, ever? When are you going to be back?
I think like November or something.
November, okay. Have you told your mum that yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back in November, there we go. And I'm sure he'll be very popular when he does return. Thank you very much, Master Tori Wada. Thank you, sir. Masan. So, the prize draw. Now, the prize draw has already been done randomly by several independent witnesses, because normally we have raffle tickets flying about the place and it all goes horribly wrong, and then somebody finds their raffle ticket that has blown into the fence and starts moaning. So it was drawn like the National Lottery in front of an independent adjudicator using a set of balls number 3 and well, something like that, but it's been all done. So we will go through class by class, and again a big thank you to the tyre suppliers in the majority of the classes, and also then to Project 1 in Cadet Honda. So Cadet Iami, the winner of a set of Dunlop tyres, drawn by random, is Archie Mace. Archie, bound to be in his final year of a cadet, because he has been racing for 3 or 4 years in this class as an independent driver, and he's now got to get the prize from Bob Sampson and somehow work out how to hold 4 tyres. There we go, Archie. Well done, congratulations. And now we move on to Cadet Honda, and once again, thanks to Project 1, we have a free Arai helmet. And the free prize draw winner in Cadet Honda, another independent driver, Theo McCurris. And He also gets 4 balloons, which is nice. And there's a helmet with a box, don't drop it, and 4 balloons. And thank you very much. Well done, Theo. And thank you once again to Project One for their continued support. So we're on Minimax now, and it is a free set of Mojo tyres in Minimax, and the free prize draw winner in Minimax is Kai Hunter. And so, Kai, oh, don't give it to your brother, as he's got recenter in juniors, so maybe give him 1. But congratulations to Kai Hunter, the KR Sport driver, and that is a set of Mojo tyres, and now there's how to hold 4 tyres in 2 arms. There we are. But thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Sampson. You can wander off there. Well done. So, Kai, Councillor Sampson doesn't know the difference between a D1 and a D2. You can come and see Trent Valley Car Club afterwards. It's the ceremonial giving of it that's the key. Mini X30. Next, the first time. Now, this is the Kartmasters trophy for Mini X30, isn't it? Because we've got to be political. Yes, yes, yes. And thanks to Comet, we have a free set of tyres, and the free prize draw winner in Mini X30 is William Ellswood. And here's William. Now, you're on camera. Give the camera away if you won something. Congratulations. And he gets a set of tyres courtesy of Comet. And yeah, that's all. And William, if they're not quite right, just come and see Trent Valley Car Club later. Thank you. Well done, congratulations. Junior Rotax next, courtesy of Mojo. And the Junior Rotax free prize draw winner is Henry Stennett. And another of the Coles Racing Collective. And of course, it's always good because if they don't win and they're not here, then Trent Valley Car Club have got the right to say, we'll give it to someone else, or you get a bit embarrassed for not doing as you're told and coming to the parade. Naughty people. Okay, thank you very much. We now look on to, well done, Henry. We now look to OK Junior, thanks to Vega Tyres. And the free prize draw winner in OK Junior is Luke Preston. Someone send word down. Oh, we lost our 100% record of people at the parade. Oh, he's in the grandstand. What if he's in the grandstand? No, he's in the grandstand. Luke. Not at the parade. Oh, dearie me. Do you want your tyres? Okay, well, hasn't got his suit on. Here he comes. Right, looking a bit sheepish. Luke. Right, here we go. Through the Assemble Massive. There we are. Look at that lovely race suit and crash helmet you brought with you, Luke. So kind of you to say, no, out onto the circuit. There we are. Well done. Congratulations, Luke. And thank you very much. Don't slink off. Go on. Just because you were late, you can go on. You did win a set of tyres. There we are. Before we continue with the last couple of classes, could Nathan Chafer, Sam McDonnell, Matthew Graham, William Petit and Charlie Lamb all go to the stewards as soon as we're finished? As soon as we're finished, those drivers, because we have 3 classes to go, and in Junior X30, courtesy of Comet Tyres, it is Matthew Berry who wins the free prize draw. So the Litchfield Motorsport driver, Matthew Berry, congratulations. Just once again, Nathan Chafer, Sam McDonnell, Matthew Graham, William Petit and Charlie Lamb to go to the steward's office straight away. So if, in fact, actually, if you are in the parade, you're excused. That's Nathan Chafer, Sam McDonald, Matthew Graham, William Petit and Charlie Lamb. So congratulations to Matthew Berry. 2 classes to go. And again, thanks to Comet. These are the Senior X30 free prize draw. And the winner of the prize draw is Brett Ward. There's Brett. Absent without authorized permission from his teacher. Okay, thank you very much, Brett. Congratulations. It's about time he won something at Kart Masters, because he's lost about 12 GP plates over the year. He manages to find a way to lose one every year. OK, senior now, and this could be a bit of a problem getting it back on the plane. Courtesy of Vega, the free prize draw winner in OK senior, all the way from California, it's Dante Yu. And I wonder if the amount of money they're going to have to pay for excess baggage now is equated to the value of the tyres, although he's going to be back at the World Championships next month on the Comp Kart chassis. So congratulations, Dante. And well done. We will see once again, September the 21st to the 24th is when Dante and the rest of the OK Brigade will be here at the World Championship. So thank you very, very much for attending the Drivers' Parade. Go on then, off you go. We always try and get them to parade off in a line, and it never happens. So thank you very much. Good luck in the Grand Prix themselves. We'll be back with live streaming of the 2017 Kart Masters Grand Prix Finals just after 1:30. So while the TV cameras still show the assembled, and there's Chris Walker taking the Litchfield Motorsport group photo, we will take a short break, and the start of the 2017 MSA British Car Masters Grand Prix events begin at 1:35. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. 4 days of practice, qualifying, heat racing, and the pre-finals have boiled down to the next 3 or so hours, where we will crown the 2017 MSA Kart Masters Grand Prix champions. 9 races, 15 minutes plus 1 lap in this, the 22nd running of the GP plate meeting. 135 drivers have won a Kart Masters title. The most successful of all, Mike Simpson with 7 titles. Ben Barnacote has 5. Gary Catt and Mark Litchfield have 4. Alex Sims and Adam Christodoulou and George Russell have 3. But most drivers are lucky to just win 1. And so, the first final out very shortly be given the command, the traditional Kart Masters Grand Prix walkout. Will commence very shortly indeed, and on the front of the grid you can see the black and orange balloons. As always, Trent Valley Kart Club raising money for Links and Knots Air Ambulance. And thank you for tuning in for the second year. We have had the images streamed around the world thanks to Telemundi Media. And you can go and view all the action. It's live, but then you can go and review it on the Telemundi Media YouTube channel. And so, ladies and gentlemen at the circuit and watching back home, please welcome the Cadet Honda drivers for the 2017 MSA Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix. Onto the track with the mechanics all unintentionally playing kart mechanic bingo. Drivers settle themselves down on the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, the drivers wait on the grid. Cadet Honda. This is the 7th year that has been part of the MSA British Kart Masters Grand Prix. The prizes, the GP plate, an Oculus Rift and Touch virtual reality system for the winner. Set of tyres, the top 3. And the winners of this event, Stephen Prentice in 2011, Luke Wooder in 2012, Rory Hudson in 2013, Mark Kimber in 2014, Kieran Jeremy in 2015, last year's champion, Harry Thompson. And as we watch and look at the assembled grid, we can see that we have a couple of contenders. So kart mechanic bingo. If your mechanic has any one of the following 7 items, if they have their radio earpiece in, they need to check radio earpiece. Do they have their receiver around the back or their backside? Do they have their team t-shirt stroke tight fitted jacket? The t-shirt must be tight, it cannot be baggy, it must have the team logo on it. Do they have the mechanic shorts, which are very tight above the knee? They must stop above the knee, they must be very tight at the bottom, and they must have their team logo on them. Do they then have element number 5? Some very expensive, ideally extremely brightly coloured trainers. And then they have their apron, their team logo on the apron. Do they have their mechanic's tan? We'll check that. And there go the balloons. Straight into the grandstand. Nope, they're up and away. So raising money for the Links and Knots Air Ambulance, and everyone who has bought a ticket has got a ticket attached to the bottom of that. That is the release of the balloons. And we look down at the assembled grid. Pole position, driving kart number 7 for Next Gen Motorsport, it's Archie Brown. Archie currently leading the British Cadet Honda Championship. On the outside of row number 1, driving the number 2 kart for Virtus Motorsport, last year's Grand Prix runner-up Oliver Behrman. On the inside of row 2, driving kart number 70, one of 6 drivers doing both cadet classes. Driving for the Next Gen team, it is Aston Miller. On the outside of row 2, another Next Gen Motorsport driver, driver number 95, Southampton, Sonny Smith. On the inside of row 3, driving kart number 12 for the Fusion Motorsport team, is Koskan Irfan. On the outside of row 3, leading privateer in the field, driving kart number 74, who finished 5th in last year's Grand Prix, that is Theo McCurris. Driver number 38, Alfie Rigby, currently 13th in this year's British Championship. He starts on the inside of row number 4, and on the outside of row 4, privateer driver number 64, 16th in the Grand Prix last year, it's Oliver Greenall. Row number 5, number 63, Virtus Motorsports, kart of double duty driver Oliver Gray. And on the outside of row 5, the number 36 Next Gen Motorsport kart of Neo Phipps. Ambition Motorsports driver number 27, Zach Walters, starts on the inside of row 7, and Harvey Charter for the global karting team starts the number 29 kart on the outside of row number 6. The number 73 Project 1 kart of Tristan Rennie and his Project 1 teammate, the number 79 Kyle Casibante, who finished 20th in last year's Grand Prix. They share row 7. On row number 8, double duty driver number 23, Ollie Roller Motorsports, Arvid Lindblad. Arvid finished 8th in last year's Cadet Honda Grand Prix, and the O-Plate winner, the British Open champion for global karting, Lucas Ellingham. Daniel Ginchard and Ethan Simmons start on row 9. Ryan Willis and Josh McLean on row 10. Justin Brouard and Marcus Lucio on row 11. Sandro Ballesteros and Luke West on row 12. Declan Russell on row 13. The green flag at the back of the grid is raised. The drivers look at the gantry. Lights out. We are racing in the 2017 Kart Masters Grand Prix Finals, and it is poleman Archie Brown who leads the field under the Litchfield Bridge for the first time, and out onto the banking. Drivers going very wide there. Try and get the best run onto the bridge. All 25 Cadet Hondas safely through the first 3 corners, and there's a collision at the back of the field with 2 drivers going up the banking. But at the front it is Archie Brown who has the race lead. It's the number 69 kart. It was one of those Ethan Simmons, but it's Brown. In the number 7, his teammate Aston Miller runs second. Then it's Alfie Rigby. Great start from Rigby. He said the key was overtake in the drivers' parade. He is doing just that. Joshua McLean in the number 76 kart was also caught up in that first lap incident at turn number 4. Miller holding on to second on your screens with the green and white BRK part of Rigby in third. Archie Brown completes lap number 1. The lead of nearly 3/4 of a second, but that will disappear very shortly. In fact, it has already disappeared because the slipstream effect comes into play. Brown heads the field over the bridge. There, flashing through turn number 4, is the number 2 Virtus Motorsport kart of Oliver Behrman, currently running in 4th place. It's Brown and Miller. Make that Brown, Rigby, Behrman and Miller. The top 4. Then it is Oliver Greenall. Great start for number 64, Oliver Greenall, from 8th up to 5th. Oliver Gray is next. Then Harvey Charter in 7th place. Theo McCurris in 8th. Behrman sets off after race leader Archie Brown through the Mike Wilson complex. Then they flick left. Will that left hander they've just gone through be the scene of any last gasp desperation maneuvers before the afternoon is out? You can almost guarantee it. Change of lead. Behrman, with help from Rigby, moves into top spot. The field file through now. Oliver Behrman knew he had to, anything less than a win after finishing second last year would be a failure for Behrman in his own eyes. He will be checking over his shoulder, signaling to Alfie Rigby, come on, let's go. Because he knows that Brown and Miller and the number 64 kart of Oliver Greenall, they will all try and work as one to get up to the front. There is the number 63 kart on your screen, another of the Virtus Motorsport machines. That is Oliver Gray, and he is chasing number 95 of Sonny Smith. That is for 6th position, so the front 5 have broken clear. And it falls to Smith and Gray and Harvey Charter and Theo McCurris. Oscar Erpen just behind them to hunt down the top 5. And there is the move from Irfan, who was the dominant factor in most of the heat races in that number 12 Virtus kart. Irfan won 2 of his 4 races. He had 2 wins and a 2nd place finish, but he now finds himself down in 7th place. Behrman and Rigby continue to lead, 0.3 of a second in front of Archie Brown, Aston Miller and Oliver Greenall. The back of the pack, off camera we have had a couple of little spins. These 3 drivers now chasing the 2 green and white predominantly liveried machines. Brown, Miller and Greenall go under the bridge. Onto the banking, and you can see Brown and Miller are closing in down the hill. The front 5 have got daylight between them. Aston Miller pushing Archie Brown, his teammate, along, sets a new fastest lap, 68.45 seconds. All 25 drivers are still running. Luke Weston, Ethan Simmons, Zach Walters, Josh McLean and Sandro Ballesteros have all had grassy moments, but are still running. And a change behind the top 5, that is not going to help the chasing pack. Koskan Irfan, Theo McCurris, Harvey Charter, Sonny Smith and Daniel Inchard trying to work together best they can, chasing these 3. 9 minutes to go. On to the start-finish straight in front of the packed spectator grandstand, past the dummy grid, the panorama room, underneath the starting gantry, and then through the flat-out right-left chicane, the Bruno Ferrari bend, under the bridge, out onto the banking, steep climb uphill, but they're going flat out in these Cadet Honda karts, 50 miles an hour, across the bridge, hard right, downhill. Perfect opportunity to overtake into this hairpin. Behrman knows that. Bends, Rigby tries to attack, their attempts to get away will be spoiled. Through the second hairpin now. Up the short chute, past where the timing and scoring building used to be. Now into the Fullerton S's, left, right. Careful not to run out too wide on the curbs at the exit. They head down to the back straight. Another 90-degree right-hander at Bobby Game corner, which sets them up instantly for the Mike Wilson complex. Doubles back on yourself. You turn right then, left flick. Then into the final chicane, left and right. Over the curbs, but not onto the grass blocks, to complete another lap. Behrman and Rigby are now half a dozen kart lengths clear of the number 7 of Archie Brown. Brown has not got anyone to push him along because Miller and Greenall are another 10 kart lengths behind them. So if Archie Brown in kart number 7, the current British Championship leader, he is going to get on terms with the 2 leaders. He has to do it without any help. He's got Miller in that distinctive blue and orange crash helmet, and Greenall trying to catch him, to work with him. There's Aston Miller, number 70 Next Gen Motorsport team, the Next Gen team run by former double kart masters champion David Bell Chambers. So David, who does a lot of driver coaching, will have been coaching his drivers, getting them into the mental frame of mind, what you need to do to win this race. Well, I'm not a driver coach, but I can tell them that what they need to do to win this race is they need to catch those 2 karts that are trying to break away and win. Instead, those 2 karts, Behrman and Rigby. Sonny Smith sets a new fastest lap. That is number 95 kart in 7th place. Theo McCurris is in 6th. The gaps are growing, and I have to say, this is something of a surprise that the Cadet Honda race is so spread out, because throughout the heats we have seen trains of karts running together. McCurris in that black and gold kart, back of the camera shots coming into the Fullerton S's. It's got ahead of Smith. Then there's a gap back to Koskan Irfan. Daniel Ginchard is working with Irfan, so is Harvey Charter and Lucas Ellingham in 11th. Oliver Gray is then 12th, followed by Arvin Lindblad in 4th. Tristan Rennie and Arvin Lindblad. Neo Phipps and Justin Brouard are next. The top 20 is rounded out by Ryan Willis, Carl Casabante, Declan Russell and Marcus Muzio. All 25 drivers still running. But the leaders have a 1.2 second advantage over Archie Brown, and Brown is now falling back into the clutches of Miller and Greenall, and that may not be a bad thing as McCurris breaks into the 1:07 barrier, 1:07.97, because if Rigby tried to wrestle the lead away from Behrman very briefly there. Behrman was having none of it. But if Brown does fall back into the clutches of Miller and Greenall, they will work together, the 3 of them, he has. So Miller will push Brown. Greenall will push Miller, and 12 wheels, 3 engines will have a lot more momentum than 4 wheels and 1 engine. Question is, do they have time? Because the gap to Behrman and Rigby is growing. It's now 1.6 seconds. Through turn number 1. McCurris and Smith, they haven't given up yet either. There's still 4.5 minutes to go, and if Behrman starts to defend, and he'll have to because Alfie Rigby is right there with him, and Alfie Rigby, he had a 23rd place finish in his third heat, but other than that, 6th in qualifying on Thursday, and then a 6th, a 5th, sorry, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 7th for Rigby. So even though he is the lone bullet in the BRK karting gun, as it were, he has been very quick, and of course he's found a temporary teammate in Oliver Behrman, and they will work together while it serves both of them well to do so, until the time ticks down to very little. Cross the line. 10 laps now complete. And Rigby, well, he's got his nose cone resting on the rear bumper of Behrman's car. If he got any closer, he could quite literally pick his nose for it. McCurris again, a 67.181. Chasing pack, now 5 strong because McCurris has to turn around and thank Sonny Smith for that fastest lap, because it is Smith who is pushing McCurris up to Greenall. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th now all in a line. Just under 3 minutes to go, and the gap is 1.8 seconds, and we've had a change, a brief change, as Alfie Rigby off camera has grabbed the lead. Now Oliver Behrman. Oliver Behrman grab it straight back. I think he might have done, but it's Brown, Miller, Behrman back in front. Rigby, the gap was 1.87, it's now 1.85, but McCurris and Greenall are side by side. They don't need to do that, they got to work together onto the banking. Time is ticking, 2 minutes plus a lap. McCurris again fastest, 107.54. Behrman still leads. Rigby now has to start thinking when. When do I go? How long do I leave it? Do I wait until the last lap, or do I go now? The gap is down to 1.7 seconds, so Brown and Miller, Greenall, McCurris and Smith are closing. Irfan is now 8, but the gap back to Irfan is 4 seconds. Of the drivers still in with a shout, and I'll count the top 7 as those drivers with a chance. Brown and Miller are doing double duty. Behrman putting all his karting eggs in the 4-stroke Honda basket, as it were. Round the banking. Alfie Rigby not made his move yet, but we are into the final 60 seconds. Who is going to become the 136th driver? Write their name on the Kart Masters Roll of Honour, and it's breaking loose for 3rd. Now, Brown needs to not get caught up in a battle. 30 seconds to go, the gap is 1.4 seconds, they are closing, and if this group coming through the camera shot now just hangs on for another half a lap, then the leaders will start coming back to them, because Rigby will undoubtedly try to make a move, and Behrman will have to defend, and the minute Behrman starts to defend, he will slow down, and then Brown and McCurris has moved into 4th place, so privateer driver, independent run driver Theo McCurris, they cross the line, with 2 seconds to go. They don't get the last lap board. This is the 14th and penultimate lap, so Rigby has 2 laps to go, and Behrman is taking a tighter line through the banking. Rigby who's going to start moving around. Down the hill, will we see Behrman jump to the inside? Will we see Rigby make a move? Not this time. Behrman takes the normal racing line. Will Rigby duck to the inside into the second hairpin? No. Alfie Rigby wants to wait as long as possible. Checks across. You can see Alfie Rigby just looking over at the grandstand just to see what his mechanic's doing. He'll have been instructed or been given guidance to say this is how you do it. And he's waiting. The clock has struck 0. The last lap board is being unfurled. Oliver Behrman comes on to the start-finish straight, just under 1,500 metres away from a kart master's title that he lost very narrowly last year to Harry Thompson. Alfie Rigby will try and break his heart again. Behrman knows. Who's another one? And there's still 1.5 seconds ahead. Down the hill, Behrman checks over his shoulder. He can see there's only Rigby there. Brown and McCurris are not going to catch them. It's going to be a scrap for third between Archie Brown and Theo McCurris, unless something catastrophic happens. There goes Rigby. Rigby makes his move into the second hairpin. He dived out last minute and grabbed the lead. Behrman wasn't caught napping. He wasn't expecting that move there. We're down to half a lap to go. Oliver Behrman, last year's runner-up, has to try and do something. Look for that left-hander. They're coming into the right-hander now. This next corner, is Behrman going to go over it? He can't, because Rigby has got it. Rigby defends. He's going to slow himself down through the Mike Wilson complex. Behrman's got the run over the curb, drag race to the line, wheel to wheel. Behrman on the grass. Oh my goodness me, Behrman gets it by 4,000th of a second, and Oliver Behrman turns second place last year into first place this year, and Alfie Rigby did everything he could. The one thing he didn't do is he didn't drive Oliver Behrman clean off the track, and he has to, and Behrman just kept coming and he just got the momentum. You could see Oliver Behrman setting up Alfie Rigby through. Thought Oliver Behrman's going to go with that left-hander. It's the type of corner that only Oliver Behrman thinks about making a move on, and he showed that he knows a lot more than I do. He waited, and Alfie Rigby was almost suspecting that to happen, because Alfie Rigby defended into that left-hander, and that meant he was a little bit slower through the last chicane, and Behrman just swung wide. He thought to himself, well, if I bend the chassis, I bend the chassis. He launched himself over that curb, got the momentum, and is provisionally your 2017 Grand Prix winner in Cadet Honda. The rest of the top 10, Archie Brown third for Next Gen, then leading privateer Theo McCurris in fourth, Sonny Smith finishes fifth, Aston Miller, Oliver Greenall, Koskan Irfan, Lucas Ellingham and Daniel Ginchard, your top 10, Arvid Lindblad, Justin Brewitt, the top 12, Oliver Gray, Harvey Charter and Tristan Rennie, the top 15, Neil Phipps, Joshua McLean, Declan Russell, Ryan Willis and Kyle Casabante round out the top 20, with Marcus Luzio, Zach Walters, Sandro Ballesteros, Ethan Simmons and Luke Weston. The rest of the finishers, 25 started, 25 finished, and a very, very exciting end to the Cadet Honda Grand Prix. That was race 54. Race 55 will be the Junior Rotax event, and we will see 17 drivers being led out very shortly indeed.
10 more really good races to go.
And there is the scene of Oliver Behrman being congratulated by his mechanic, and he gets, well, he almost gets beaten up, let's be fair. That was no, this the emotion, and now of course he's being instructed, come on, Gaynor Griffin there, don't mess with Miss Griffin. And Oliver Beerman, he looks pleased with that. And there's the Trent Valley Kart Club treasurer Leslie Richardson, just kind of, yeah, manoeuvring Oliver out towards the other Kartmasters tradition. And the other Kartmaster tradition is the parade car. And see, for those of you that are watching karting for the first time, or you're not sure, you're watching a friend's son or daughter race, well, you see his rib protector, Oliver Beerman's rib protector there, because there is no suspension on these karts, and you're getting buffeted around. You can imagine that Oliver Beerman drove over a concrete curb at 50 miles an hour there, or approaching 50 miles an hour, with no suspension, and that will wake your ribs up any day of the week. So they do most of the drivers wear these rib protectors. Alfie Rigby in the BRK overalls there, and well, when you lose a race like that, it's always disappointing, but he couldn't have done anything more. He suckered. Oh, there's Archie Brown. Well, Archie Brown for the next gen team completes the podium. There will be no double duty winner in cadet, and for the drivers, for the spectators and fans in the grandstand and in the dummy grid area, please show your appreciation to the top 3 finishers in the 2017 Cadet Honda British Karting Grand Prix. 3rd place, Archie Brown. 2nd place, Alfie Rigby. And your GP plate holder, Oliver Beerman. And congratulations for those 3 drivers. And behind them, you will notice the next race coming out. That is Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax drivers settle themselves down on the grid. This class first run in 2001. Ewan Allers-Hankey was the inaugural champion. And then it was David Bellchambers in 2002, Callum McLeod in 2003, Colin Brown in 2004, Adam Christodoulou in 2005, 2006, Mitch Bayer-Goldman, then Andrew Tooley from the Tooley Motorsports team in 2007, Lee Napolitano in 2008, Ash Hand in 2009, Sean Babington 2010, Jack Barlow 2011, 2012 was Toby Sowery's turn, then Josh Price, Dave Wooder, Tom Gamble, and last year's champion, Miles Apps. None of these 17 drivers have won a Kartmasters title before. 3 of them, Tyler Chesterton, Bradley Barrett, and Jason Lockwood, are racing in 2 classes. Already seen 6 drivers to 16 doing double duty have their hopes dashed. 3 more now step up to the plate. And on pole position, driving kart number 7 for Coles Racing is Tyler Chesterton. He was the runner-up in last year's Grand Prix. On the outside of row number 1, driving kart 75 for KR Sport, Clayton Ravenscroft, currently 4th in the British Championship. On the inside of row number 2, driving kart 10 for Dan Holland Racing, currently 2nd to Chesterton in the British Championship, it is Bradley Barrett. On the outside of row 2, the British Open champion, the O-Plate winner, privateer driver, Tommy Foster. On the inside of row number 3, driving kart 33 for the KR Sport team, Reese Hunter, and his teammate number 58, Finley Bunce. Ben Burgess and Henry Stennett for Coles Racing start on row number 4, and then it's number 17, KR Sport entry Tom Edmonds, and the 698 Racing number 44, Samuel Harrison, round out the top 10. Lights are out. 15 minutes of junior Rotax racing. The title and the honour of the GP plate holder as well. His helmet, alloy helmet, Oculus Rift virtual reality system. Counts for a prize fund of over £30,000 across all classes and special awards. Into the first hairpin, Tommy Foster, 5th position, having to hold off, but there's the leader. It's Chesterton and Barrett. Those 2 drivers, the 7 and the 10. The 7 and the 10 signifies they finished 7th and 10th respectively in last year's British Championship. Only the top 10 are allowed to use their national rankings. Nobody else, apart from Tyler Chesterton, can race a junior Rotax kart anywhere in the UK with number 7. Barrett, then 3rd place kart, leading KR Sport is number 33, Reese Hunter. A gap behind the top 3 already. Hunter has a look at the inside, and oh, a problem there. Oh, Hunter, the number 33, Reese Hunter, has pulled off. He's looking down, that's in the track rod area. Has something come loose? You could see him make, I thought he was making a move, but he was pulling to the inside. Barrett now leads, Chesterton 2nd, and Reese Hunter out of the race. His Kartmasters challenge is over. We are down, well, we are down to 16 drivers. On the screen there, 2 of his teammates, the KR Sport team, Clayton Ravenscroft, Finley Bunce and Tom Edmonds in that pack. And saw he's going to put high wind, the 3 tyres in his class, and well, tyres having all the Hunter family luck today. Barrett, Chesterton, slight gap to Ravenscroft, and then Tommy Foster. There's Tommy Foster flashing through your screen. Then the Coles Racing number 13 of Ben Burgess. The 58 of Finley Bunce making the move, coming off turn number 4, but Bunce up into 6th position. Behind Bunce is number 50. No, it's actually the 17, Tom Edmonds in 6th. Then it's Bunce in the 58, followed by the number 49. That is the Dan Holland Racing kart, teammate to Brad Barrett, George Holbrook. And Holbrook, you see Jason Lockwood in the 78, then Sam Harrison, Henry Stennett, Tina Chauhan, the number 99, one of the 6 drivers we have here racing from Dubai. And it is number 16 of William Newnham, Thomas Ward, Alex Baker, and Taylor Babs. Great shot there to give you some idea of the speed through the Bruno Ferrari chicane. Still travelling at 1 an hour. Tommy Foster in 4th place, sets a new fastest lap. Barrett, Chesterton, Ravenscroft, then the independent driver. No teammates, no truck, just him. Mechanic, Dan. Imagine Tommy Foster, drive from Newquay in Cornwall. He's challenging the perceived big order. Big wins, lots of teammates. The winning kart racing. Tommy Foster looking to put that myth to bed. Out onto the banking. Chesterton, Barrett, then Ravenscroft and Foster. We've got 10 and 3/4 minutes to go, and Bradley Barrett, you almost see him just like the cadets, just pushing Tyler Chesterton along. Tyler, who from Leicester, and there goes Clayton Ravenscroft into P2. Bradley Barrett doesn't try and fight back. He thinks, okay, I'll push you for a little bit. Let Chesterton get away. Tommy Foster is there. The gap behind them is up to 2.2 seconds to Finley Bunce, who is the new 5th place driver. You can see them coming through the top of your screen, but they're not quite rightly focusing on the back of the second. There's Foster, red and white. The Arden Young Racing Drivers Program overalls on the back of this cart. On to lap number 6. Oh, and Ravenscroft and Barrett side by side. Oh, and Ravenscroft on the outside of the turn 3 area, going onto the bridge past the reasonably large number of spectators that most of the spectators are on the camera side. Very pleased to welcome lots of fans of kart racing to the International here today. There's the battle for 5th position. It is led by the number 58 kart of Finley Bunce. It's the number 13 of Ben Burgess right behind him. Then the number 49 of George Holbrook. It's the best that George has gone all weekend. He is up into 7th place. Tom Edmonds in the number 17 KR Sport kart is right behind them. So that's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Bunce, who has not finished in the top 3 yet in any of his races. The 4 heats and the pre-final. Not finished lower than 6th either. At the moment he is running bang on target in 5th position, but he's got 2.3 seconds to make up to catch the 4 carts coming down the hill on your screens now. Chesterton, Ravenscroft, Barrett and Foster. Ravenscroft, driver from Edge End. He is going to try and just track Chesterton's wheels. We're not even halfway through this Junior Rotax Grand Prix yet. In fact, we're only on lap number 7. Tommy Foster has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 9.33 seconds. Are they pulling away from the chasing pack? The gap was 2.3 seconds, now 2.4, so they're inching away, and try as they might, Bunce, Burgess, Edmonds and Holbrook cannot catch these 4. Looks as though it'll be a 4-car battle, unless of course they start defending and slowing each other down, in which case, as they say that, Chesterton then moves across to the inside to cover the line, and Ravenscroft jinks to the inside. Ravenscroft and Chesterton wheel to wheel, side by side, and the move sticks. Bradley Barrett up to 2nd. Tommy Foster goes to 3rd. Tyler Chesterton is like having a flashback to his cadet days when he would go from 4th to 1st to 1st to 4th in the space of 2 corners. That's not supposed to happen in Junior Rotax, but I have to say the racing this weekend, or this week rather almost, has been second to none in terms of being fair. I hope I haven't just put confidence curse on that. 7 minutes to go. Barrett thought about, well, he tried to pass Ravenscroft, and now he does, diving to the inside of the banking. Ravenscroft had no choice but to give way. Stopped back in 2nd, Ravenscroft back to 3rd. Barrett leads from Chesterton in 1st heavy. Chesterton, 1 lap after losing the lead, decides he wants it back and takes it. Bradley Barrett, 2 wheels on the grass there. He's got to be careful, and he comes back on, and he had to step on the anchors there. Tommy Foster gives him a look over the shoulder of consternation, saying, "You nearly took me out there." Something like that. And if you notice, the gap back to Finley Bunce, it was 2.4 seconds. It's now less than 1 second, because top four has looked to demonstrate by points exactly what I said they shouldn't do, and it's cost them half their advantage. But now, they've lined up again, and they're behaving. On to the boundary, Chesterton by 3 kart lengths, through turn number 4. Litchfield Bridge named after 4-time kartmaster champion and multiple British karting champion Mark Litchfield. But Litchfield not racing here. He's looking after his team. He's semi-retired now. Boy, he's coming back. Taylor Babs, I believe, has joined the list of retirees. So Taylor Babs or Baker is out. Babs in the number 29 kart. His kart behind the barriers at turn at the first hairpin. 5 minutes to go. Here's the chasing pack on your screens. Holbrook in the number 49. Top 10 finish in the top 10 finish yet this week. There he is, the Dan Holland Racing number 49. But he's up to 8th place now. And he's actually leaders with points. Edmonds in the 17th, Burgess the second for Cole's kart, and just out of screen as the leaders now break loose again. Chesterton has fallen back. Ravenscroft put the move on in there 3 wide into the first hairpin. Well, it's game on now. 4.5 minutes to go. I think the gloves are off. Tommy Foster to the inside. Into P2. Chesterton grabs third back from Barrett. And if Bradley Barrett now looks over his shoulder, he will see that Finley Bunce, the driver who has almost crept through this year's Kartmasters, without finishing outside the top 6. Right there when it matters the most. And Finley has brought Tom Edmonds, Ben Burgess and George Holbrook with him. The first kart out of this league group now is 9th place kart of Jason Lockwood for Persistence Motorsport as Foster takes the lead. Tommy Foster, the independent run driver, now leads. Well, Theo McCurris gave the Privateer Brigade a really good shot at victory in Cadet Honda, the first Grand Prix. Now it's Tommy Foster's turn to promote karting as a family. And of course it's not possible for everybody. People have to work, pay for their racing, and people like myself look at an engine and think, where's the phone? I need to phone the garage. Rather than, oh look, let's fix it. But I'm not saying it's right or wrong or anything like that, I'm just making the point that Tommy Foster, not running with a big team, gets his head down. Can he add the GP plate to the Open, the British Open event? That's open to any MSA license holder in the UK. Foster is that champion. I think he won the English Championship as well. That's the E-plate champion, I believe. Well, he has got his work cut out here. Without wanting to decry either. Oh my goodness me, there's a collision. Foster is, and Chesterton, oh, they just locked wheels. Ravenscroft goes through, and that was, they weren't trying to, it was just a case of Foster on the inside, and I think Chesterton went to the outside, and as they braked for the corner, the rear wheels just touched, and they spat each other round. Chesterton is still going, so is Foster, but it's Clayton Ravenscroft with 2 minutes to go from Bradley Barrett, and then Finley Bunce in third. Behind Bunce, it is Edmonds, Burgess, Holbrook, and Foster now at the back of that pack. Is there any damage to that kart? Behind Foster, Jason Lockwood, Tamer Chauhan in 9th place. There's Foster, still in that lead back. We look back, Chesterton is 11th. And Ravenscroft begins to defend. And round the outside comes George Holbrook. But he doesn't make the move there. It's now Ravenscroft, Barrett, Bunce, Edmonds, Burgess, Holbrook, Foster. 8 drivers. Got a 2.6 second gap back to Dubai's Tamer Chauhan. With Lockwood, Harrison, Chesterton 11th, then Stennett. There's a move from Edmonds, and Foster now picks off Ben Burgess. I don't think Tommy Foster's done yet. He's got 1 minute and 5 cars to pass to try and redress the balance. Ravenscroft and Barrett under the bridge. Third place, there's Barrett trying to sneak under Finley, or Finley Bunch trying to sneak under Barrett. Edmonds, Foster and Holbrook. And Tommy Foster picks off Tom Edmonds, the fourth. Wow. And 30 seconds to go. Leighton Ravenscroft still leads from Barrett, from Bunce, from Foster, from Edmund, Burgess, Holbrook, and then a gap to Chohan, Lockwood, Harrison, Chesterton, Stennett, Newnham, Ward and Baker. The last lap ball is going out. 1 lap for Clayton Ravenscroft to hang on. 1 lap for Tommy Foster to do what appears to be impossible. You never say that at Kartmasters. And what about Finley Bunce? Finley Bunce has not led so much as a corner of Kartmasters 2017, but he has put himself in a position where he could be the champion. Ravenscroft's going to have to defend. From Barrett, who's going to break and try and go wide at the first hairpin? The answer, nobody. Ravenscroft, Bunce, Barrett, then Bunce. Now Bunce goes to the outside, but he's going to get freight train. Here comes Foster, and Finley Bunce, wheel to wheel with Tommy Foster. Oh, and they're going to slow each other down, and that is Foster back into third. Barrett challenging Ravenscroft. Clayton Ravenscroft now will swing wide into the Bobby Gain corner. We will go up the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. Foster is third, Bunce is fourth. They've all concertina together. Clayton Ravenscroft comes out of the final corner. Are we going to have a repeating Cadet Honda? Can Barrett get there? It is Ravenscroft, all by 300th of a second. I almost thought he took his hands off the steering wheel, which he shouldn't do, too soon. Because Barrett was on his way. And Clayton Ravenscroft is your provisional 2017 MSA Kartmasters Grand Prix winner. Barrett finishes second. Well, Ravenscroft didn't compete in this event last year, wins it this year. Barrett, second. Third was Tommy Foster, and the top 7 by less than 2 seconds were covered at the end of it. Foster, that must be the only time that in junior Rotax where somebody has had a proper crash and come back and finish on the podium. Remarkable stuff. Finley Bunce finishes 4th. Well, with the whole of Kartmasters 2017, finishing 4th, 5th and 6th in every single race. But all he could say was that he was there, he gave himself a chance. Tom Edmonds, 5th. There is Clayton Ravenscroft now. He's who is more happy? And there we go. That is the moment you wanted to see, where the shake of the hands between the first and second place driver. Tom Edmonds 5th. George Holbrook saves his best for last and finishes in 6th position, followed by Ben Burgess from Dubai. And another big hello to the collective at the Al Ain Raceway and the Dubai Kartdrome, because I'm not picking favourites, is Tamer Chohan in 8th. And the post-mortem back in the pits, there's George Holbrook. He's going to be happy with his best result, 6th place. Jason Lockwood 9th, Sam Harrison 10th. Tyler Chesterton finishes 11th. Oh, poor Tyler Chesterton there. You know what happened? It was just the locking of the wheels, the wrong time, the wrong angle. Henry Stennett finishes 12th, then William Newman, Thomas Ward, and Alex Baker. And watching on the screens there, that is Tommy Foster. He will look at a podium at Kartmasters as an opportunity lost. Barrett there in second, and of course the carts will go into Parc Fermé. The scrutineering team will look over them in the first order of business. is to check the nose cone brackets, because if the nose cone down and dropped, then that's a penalty, and that is that. And we saw that last year in Junior X30, where everyone thought that Oliver York had won, and then Callum Bradshaw emerges on the parade car. But the scrutineering team, the guys in white and orange, they are the technical team here. There's an army of them. Finally, there's Clayton Ravenscroft, who's taking his helmet off. And Finley Bunce looking there, he's just missed out on the podium. Oh, did you win? Oh, well done. Can I go? And here we go. There are your top three. And of course, they have to be guided because they haven't gone through the weighbridge, or they haven't had all the final checks yet. Well, they must have been weighed. They've gone through the brick building. And so, on your screens, you see, holding the checkered flag in the center of the car, Clayton Ravenscroft from Hedgen down in Hampshire. And, well, if anybody is leaving Kartmasters tonight and has a van breakdown, just give Steve Ravenscroft a ring, and it's the only time he's going to give you a free recovery, because he's going to be so happy. And Ravenscroft, Bradley Barrett, and Tommy Foster. So well done, your top three in Junior Rotax. I'm sure you're appreciating them, and they cross in front of the grandstand. The next final will be coming out shortly, but just been joined in the commentary box by an ex-kart racer, Ricky Collard, who's here as a Stilo Helmets ambassador. Hello, Ricky, how are you? With your BMW Motorsport logos on, how is it going?
Yeah, it's going really well. Saw you up here. I thought you were getting a little bit lonely, so I thought I'd just quickly come up and see. But no, fantastic racing so far today. Obviously, we've got all the finals coming up now. So yeah, no, very good.
Now, what are you and your brother Ricky and your brother Stud Norm, Jordan Collard have both competed in Kartmasters. Your memories of this event, how hard it is, you know, how tough it is to do that, because and congratulations as well on your recent exploits at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, like I say, from personal experience competing in the Kartmasters, you know, all these drivers that are coming out now that have made it to the A final, they all deserve a massive round of applause and, you know, pat on the back. You know, all these guys have put in so many hard hours of working, and you know, it's really going to pay off now. But you know, for the lucky few that have made it to the A final, I'm sure we're going to see a good battle.
Yes, indeed, and of course your role is now you're here with Nicky Grist and the Stilo Helmets as a brand ambassador for them. Is it nice to come back to karting and just, you know, to enjoy but to be provoking something because you're now a proper racing driver?
A proper racing driver, yes. No, it's good to come back here and give something back to the sport. You know, you see a lot of drivers out there with the RI crash helmet, but no, I can tell you the Stilo is also very good. I think we've got Harry Thompson, who's on pole position for his final, using the Stilo. So yeah, if anybody's available and wants to come down and have a look at the crash helmets, then by all means, you've got the legend that's Nicky Grist that's down there and his team.
I mean the Welsh legend that is Ricky Grist. Thank you very much. Well, Ricky Collard, you're around, and again, there'll be lots of people pleased to see you, and it's really good that you've come back. And of course, Nicky Grist is a prominent figure now in kart racing at lots of meetings promoting Stilo. The Nürburgring 24 hours, that's an experience that maybe some of these drivers will look forward to in the future if they progress like you have.
Yep, Nürburgring 24 hours is a bit of a crazy race. There's so many cars. I'm in the karting mode at the moment, but probably on a track not much wider than what these guys are on. And it almost brings you back to karting. You know, a lot of racing in some cars and some classes and categories. You know, there's not much overtaken, but you come to karting and there's so much overtaken, and there's so much for the spectators and everyone to see. And you get that a little bit at Nürburgring. You get so many cars, you get different mixture of skill levels, and I think it's the people that have done karting that learn how to navigate through the traffic and find the right places to overtake, and where not to overtake as well. Another important thing, because you know, I'm seeing quite a few karts go back on the recovery bus, and yeah, no, it's a good learning experience here for sure.
Excellent, thank you again. I know we can't spend too long chatting, even though it would be lovely to, because we've got a Junior OK race. Now, you raced in the forerunner of this, in the KF class. You can give some perspective to the spectators here, just how tough the CIK favoured class in juniors is. It is very, very hard, very powerful, very physical indeed.
Definitely, like you say, this track is probably one of the best tracks obviously in the country. It's very, very smooth and obviously very safe as well with the crash barriers. But you know, you see the drivers going through some of the bumpy corners, and you can. I was stood up on the bank where there's quite a few spectators up there, and you can see the kart bouncing around quite a lot. And you see the guys having to hold on. These karts aren't that light, and you know, some of the drivers like myself aren't that tall, aren't that big. So you know, the kart moves around a lot, and you know, the driver's fitness, especially over what we've got, a 15-minute final. Yeah, or 20-minute final. You know, it can really take it out on you. These guys have already been in the kart ready for 5 minutes. It's not too hot today, but you know, you go to some venues, you know, you sat in the car for nearly half an hour, 45 minutes. So, you know, hydration is obviously really important. Muscular strength and physical condition, and also the mental side as well, being able to focus solidly for the entire race without making a single mistake.
Well, thank you very much, Ricky. And of course, you mentioned that, you know, Stilo, does Nicky do a line of rib protectors?
Nicky hasn't got into a line of rib protectors yet, but he's a bit of a geezer, and I'm sure he'll give it a try.
Oh, there we go. There's a couple of quid to be made there. Well, thank you very much, Ricky, for popping by. You can see the Junior OK grid has formed, and this is the class that will contest the World Junior Karting Championships here at PFI next month. It's an international field led by the 27 Joseph Taylor Jade race team on the Fullerton chassis. Morgan Porter for the M Sport team on a Tony Kart number 2, last year's runner-up of the British Championship on the outside of row number 1. Sean Butcher and Shiab Al-Habsi on row 2. Jamie Day and Angus Moolsdale row 3. Luca Griggs and Loris Caribou on row 4. Enzo Schianti and Daniel Butterworth row 5. Luke Preston and Suleiman Zanfari on row 6. Chris Lullum and Cameron Coombs on row 7. Klaas Koike on row 8. What has happened before is done. Whether people have raced or not, if they've saved tyres or not, it matters little, because what does matter now is who crossed the line first at the end of 15 minutes. Everybody has played their hand. There's equipment you were given. It's got to be all on the tarmac right now. And 17 or 15 drivers from 6 different countries bring them to the line. Joseph Taylor leads the field through the Bruno Ferrari chicane, out onto the banking with Morgan Porter slotting into second place. Is that Sean Butcher? It is Butcher in the number 57 Barrett racing kart who slots into second. And again, we will talk about the racing on the track, but with one set of tyres the last 3 days of racing, Chris Lullum, the reigning European champion in Junior X30, chose not to go out for the heats to save tyres, and then broke down in the pre-finals. So he's got fresher tyres, but he is still at the back, and he will have to try and now prove why. He finished 5th in this year's European Championship, I believe. He's been one of the quickest drivers in Europe, the Peel Saxon racing team this year. Now got to prove it against some of the best. Taylor, Frenchman, Prix, the warning flag for his efforts. There's the number 21 kart going through the screen. That's Caribou for the Fusion Motorsport team. And Taylor, Barrett, Butcher and Porter, the top 3. Morgan Porter, and while we're watching this, a few minutes ago, this could happen anytime. And Ricky's done a bit of commentating before. Porter, the M Sport team, now takes second place. Now, obviously, Ricky was a junior driver before. Some of these, all of these drivers are still cadets, but raced for the Fusion team in cadet, I believe, and then you were on the Racing Steps Foundation in KF3. this is a long race. The temptation is to use your stuff early, but you do have to conserve. You've got Taylor, Porter, and then Shihab Al-Habsi from Oman in third position. Sean Butcher across the line. So it's Taylor from Tyne and Weir who leads. You look back and you see that Chris Lulham is still 13th. And Lulham's got to make progress. And of course, I'm not going to ask Ricky about who's got in his class so far because he's arrived. But to see a driver from Oman and to see a driver from Dubai with Jamie Day in 5th position, that shows that the karting is such a global sport, and the centre of it seems to be in Lincolnshire, because you've raced against people from all over the world. As we've got a change for the lead, Morgan Porter, and Joseph Taylor's fighting back. And through the Fullerton S's, you've been around this track so many times. That crossover move is a classic.
Yeah, definitely. That was a bit of a textbook cutback there by Joseph Taylor. But yeah, the first couple of laps, really, really crucial in race. You can see now that about sort of the top 5, 6, 7 cars are starting to break away a little bit. And once you miss that slipstream, then you can't really get it back. So again, fighting over again. So of course, down Taylor. Taylor maybe sticking behind him. Will he look to go down the inside of the hairpin? No, he doesn't. He sticks behind him. You can see these two guys now trying to push to get away, but at the same time they're battling.
Because Porter and Taylor, they both want to lead, but they know that Lulham potentially is just at the fast lap of the race with 11 minutes to go. There's a lot of racing left to go, and you've got Al-Habsi just 0.3 of a second behind. It must be so frustrating when you're in a battle and you can't pull away from the guy that's racing you, but yet he can't pull away from. It's a real test of patience, if anything else, because you're looking over your shoulder and you can see that you've got Al-Habsi, Butcher and Jamie Day in the number 24 KR Sport Kart, and then Loris Caribou, the Frenchman. So Loris Caribou with Chris Bailey on the spanners this weekend in the number 21. Then it is Luca Griggs, and side by side behind Griggs it's Suleiman Zanfari from Morocco and Luke Preston, and there's a change for second. So M Sport 1-2, Taylor, the only Fullerton chassis, the only Jade kart entry. He's got Sean Butcher behind him, and now Morgan Porter pulling away down. Here's Saxton Racing number 20, Chris Lulham, up into the top 10 now. And actually he's into 9th past Luke Preston, but there has been a bit of a breakaway because the top 7 actually pulled clear. There is Porter, followed by Al-Habsi, followed by Taylor, then Jamie Day, and then Loris Caribou, followed by Luca Griggs, and Griggs in the blue and white M Sport number 99. They come off the bridge down towards the first hairpin. Taylor to the inside of Al-Habsi. Well, we have never had an Omani GP plate winner. We've never had a Dubai-based GP plate winner. And looking back at the number 21 kart, we've never had a Frenchman win the GP plate. Warning flag going out to Chris Lulham, and that is the problem. Chris Lulham is now he's got to get aggressive to get to the front, and he cannot risk having that nose cone off or drop down. Andrew Johnson runs in 11th, and Daniel Butterworth, Chris Moolsdale, Cameron Coombs and Klaas Koika, all key starters still running. Porter's lead now out to 3/4 of a second. Taylor and Al-Habsi in 3rd place. Morgan Porter starting to stretch away. So Pollard has just been outside to beat up Martin Bean. Thanks on behalf of everyone in karting. No, I'm joking. Just have to say hello because obviously, spend a long time around the paddock and get to know a lot of people. Butcher's there in 3rd, and Kieran Crawley run number 2 kart of Morgan Porter ahead of the Mark Allen run J team entry of Joseph Taylor. Butcher Al-Habsi and Day going through the qualifiers. And of course, the race here, obviously when the bridge was in play, and what's it like now coming, as you come onto this straight, this is the fastest part of kart racing in the UK, and then you go under that bridge, you've got drivers here that have never been that fast. You've got drivers from Mexico and Trinidad and Tobago even. What's it like going under that bridge, speeds of 80 miles an hour with a vehicle that wants to throw you out at every given opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. That's probably one of the most exciting corners on the track. So, as these guys come under the bridge, I think they're completely flat to the right, to the left, and then the next right, and you see some of the guys climbing the curb to try and open the banking corner. You know, some drivers use the curb, some drivers don't use the curb, and you know it can unsettle the car. So, you know, it's almost quite a risky move. It might be quicker, so maybe on a qualifying lap, or if you want to get the maximum out of it, you can take it. But you know, seeing some of these karts and they're sparks flying out from underneath, and you know they're coming off the curb and it's sliding around quite a lot. But if you get it to work, by all means, I think you should. But it looks cool. I think Chris Walker did a good picture over there.
Chris Walker, there's Sean Butcher, and of course, you know, you've been in races as well, especially at the British Championship, where there's been only say a dozen of you, and the tyres are used up so quickly. You know, not all the drivers have done all the races this weekend, and you know whether that's against the rules, but it's the tactics that you play. You know, as a driver, you think to yourself, well, I want to win the GP plate, so I'm going to do what I need to do to make sure that I do that. It's very different from something from an outside perspective to think, yeah, they're not racing, and that's very true. You know, in my opinion, but it is hard when you're in the class with not many people, and you know the tyres are critical. You haven't got another set. It would be so much easier if everyone had a fresh set of tyres to the final. We could all go for it, you know.
Definitely, I completely agree with that. To be honest, you know, it's a massive shame that we haven't had all the drivers doing all the racing. But you know, you've got to understand that these guys are here to win. They're not here to finish second. And you know, if they can find some kind of advantage through doing the system that way, then they're going to do it. You can see Lullamatch, he's coming all the way up now. He's up to 8th already, and he's obviously on these fresh tyres. So it'll be interesting to see. We've still got just under 6 minutes to go. Plus obviously the extra lap. And whether or not Lullum, they are with the fastest lap of 57.630. If he can continue to push on and catch the guys in front, you know, I think that you have to be a betting man. The odds are against him, but you know, I'll put 5 on him.
Well, yeah, that's you know, there's a driver's perspective who's not directly involved, and Joseph Taylor, and of course Morgan Porter. The problem is that, you know, all it takes is all of them to do it, and then suddenly you've got 15 minutes of spare track time and no one to listen to but me and you, and that's it. But luckily, everyone else is the traditional method of going kart racing, and Morgan Porter, he missed a race as well at the start one race. Joseph Taylor has done every corner of every lap, and he's one of the youngest drivers in the field, 12 years old, and Suleiman Zanfari going through. So Taylor and Butcher, well, Butcher's done nearly every corner because he actually retired at the last corner of the first heat, but a lot of these drivers will, you know, they're doing double duty, they're doing 2 classes. I think in this class, Porter's doing 2, Angus Moulsdale's doing 2, and Angus Moulsdale is down in 11th place now. Jamie Day in the number 24 kart, he's doing 2 classes, and Jamie Day's actually in the top 5. There's Lullum now coming up to Luca Griggs. So the drop nose cone rule, Lullum has got to be very, very careful. 4 minutes to go, and as you can see, there's a gap. The key will be how, if Lullum, and I'm sure Lullum will get past Griggs, there he goes, and you know, Griggs quite sensibly, you know, in battle with him. How quickly can Chris Lullum now bridge the gap between himself and the top 5? And Ricky Conrad's 5er is, you know, on the table. The lead 5 are coming into the first hairpin. 4 minutes to go. Porter leads by 3/10 over Taylor. Al-Habsi is there in 3rd. No, that's Butcher in 3rd. Al-Habsi 4th, and then Day in 5th. Then it's Lullum, and the gap is about 30 kart lengths at the moment. 3.5 minutes. It all depends on when Morgan Porter and Joseph Taylor start battling. That will be the key.
Definitely, I think they're all being pretty well behaved at the front, which is a little bit of a problem here for Lullum. You know, second these guys start to battle with it, he will just concentrate on the battle. And obviously with these fresh tyres, we'll be able to hopefully see some great overtakes. But look at the amount he's taken out of them already. He's nearly on the back of them with 3 minutes 13 as they ride on board and as he goes onto the bridge. Again, Lullum taking a lot of curb under the bridge, over the banking section. That must be again really good as a driver. And again, as they come down the hill, but you can sort of see the front two trying to get away a little bit, and then you've got third and fourth trying to get away a little bit, and then you've got obviously Lullum absolutely driving the wheels of his car to try and get on the back of them. Oh, they change to the lead, and I'll pass you back over to Henry.
Well, that's no problem at all. I mean, I think I missed the last lap and half a race once. But Joseph Taylor has gone back into the lead. So Taylor, who has just gone on with the job of turning left, right, and pressing the loud pedal as often as possible, whilst nothing else will be going on around him, now finds himself ahead of Morgan Porter. But you can see Porter, he's very stable in the car, obviously bigger in stature, he's a couple of years older. This is, I think, his second or third season as a junior, and Joseph Taylor is fresh out of cadet, so Porter's got that physical strength. He's sat right on the bumper of Joseph Taylor. Down the hill, 2 minutes to go. Shiab Al-Habsi is now holding off Sean Butcher and Jamie Day. The gap between Day in 5th and Lullum in 6th is still 1.3 seconds. And I think maybe, well, perhaps whatever happened to Lullum in the pre-final was just one step too far, and he is pushing on though. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 57.63, but it's only 0.2 faster than Joseph Taylor's fastest lap. As a driver, as a cadet, you spend a lot of time looking around over your shoulder to try and defend, and then that is drummed and beaten out of you, quite literally if you're with the Mark Baines team by the sounds of it. So stop doing that as you go through the ranks, Ricky. But Taylor, there he looks over the shoulder. Porter, this is 80 miles an hour through turn number 1. Morgan Porter takes the lead. 1 minute to go. Taylor's going to have to fight straight back as they go over the bridge. And it's a case of how much this way your arms are hurting you this way, because you have to do so much physical work. Your arms, your forearms starting to ache and you're just hanging on, or do you still feel fresh and the adrenaline takes over from any pain you might be feeling?
I think on the last couple of laps, and as you see now, Taylor back down the inside again. Will we see the cutback from Porter? Not quite, but no. The physical condition here. I think this is what they will be fighting for all weekend. This is the final. This is what really counts. The adrenaline will be going so high, and I don't think fitness will play too much of a factor right now. But yeah, look at this. It's going to be a five-car battle for the lead, and we're coming across the line now with 25 seconds to go.
And Morgan Porter to the inside. Forces the issue. Taylor has to concede. Going through the Bruno Ferrari as under the bridge and out onto the banking. The next time around, they will see the last lap board. 5 for the win in Junior OK. The first ever time that this has been contested in Kart Masters. Oh, and Taylor's been run wide. That's Shihab Al-Habsi, the Omani driver, stuffing one at the inside of Joseph Taylor. And Taylor's back to 4th now as Butcher takes P3, so Morgan Porter, the driver from Ockham, and here comes Chris. No, that's Jamie Day. So Jamie Day has been sat at the back of this group. Lullum is closing in. The gap between Day and Lullum is shrinking, but it's Porter as the clock strikes 0. Well, it's an M Sport 1-2. Is it going to be Porter, last year's British runner-up, or for the first time in Kart Masters history, an Omani driver in the form of Shiab Al-Habsi? And there's 3 kart lengths in it. Butcher, who took a 2-year break from karting and came back this year, sits in 3rd for the Mick Barrett racing team. Then it is Day in 4th, the Dubai-based driver, and Joseph Taylor, after driving the wheels off that Fullerton kart, faces potentially not even getting on the podium. Into the first hairpin, Al-Habsi is closing in on Porter. Al-Habsi's got a good run, Porter slows it down, and Shihab Al-Habsi goes around the outside. He's going to try the undercut up the short chute. No, Porter's wise to it. Butcher, Day, and Fullerton, the Fullerton of Taylor have been caught by Lullum, but it's the 2 M Sport drivers going into the Mike Wilson complex. Shiab Al-Habsi aiming to become the first Omani. I don't think he's got it. Porter still leads. Morgan Porter for the M Sport team comes across the line and wins Junior OK for a 1-2. And what a result for Shiab Al-Habsi. Oman has a podium finisher in Kart Masters, and Sean Butcher, whose dad, Glenn, who I have remembered his name after a 2-year layoff from karting, comes back, and the Anglo-Australian driver for Mick Barrett Racing finishes on the podium. Jamie Day, what a result for Jamie and his mechanic Paul Hardy. They finished 4th. Chris Lullen 5th, but Joseph Taylor, well, 6th position does not reflect the effort that that young man, who is still, could technically be a cadet, has put in this weekend. Luca Griggs finishes 7th. Loris Caribou is 8th for France. Then Morocco, Suleiman Zanfari 9th. American driver Enzo Schianti 10th. Angus Moolsdale, Scotsman, finishes 11th, followed by the privateer driver Daniel Butterworth, Klaas Koike, and finally Luke Preston. And in the midst of all that, we lost the 698 racing car of Cameron Coombs, and into the Parc Fermé area. So the drivers, there is your winner, Morgan Porter, and you know, we're going to look at it. Sometimes we'll see the initial reaction, Porter getting his car into an area, and what we see, and of course this is something that we didn't see when you were racing, and there is Danny Sweeney, his mechanic, to say well done. This area, Ricky, is the place where you really see the emotions, highs and lows. The adrenaline subsides, but what's Shiab Al-Habzi doing? There's the handshake, 2 teammates. You know, you can't accurately describe it unless you've been through this yourself, can you?
No, definitely not. You know, you can obviously see he's over the moon, and too right. He's the Kart Masters champion for 2017, and you know, the team are 1-2 as well, so the team will be absolutely ecstatic with the result, and I'm sure the whole family will. But didn't put a foot wrong, did he, Henry?
No, it was very controlled indeed, and he withstood the pressure, and there's the release. So not only does Morgan Porter win the GP plate and the Oculus Rift touch virtual reality system thingy that I don't quite understand, but courtesy of our friends in Dubai, he has won himself an entry to the 2018 Dubai O plate. And there's going to be a photo opportunity for Kieran Crawley. And I have to say, Ricky, thank you very much for joining us. They'll do their parade lap. It's been good to see you again, and been following your exploits with BMW, and obviously following Stunt Norm's exploits, crashing whatever car he's currently crashing, and obviously the old man's still doing his bit as well.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Like I say, yeah, it's been a pleasure to come down here today, just to see the racing, and you know, to see how much karting's improved over the last couple of years is phenomenal. I think you know, the stewards and everyone's done a fantastic job. You know, it's great to see that there's a lot less contact now in karting, and there's a lot more karts finishing the race, and in turn, you know, the drivers are having to use a lot more skills. So yeah, it's great to see, and thank you very much for having me.
Not a problem. Always a pleasure, Ricky. And there is the top 3, Porter, Al-Habzi and Butcher. And behind them, we await the walkout for race number 57 on the program. It is the MSA Cadet Grand Prix. So, the 34 strong grid sits and waits. This is the original Kart Masters class. It has been contested every single year this event has been run. The winners, starting with Lewis Hamilton. In 1996, Stephen Thompson, Chris Gornall, Craig Dolby, Alex Sims, Adam Christodoulou, Ollie Rowland, Scott Jenkins, Jordan Lennox Lamb, Sam Jenkins, Alex Alban, Alex Walker, Roy Johnson, George Russell, Connor Jupp, Dan Tickton, Dean McDonald, Alex Quinn, Cian Jewis, Taylor Barnard, and Zach O'Sullivan, last year's champion. And for those of you that are playing back home, get your dabbers out because Kart Mechanic Bingo has just gone into overdrive with the Cadet Army ones. We've got headsets situated in the correct place by the posterior. There's plenty of tight shorts. Jake Walker sporting a lovely pair of classic shorts there, just above the knee, tight at the bottom, and looking down you can see the glare coming off some of the trainers as well. Oh no, that's Alex's head, sorry. The very expensive trainers. And is there an apron with the team logo on it, the sixth element, and of course Claire Mills pointing out the Kart Mechanic tan. Not the type of tan that Dave Belgium's got, because you can buy that, but the tan of being at a kart circuit, you know, 24/7 with a t-shirt on. If you lift up the t-shirt, it's like blindingly white. That is the seventh element. But joking aside, this is one of the highlights of every single Kart Masters we have held. On pole position, driving kart 23 for Ollie Rowland Motorsport will be Arvid Lindblad. On the outside of row number one, the only driver that can potentially make history by becoming the first driver to win two MSA Cadet GP plates, the 2015 winner and current British Open champion Taylor Barnard. Coscoil Irfan will start third. Fourth for Alex Dunn in the Primo Racing, the Irishman, number 11. Then it is the Clips Motorsport, Ken Barlow's new team, Andy Marlowe's new team, I think. That is Samuel Shaw, and Freddie Slater for the Fusion Motorsport team, the third Fusion car from the top six on the outside of row 3. Oliver Gray and William McIntyre will start from row 4. Rashan Chigarimbo and Josh Rowledge, the leading Strawberry Racing Tony kart on the grid, they start on row 5. Then the leading privateer, independent driver Archie Mace starts 11th, and the English champion, Global Karting's E-plate holder Luke Watts on the outside of row 6. The Mark Baines Motorsport driver, if he hasn't been beaten to death by the team boss since the drivers' parade, it'll be Freddie Spindlow on the inside of row number 7, and the son of former British touring car driver Aidan Neat starts on the outside of row 7. Jake Weston for Strawberry Racing and Archie Brown, who finished on the podium once already today in Cadet Honda, he goes on the outside of row number 8. Then it is the Pullman Racing, number 43 of Oliver Denny, and the number 70 of Aston Miller on row 9. Harley Keeble and Charlie Walsh on row 10. Max Barrow and Vinnie Phillips, row 11. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Max Dodds on row 12. Archie Kitching and Bradley Beavers on row 13. And the final 4 rows, Jay Holtby, Aaron Walker, Luca Benest, Oliver Wright, Alfie Briggs, and then from Morocco, Sophia Zanfari, whose brother Suleiman has just finished 9th in the OK Junior race. From Hong Kong, Shuai Yuan, and rounding out the field, the new gen motorsport driver, Bart Harrison. The winner, there are prize money for the top 10. The winner takes home £500 cash, the Oculus Rift virtual reality system. Second and third, there's Samsung 40-inch TV screens, £350 for second place, all the way down to £50 for finishing 10th. The money is irrelevant. The TVs could well be on eBay by Monday morning. The GP plate will remain on the office wall for a long, long time, because they can say, see that there? I won that, and Lewis Hamilton won that as well. And you mark my words, they don't, because we sit and wait. This is the moment that the drivers just have to themselves. The mechanics who have worked with them and do no more. Apart from double check, did I tighten that wheel? But we saw the other cadet class, the Cadet Honda class, that went down to the final couple of meters. There goes Kev Robinson's horn. Gotta control that. And Kev Robinson blowing off before the start of every race just to get himself in the mood. And we sit and wait. Lindblad, Barnard, then Irfan and Dunn. The double will not be done because we have had Oliver Behrman win the Cadet Honda race, so the double duty drivers in this class, well, one GB plate will be more than enough. As we look down, the mechanics just waiting to fire the karts up, and off they go. Down towards the first hairpin. So the pictures, the only thing that these pictures that you're seeing on the screens from Telemundi Media cannot convey is the tension, because all these drivers know that the majority of them, they race for either the Super 1 British Karting Championship, the Little Green Man Championship, or their various club events up and down the country week after week. They all know they have one chance a year. One chance. For some of these cadets, it's their last chance to put their name on a trophy that their heroes have got their names on. And that's Hamilton, Dolby, Rowland, Lamb, Albon, George Russell, drivers that they look up to. And this is it. Lights are out. We're racing through the Bruno Ferrari chicane. 34 karts go in. 34 karts come out onto the banking. So we have these karts as they go over turn 4. A few drivers running wide, but it's a great start from Arvid Lindblad, who locks it up a little bit under braking for the first hairpin. Lindblad, Barnard, Dunn and Irfan, and then for 5th place on back, they're 3 wide, and round the outside of them all comes Josh Rowledge in the Tony kart, but on a spin there, and oh my goodness me, and there's a crash. There was a problem for a few drivers, and the flags down. Now that is the, well, obviously the spectators here have seen, and you can see on the screens that there is an accident, and the red flags are out. So the first time all week the red flags are out, and what we will do, we will bring the karts to a standstill now, because this is being simulcast obviously live here at the circuit, as well as via the internet across the world. We will treat this with the facts. There has been an accident coming out of the second hairpin. 3 or 4 karts. Number 21 was spun around, and that was Archie Mason. Then I think number 44 clipped him and ended up facing the wrong way down the track. That's William McIntyre. Then the number 87 of Vinnie Phillips went into that, and Vinnie Phillips' car went over, and the medical team are on the scene. The ambulance and paramedics are there, and we will say no more about that. The rest of the field have stopped, but obviously now this is where, and for those of you that are watching the, drivers' parade, Masatora Wada, who is out there on the banking, who had an accident here last month and was quite seriously injured. He wanted to speak to everybody to say thank you to the marshalling team and the medical staff, because people are thinking, oh, how much do the marshals pay you to say they're the best in the country? Well, nothing. The fact is they are. And they are with the driver, the medical team are with the driver. We're obviously not going to show you the fact that the medical team are with a driver. And as soon as I can tell you something definitive, I will. And until then, I won't. So, the grandstand watching, and of course everybody comes to karting and they know the risks, they know that motorsport can be dangerous, just in the same way that any other sport can be dangerous. These are the most skillful drivers that there are, and the rest of the drivers will now, and you have to remember that we spoke to these drivers, a lot of them during the drivers' parade, and you saw that they were joking around, and some of them were a little bit more confident on the microphone than others, and some had a bit of banter, and some were just a bit more shy. But the cadets that you're looking at now, they are 9, some of them are 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And they know that they're being filmed, and they know that it's going around the world, and that people will look at YouTube and they will watch it. And they are standing directly opposite the drivers' parade, a grandstand full of friends, families, teams, the mechanics who are probably all giving him grief about, oh, I wonder if Henry's going to ask you a question, what are you going to say? And yet, they speak eloquently, apart from Freddie Spindler, who admits that his team manager beats him, which is not true, before people start phoning the RSPCA. He just kicks them occasionally. But they speak with such eloquence and such professionalism because they are athletes. They may be school kids, but they're athletes, and now they are all standing there. Some of them have just missed a crash that has resulted in, one driver just, don't know if he's hurt or not, but he's being attended to. They have just missed it. They've seen, they know that could easily have been them. A cart in the middle of the track facing the wrong way, and 20 carts behind having to react a split second. And it is a split second reaction that all these drivers have to do, and that's why they do it, and that's what makes them so good. And what other sport for kids has that sort of pressure? The answer is none. Name me another sport for 10-year-olds that's broadcast around the world. None. And what if you've got kids at home and they're 8, 9, 10? What would they do if you told them, by the way, this guy's going to ask you a question and you're going to have to answer it and talk for a few seconds or a minute, and it's going to go show around the world. Okay, you all right with that? And they're going to go, oh, no. But these guys don't. They know because they're athletes, and they're assembling their carts back in the correct order, because the race will be restarted. The officials will decide whether it was the first lap or we have a full restart in the original grid positions. And there are rules about what happens, and I can tell you that Vinnie Phillips is on his feet. He's waving to the crowd who are applauding, and significantly now the marshals and the staff will go and tell, and they'll see Vinnie going around the ambulance. He's not allowed to restart, because I guarantee you the first thing that he says is, Dad, can we go, is the cart okay? And the answer is it doesn't matter if the kart's okay. We've seen his mechanic Jess Hawkins wander off with the kart. The kart is not running at the time the red flag is called, and there's a... So Mr. Phillips, who was there and just there, he walks back, breathing a sigh of relief, because of course, you know, we joke about the professionals and the expense and being in big teams and stuff like that. The bottom line is that the only thing that's important is the driver. The rest is just metal or plastic. And so, the drivers who are left, and of course if your kart wasn't running, and I'm not sure if William McIntyre, I think he had sustained some pretty significant damage. Vinnie Phillips, despite his protestations, will not be allowed to restart. Because the thing is though, you give them the opportunity. If you ask him, can I go again? He'll say, yes, please. We will now have the restart, and you can see there's Kev Robinson in the middle of that. He's putting the drivers back in their order, and we'll forget about that. Vinny's all right. Looked a bit scary. There's a few mums that have just gone to the bar to turn their double wine spritzer into a quadruple wine spritzer to calm themselves before their sons and daughters go back out and do it all again. And so the mechanics now will be who are waiting to come out to tend to the karts. They're not allowed to obviously change anything on the karts, but they do need to restart the karts. And here they go. Oh, bright trainers there. Oh, look at that bright luminous yellow. That's a get your dabbers out if you're playing kart mechanic bingo. Lots of shorts, all above the knee. Lots of logos. Is there any aprons? And I'm sure that some of those, they're all tight t-shirts, Not allowed to have baggy t-shirts. We'll check the radios. If you have a look, you know, the earpieces are in. They're on the, there's radio back on the back. Oh, there's an M Sport mechanic there who's got a pair of trousers on. He's letting the side down. Almost looks like a hard-working man. Any aprons? And of course, we can't check for the kart mechanic tan, although I'm sure that, in fact, actually, there's Nigel Edwards just probably conversing with Craig Boyd to say, we've got a tan there, I'm going to put it on my clipboard and tell you. So, right now, we've got to try and get the ambulance through the grid without running any more of them over. And ambulance goes back, and I have to say that that is the first red flag, the first appearance of the ambulance all week. Let's hope it's the last. But there was a time where the ambulance did more laps than some of the drivers. But that's a long time ago, and like Rick Collard said, there's a driver that drove through that period and said you couldn't believe how much better and cleaner the racing is, and of course there is still bumping and barging, and I'm sure there's a few people that will take to social media to say, oh, but the bottom line is we've had 57, this is the 57th race we've had, and this is the first time we've had to stop it on the opening lap. Generally, it is a generalization, it's been very good. And I'm sure that it will continue to be very good, and especially now the drivers, they'll have taken that out of their mind. It'll be a case of, right, let's go and do exactly what we were going to do before. Nothing's changed. They've lined up, and we're going to start again very, very shortly. So, the engines are being refired. All carts are still racing. Successfully managed to make their way around. The mechanics have to vacate the premises. Take their aprons and their shiny trainers and their kart mechanic hands back to a place where they can stand and pretend not to signal to their drivers, not really allowed to, but then they do. And there's the number 40. So William McIntyre is in the race, and now we start again. Arvid Lindblad from pole position takes the lead under the bridge. McIntyre at the back. He had made it as far as Parc Ferme, or the entrance to. And there are strict rules about that, which would have been enforced, I'm not sure. Off turn number 4, 1 or 2 drivers at the back. And without Vinnie Phillips, the remaining 33 take their places through the first hairpin, and a little bit of number 43, Oliver Denny, over the grass into the second hairpin. Now this is where it concertinated together the time before. It's just as aggressive, just as close, and everyone gets through. McIntyre has caught the back of the pack and he's already started picking them off. He's past Shua Yuan, the Hong Kong-based driver. Up at the front though, it is a new leader. Taylor Barnard, the O-plate winner from Arvid Lindblad, then Alex Dunn. So, Barnard is getting the warning flag. Behind the top 3, Rashan Chigarimbo in 4th, and Josh Rowledge in 5th. Then it is Koskan Irfan, Sam Shaw, Freddie Slater, Oliver Gray, Archie Mace. Well, if there's one driver breathing a huge sigh of relief, it's Archie Mace. It was Archie Mace that was turned around in the first start that kicked that off, but of course Mace was able to get going again without sustaining any damage, or without sustaining too much damage, because obviously that kart has been hit by another one. But Mace, the privateer, now settles into the top 10 in the number 21 kart. Behind the leaders, the leader is Barnard. Then from Irfan, top 3. Roars up to the rear bumper of Taylor Barnard. So we have Barnard, who tried to defend his title last year. Ended up starting stone last in the final, came through to 8th. But he actually, I believe, led briefly in his bid to become the first, and he is still trying to become the first. Quite often in cadets, you win an event like this when you're at the most experienced level, and it's your last season, then you move on the next year. Barnard won it in a typically frantic event back in 2015 when he was still relatively inexperienced. Goes to show that you would think, well, it's a long way to go yet. Arvid Lindblad is pushing Taylor Barnard along. Lindblad, 68 dead. There's everything flashing through your screens. Down towards hairpin number 1. Alex Dunn in 3rd place. The Irishman from Primo Racing from Clonagh He's got a bit of work to do, and there's a bigger gap developing. Koskan Irfan in the 36 is actually now 1.5 seconds behind Dunn in 3rd, and Dunn is nearly a full second behind Barnard and Lindblad. Well, Taylor Barnard, current British Championship leader, current Little Green Man Championship leader, British Open champion of 2017. Again, the number 23, Arvid Lindblad, 2nd full season in the car, 6th in the British Championship at the moment, 3rd in the Little Green Man, for a new team, the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team, and he is the only Ollie Rowland Motorsport driver here. So he has no teammates to help either. Infamous says it's a Synergy chassis, but then I've seen Dan Parker and his Zip logos wandering around, so I'm not quite sure what the deal is there. doesn't matter right now. All that matters is that Taylor Barnard on the Synergy chassis leads the race. Looking at coming through the Mike Wilson complex. That is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Irfan in the 36, being chased by Rowledge. And then Rashan Chigarimbo for Eclipse Motorsport. Under the bridge they go. Again, these two-stroke Miami engines churning out well over 50 miles an hour. Lindblad with a 67.86. That bodes well for his chances of engaging in a one-on-one battle with Barnard. Dunn has got no help from behind. He cannot draft up to 2 karts working together all on his own. The short shoot, Rowledge trying to push Irfan up to Dunn. Behind them, Slater is 7th. Half a second down on Chigarimbo, who's 6th. The field very spread out, like we saw in Cadet Honda. Barnard and Lindblad nearly 2 seconds in front of Alex Dunn now. Dunn is falling back into the clutches of Irfan, Rowledge, then Chigarimbo. Behind Chigarimbo is the 77 Fusion kart of Freddie Slater, then Oliver. 2.2 seconds now, the gap. Think. Whenever you ask him a question, because he's confident but not cocky, eloquent without being overbearing, and just determined when he said, because that's where I want to be, or that's where I'm going, when we talk about having a GP2 driver as a team boss. Yeah, it's good because that's what I'm going to do. Not in an arrogant way, in a matter of fact, I know the plan way. Under the Litchfield Bridge. On lap number 8, 7 minutes to go. So we are just over half distance now of this MSA Cadet, MSA British Kartmasters Grand Prix final. And the field going through the banking into turn 3. There's the number 45 of Jake Weston going through, and Weston in the Strawberry Racing Tony kart is 13th at the moment, behind Archie Mace. So Mace, the independent driver, is 12th and obviously suffering no ill effects from that earlier incident. He's got the E-plate holder in front of him. That is, there's Chigarimbo going through the Fullerton S's behind Slater. So Freddie Slater now up into 6th, Rashan Chigarimbo. I think this is the time where you can say, Rashan, you've got a lovely graphics kit there that you said you wanted to keep nice for the final. If you've got to push on now. You've got enough photographs of it. You've got to get up there and put yourself in a position where you can potentially get on the podium. I say podium because unless Arvid Lindblad starts battling with Taylor Barnard, or unless Barnard starts to decide to defend too soon, Alex Dunn is not going to make up 2.6 seconds, even if he had the rest of the field pushing him along, because Irfan has caught Dunn as they head up towards the second hairpin. So Irfan in the 36, going to the second hairpin there now. He's going to try and push Dunn, but he's going to try and push Dunn not up to the leaders, what he wants to, but you probably realise, no, let's just get away from Rowledge in 5th so we can battle for the 3rd place. Slater 6th, Chigarimbo 7th, then Shaw 8th, Gray 9th, and Miller 10th. Behind the top 10, Luke Watt, global karting E-plate holder. He runs in 11th place. There is Barnard, head down, and you can see that Lindblad is not pushing Mace. He's not quick enough, he's not close enough to push Mace. He's just staying in the slipstream, and that means that Lindblad cannot put a wheel wrong. If he was getting up to the rear bumper of the O-plate kart, down these straights here, down the hill towards it, to say that he was comfortable. The fact that he can't, even though Taylor Barnard is creating the draft that we have seen so many drivers use in every single class, Lindblad can't get untouched, which means if he does make a mistake, then he may not catch Barnard back up. It is Dunn holding on to third. Irfan is right behind him. Now the gap has stabilised. 4 minutes to go, 2.6 seconds the gap. Rowledge still 5th, Chikarimbo and Slater 6th and 7th. Then it's Shaw. We've got 33 drivers still running. Luca Badest, the Jerseyman from the Channel Islands, is in 33rd. Sophia Zanfari from Morocco is 32nd. Aidan Neat has had a problem. He's down in 31st. Shua Yuen from Hong Kong is 30th. Then it's Bart Harrison, 29th. Alfie Briggs still learning his craft with the Jack Dex Racing team. He's 28th. Jay Holtby 27th. Max Barrow 26th. Aaron Walker 25th. 24th for Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Oliver Wright 23rd. Archie Kitchen is 22nd, and just outside the top 20 is Harley Keeble with Charlie Walsh running in 20th place. Max Dodds is 16th. William McIntyre has made it at the 14th. He started at the back with a damaged cart. The leading privateer is now the number 70 Hart of Aston Miller. So Aston Miller, well, he's with Next Gen in one class, says the privateer, and I'm not to dispute that. He's 10th, and then it's Archie Mays 12th. So 2 privateer drivers in the top 12. 2.5 minutes to go. There is Freddie Slater on your screens, and he has been caught by, well, he's got Chikarimbo with him, but he's been caught by the number 16 Eclipse cart of Samuel Shaw and the number 63 Primo Racing cart of Oliver Gray. There's Lindblad flashing on your screen. There is Dunn and Irfan. The gap, 2.5 seconds. So it hasn't shrunk by much. It hasn't shrunk by enough. And you can see Barnard inching away from Arvid Lindblad. So Arvid, who's got calling Swedish house mafia because he is part Swedish, and I'm not sure which part. The left or the right. But he is starting to drop back. There's Irfan, Koskan Irfan, another one of the youngsters who, one of the younger cadet drivers. We're going to see Koskan in a cadet for several years to come. I think that the words Irfan and Lindblad in the same sentence will be a common phrase used by commentators like me for the next couple of years in cadets, because they are still relatively young in terms of even a cadet. They're all relatively young, but Taylor Barnard, with 1 minute to go, Barnard extends his advantage to 0.8 of a second. Are we about to see Kartmasters history? Are we about to see the first driver ever to win 2 MSA Cadet GP plates? Because if Barnard looks back and thinks, you know what, that last lap of 2015, I got a bit of good luck there. You've got to make your own luck to some extent, but I got a bit lucky. Well, there's been no luck involved here. He has dominated. And I don't think we've ever seen a Kartmasters IAMI or Cadet MSA Cadet final dominated like this. Lindblad has chased him and chased him and chased him for nearly 15 minutes. They dropped Alex Dunn. They dropped 32 other drivers. Dunn and Irfan have been working together for the last 4 or 5 minutes. Really good classic cadet strip seaming from Dunn and Irfan, and it hasn't got them in the same postcode as the 2 leaders. And Barnard now, as if he has just flicked the switch, the gap grows to over a second. He has simply worn the field out. Lindblad has not put a wheel wrong. You can see him hunched down behind the NASA panel. He's still pushing and pushing and pushing. The youngster in the number 23 has not made a mistake. He has not missed an apex. And yet, Barnard has been relentless. And in a year where, as a cadet driver, you move to Fusion and you're the highest ranked driver from last season left in cadets because everyone else in the top 5 or 6 have moved up, and then you suddenly find yourself kind of sitting there with the Fusion team, and everyone's thinking, oh, well, you're going to be the champion this year. You've got to then go and deal with that pressure, even though you're only 12, 13 years old, and the expectation that goes with it. And many a driver has not dealt with that pressure. Don't forget, Lewis Hamilton wasn't the only person that was signed by McLaren. There was another driver, just the same highly regarded. Well, one of them handled the pressure, one of them didn't. Barnard has just driven away from the rest of the field. Dunn has to defend third. The gap is up to 2 seconds. Lindblad has, well, Arvid Lindblad is, there are only about 4 other karts within 10 seconds of Arvid Lindblad. That is how well that young man has driven, and yet he can't even see Taylor Barnard around the last couple of corners. So, for the first time in Kartmasters history, we have a 2-time MSA Cadet GP plate holder, and it is Taylor Barnard. Lindblad finishes second. What a weekend for that young man. And you saw on the TV, Dunn and Irfan inches apart. Dunn, the Irishman, completes the podium in third place. Koskan Irfan, well, that's 2 races, 2 strong runs. No GP plate, he finishes 4th. Josh Rowledge finishes 5th. Freddie Slater was 6th, Samuel Shaw 7th, Oliver Gray 8th, Luke Watts, the E-plate holder, the English champion. We just saw Luke's dad briefly on the grandstand looking pretty pleased, and as well he might be. That's a good result for Luke. And Rashan Chigarimbo, he rounds out the top 10, and I'm looking, finished 11th last year, Rashan, 10th this year. As long as you stay in cadet till you're 23, you're going to get a GP plate. Then it is Aston Miller in 11th, William McIntyre for the back of the grid to 12th. Max Dodds finishes 13th. 14th for Oliver Denny, 15th Archie Mace. Then Bradley Beavers and Freddie Spindlow, Jake Weston, Charlie Walsh, and the top 20 completed by Harley Keeble. Archie Brown, 21st, no double podium for Archie. Archie Kitching, 22nd. At least, oh, and Archie Brown wasn't even the leading Archie home. That was Archie Mace. Archie Kitching, 22nd. Oliver Wright, 23rd. Aaron Walker, 24th, and Harry Burgoyne Jr. round out the top 25. Max Barrow, Alfie Briggs, Jay Holtby, Bart Harrison, and Aidan Neatman next. Sophia Zanvari, Shua Yuen, and Luca Banest round out the field. And there you see Taylor Barnard. Oh, and I think you can almost see the weight lifting off his shoulders, because it's another goal ticked off the seasonal list. O-plate, he's leading both sort of national championships in Cadet Army, the Little Green Man and Super 1. Now the GP plate. And they'll go in to get Wade, and you can just see, oh hello, oi, now, hang on a second, that is, thank you very well, sir. He's probably just burned his bottom as one of the scrutineering team. Unfortunately, live on the internet, I do apologise for having to mention that, but there is, he just fell over a cart, basically, for those of you there. He stepped backwards, fell over a cart, and there is Taylor Barnard. Hot, he's looking in there, he gets the congratulations from the Fusion mechanic, and I don't know if he's, if the Fusion mechanic is congratulating him, maybe Taylor Barnard is congratulating his mechanic for Sam Clarence there for winning at Mechanics Bingo, because you saw the radio right there in the rear end. There's Alex Dunn, the third place finisher, and Mace, and Barnard. You can tell how, even though he wasn't battling, you can see he's a bit hot flustered, because that was just 100% concentration, 100% effort for over 15 minutes. There's Arvid Lindblad, and Ollie Rowland had threatened to come up to the commentary box to have a chat, and I said, nah, never, he ain't coming up here. Well, he might feel the urge to now, because he's in his first season as a team owner. on the Kart Masters podium. But ladies and gentlemen, I think you have to agree that it was a different Cadet Army race than what we potentially were going to see, but that was an outstanding drive by anyone's standards by Taylor Barnard. He has just, well, he's torn the rest of the cadet field to pieces, and Arvin Lindblad finishing 3 seconds in front of everybody else as well after the drive of his life, and comes home with a second place finish in Kart Masters. And now we get ready for the next race on the program, and that will be the final for Mini X30. We have the X30 Minis. First time they have competed here at Kart Masters. It is the, oh, what's the name of it? It's something that will get me into trouble if I don't say it properly. It is the X30 Mini Kart Masters Trophy. The reasons that remain mystery with me. And there is Sam Heading's mechanic, winning this particular round of Kart Masters Bingo because he has the apron on. But 12 drivers, oh, he spoilt it by having tight trousers. He's got tight trousers, not tight shorts. Nearly. 12 drivers then, looking to become the first to win an X30 mini race at Kart Masters. And it will be Georgi Dimitrov in kart number 23 from Cambridge. Second in the current 3-man Mini X30 driver rankings, not points, driver rankings. Alongside George in the front row. The number 17, Dartford Karting Racing, entry of Alex Lay. Alex Lay is 7th in the LGM rankings from Essex. And then it is Alicia Barrett and Sam Heading on row 2. TJ McDonald and Tom Edgar, the Northern Irishman, on row 3. Khaled Saab from Dubai on row 4, alongside Kiki Yuen from Hong Kong. Then Dominic Bush, obviously something happened post-race with Dominic. He starts at 3:09 BMR restart entry from the inside of row number 5 alongside Global Karting's Ivan Lomliev. Blake Anglis, and we'll just check Blake is out there, yes, after his pre-final accident. And Ben Cochran, the driver that was also involved in that accident, they are on row 6 alongside William Alswood, Ross McDonald and Oliver Phillips. 15 drivers. Mini X30 underway through turn number 1, under the bridge, out onto the banking. Georgi Dimitrov leads the way. Alicia Barrett in the second. And everybody successfully negotiates to Litchfield Bridge and down through turn number 4. Mind you, once again, in the field, none of these drivers have won at Kart Masters, and I will try not to reference the 2-lettered plate that may or may not be coming their way. I'll actually have a look. They get £750 cash for the winner, and there's actually cash prizes down to 6th position. Once again, £30,000 worth of prizes up for grabs this afternoon. Some of it's been claimed, a lot of it still has yet to be claimed. Georgi Dimitrov is only focused on one thing, and that is the lead of this race. Alicia Barrett in second. And I'm not sure what's happening here, but we've had the last 2 races, the field has got very spread out very quickly, and the same thing's happened again. Where we are only on lap number 2, and you can see that the gaps have been developed, and they don't like that about. But Dimitrov, this is a class that has been nose to tail since first practice on, first qualifying on Friday morning. What day it is? Seems like it's been here for weeks. But it's Dimitrov and Barrett, 1-2. Then Sam Heading. We spoke to Sam, who has said that, got to be careful, not damage the cart too much because, parts cost money, and that's something that you haven't got. But then he also said that, I would have been better, but my cart kept falling apart. Cheers, Ben. Thanks a lot. With confidence, well. He's in 3rd place, and he's got behind. Under the bridge they go. Alicia Barrett has caught Georgi Dimitrov. Reminds you once more that only one lady driver has ever won a GP plate. That was Gabby Weyer, in the WTP class back in 2011. Dominic Bush makes the pass on Tom Edgar for 5th position. Barrett chasing her teammate. This is her first season out of cadets. There's Dominic Bush now leading Tom Edgar down into Bobby Game corner. In front of them, and there has been a collision, and there's a driver out, and it looks like it is Ben Cochran. Yes, the Simon Wright Racing Development driver. Ben Cochran out of the race. So we have 14 drivers left. Dimitrov and Barrett, followed by Heading and Lay. And Alex Lay pushing Sam Heading along. Now things are beginning to close up, and they're closing up as well behind because Dominic Bush, and slippery surface flags waving at the first hairpin. Everybody successfully managed to get round. Obviously, that means that maybe there's a mechanical problem. Ben Cochran, they're just making sure. There was you saw on the screens there a semi-suicidal bird just decided to fly across the front of the drivers, but I think managed to take evasive action before getting Dimitrov, and Dimitrov has got Barrett now on his rear bumper. Alicia will maybe stop. Dominic Bush. Bush bouncing up and down in the seat of that number 309 cart. I think, why is he doing that? Well, if you could push the weight off the rear wheels, tiny fraction, you may get the engine to circulate a little bit quicker, and you might pick up a squillion for the second. So somebody going slower on the top of the banking there as well. But the leaders now closing up. 10.5 minutes to go. We have top 5 together coming up the short chute with Edgar in 6th. 7th is McDonald. Then Ellswood, Anglis, Khaled Saab, Kiki Yuen, Ross McDonald and Oliver Phillips. Back, we had a problem, our retirement, and that is Ivan Lomliev, the global karting number 27. Well, it's taken them 5 laps, but the Mini X30 field have resumed formation from this morning, and Alicia Barrett takes the lead. Sam Heading moves into second place. Sam looking, he's not in the LGM driver rankings because he simply hasn't raced in enough meetings this year to qualify. And now he takes the lead with Alex Lake moving through to second, Barrett back to third, Bush closing in. So Sam Heading, and there's Dominic Bush up the inside of Alicia Barrett there at the second hairpin, and he makes that move stick. Georgi Dimitrov follows him through. Dominic Bush. And you know, you sometimes get a driver that doesn't suit one class and then perfectly suits another, and Dominic Bush is a classic example because for whatever reason he never really got on in cadet. I don't know why, but it was a struggle. But now he is in a faster kart, a more powerful kart. It looks completely at home. He takes second place away from Alex Lay. He has maybe come to the attention of the stewards early on, and they had a chat with him about the line between weaving, blocking, and defending. But what was that? He has moved his way up from 9th on the grid. We're on lap number 7, and he now sits right behind the race leader. And he has passed Dimitrov, who won the last round, and there he goes up the inside at Bobby Game Corner, wasting no time. Oh, Sam Heading. I didn't think Sam Heading thought he was coming, and to be fair, that's not a place you normally see a passing move take place. And Bush, well, he was only behind, he was only in second place for a couple of corners, so now Sam Heading checks over his shoulder and says, like, what's going on? So Heading and Lay, Dimitrov and Barrett, as well as Edgar, who's now joined that, and the 155, the Strawberry Racing Tony kart of McDonald. There is Blake Anglis in the 84. Oh, and Alex Lay runs wide coming off turn 4. There's 3 Fusion karts, wheel to wheel. Third place. McDonald trying to get at the inside of them. Oh, and that's Dimitrov now on the grass. McDonald moves into 5th position. And at the back of the group, Ellswood in the number 319 Coles Racing kart, and Blake Anglis in the number 84 Privateer Run MS kart, driving from Coventry. Well, not many MSs here, but Blake Anglis has got 2 of them. He's doing 2 classes. Behind Anglis, there's a big gap then to Khaled Saab. And Saab, Yuen, Ross McDonald, Oliver Phillips. We've lost Nomley Evan, Ben Cochran. So, majority of the field, all the front runners are there. Saab in 10th is some 4.5 seconds behind. There's a good battle going on between Kiki Yuen and Ross McDonald. So the CRG of McDonald in the number 22 and the Hong Kong driver Kiki Yuen. A good old tussle. Bush leads, Heading second. Then it's Tom Edgar now up into 3rd place. Barrett 4th. TJ McDonald in 5th. Dimitrov back to 6th, and Alex Lay down to 7th, but still 6 minutes to go. However, since Dominic Bush has made it into top spot, nobody has crossed the line, or 2 laps, but and decides to move to the front. And of course, Sam Heading's thinking to himself, well, if I can't afford repairing damage, the best thing I can possibly do is get in front of everyone and try and clear off. Good thinking, Sam. Let's see how that works out for you. There's 2, 4, 6 drivers that would like to disagree with Sam, led by Dominic Bush. Bush, then Barrett, then Edgar, McDonald, Dimitrov and Lay. The top 7 with Ellswood and Anglis, 8th and 9th, doing their level best to get up to them. Khaled Saab on his own in 10th, and a great battle for 11th place. Would give, even though the cameras have quite understandably got to focus on this lead battle because it is absolutely enthralling. Ireland versus Hong Kong for 11th place is going Hong Kong's way at the moment. The leaders go under the bridge. Who under, getting sideways, going under the bridge there, was That was Bush or Barrett, and Dominic Bush up the inside. Sam Heading gets run a little bit wide. Bush committed. Heading loses a bit of ground. Now he comes across to defend. He doesn't want to lose second place, but Tom Edgar pushing his teammate Alicia Barrett through past Heading. Heading down to 4th with Dimitrov now 5th. Still got 4 minutes to go. Lay and McDonald at the back of the league group now, and the gap between the 150 Carter McDonald and the two cards at the bottom of your screen, the 319 of Ellswood and the 84 of Anglis, is 1.5 seconds. Still, Dominic Bush now back to the front. Let's see how long he can stay there, because it's going to be Alicia Barrett's turn to have a go at the 309 BMR restart card. Firstly, she has got to catch the 309 BMR restart card. There goes Anglis with that repaired MS chassis. Well, she's in the slipstream as they go across the bridge. And Sam Heading there, running wide. Heading holds on to it, but he drops the back of the pack. So now we're down to 5. 3.5 minutes to go, because McDonald and Heading have now lost touch. They can still fight back though. All depends on what happens in front. So Bush has now got 1, 2, 3 Fusion Motorsport cars behind him. Then it's the DKR karting, Dartford Karting's Alex Lay. And I've been going on about how Danny Crettenden's been here, and of course Danny Crettenden's not looking after the Dartford karting team, he's looking after Ambition Motorsport. Or helping to. But of course it's Danny Crettenden's family that I believe, so I've been told, involved in Dartford karting. There we go. Now Bush checks over his shoulder. Well, I don't know, he checks over his shoulder and gives a casual nod to think, okay, Alicia's behind me, maybe, well, I don't think they've got a plan, of course they're not, but he seems to be quite happy that Alicia will work with him. Let's see. Will she, or will she make the move? She's making a move! And Alicia Barrett back into the lead, and how many places is Bush going to lose? The answer is 2, because the pole man, Georgi Dimitrov, follows Bush through, but then Dimitrov takes the lead at the next corner, and Bush regains second place. Into the Fullerton S's, 2 minutes to go. Dimitrov checks over his shoulder. Bush, then Barrett, Edgar. Well, Dominic Bush is the lone non-fusion driver. He is in a sea of, and there's a bit of hand signal there. Is it to say, no, don't defend, I'm going to push you. Because, and under the bridge they go. The dust being kicked up there. Dimitrov taking the inside line. And as he feared, Dominic Bush is the filling that the Fusion Motorsport sandwich did not like the taste of. And just like that, he is back into 5th place. Alex Lay moves into 4th. And of course, Alicia Barrett now gets run wide, and she drops back to 5th. Then it's McDonald, and behind the top 5, because we are now into the closing stages, Dimitrov beginning to defend, Edgar on the outside. So, Tom Edgar with that Monster Energy Drink livery crash helmet, the Northern Irishman. And I'm trying to think back, has Edgar led a lap of Kartmasters this year? I do not know. He has had a 5th, a 6th, a 4th and a 6th in his 4 heat races, and he finished 6th in the pre-final. But now he finds himself in 2nd place with 45 seconds to go. Lay 3rd, Bush 4th, Barrett 5th, McDonald 6th, Ellswood and Heading and Anglis have worked all race, and they have finally caught back up. One of the Fusion drivers got run very wide there. 30 seconds to go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers in a line down the back straight. Dimitrov, Edgar, then defending 3rd place is Lay. Bush trying to get alongside, he cuts back in. McDonald, Ellswood, Heading, Barrett and Anglis. And as Lay and Bush battle side by side for 3rd, that is like giving the green light and ringing the dinner bell for Dimitrov and Edgar to get their heads down for another couple of corners, because suddenly the gap has grown. It's now 10 kart lengths. The main fight is for 3rd. And Tom Edgar has got Georgi Dimitrov all to himself as the last lap board comes out. And it's Edgar versus Dimitrov under the bridge Dimitrov defends onto the banking. Edgar's going to try and cut underneath going to turn 3. No, he doesn't. He goes around the outside of turn 3. But no, Dimitrov covers the line onto the bridge. Now Edgar's going to try and get the run down the hill. Is he in the slipstream? Yes, he is. I can't quite see who's in third. It is Ellswood in third. And Dimitrov defends. Here comes Tom Edgar on the outside now into the second hit, but he's going to try and squeeze Dimitrov across. Has he managed to force Dimitrov wide? Edgar on the outside again. Oh, this is going to be a move worthy of Kartmasters. If he can pull it off, he does pull it off. Tom Edgar now leads. Dimitrov does the same. That's 2 outside moves round the outside of Bobby Game corner. Georgi Dimitrov, he thought he'd lost that one, but he won it back with a spectacular move. Now can Tom Edgar redraft and drag race to the line again. It is Dimitrov, Edgar, and William Ellswood in third place, and that's a perfect photo opportunity. I hope Chris Walker got it. I think he might have done, because all 3 of them pumping the air with one fist as they cross the line. 3 happy X30 Mini drivers, and Georgi Dimitrov wins the inaugural X30 Mini Kartmasters Trophy. Tom Edgar, having led approximately 1 straight of Kartmasters 2017, finishes inches behind in second. Third, William Ellswood, who spent most of the race just trying to hang on and catch the leaders, and then right at the end came through from 8th to 3rd. Alex Lay finishes 4th, just at the podium. Alicia Barrett, strong 5th place result for Alicia, but for another year, Gabby Weyer remains the only female Kartmasters champion. Sam Heading finishes 6th. Well, they knew he was there this weekend. He made his mark, and hopefully find the budget to carry on. TJ McDonald's finishing 7th. Blake Anglis 8th. Then Khaled Saab 9th, and from Hong Kong, Kiki Yuen makes the UK karting debut and finishes 10th. Oliver Phillips finishes 11th, followed by Ross McDonald, and we saw the kart at the bottom of the screen. What happened, I don't know, but Dominic Bush, having raced from the 5th row up into the lead, did not finish that race. Neither did Ivan Lomliev or Ben Cochran, and we look down, Lay, and there's Dimitrov and Edgar. Georgi Dimitrov has won the inaugural X30 Kartmasters Trophy, and there's William Ellswood chatting away to Alicia Barrett. And they're all discussing, shaking of hands, excellent sportsmanship, because there would have been moments in the weekend where a class where the drivers are so closely matched, and the lead battle, the lead group was always 7 or 8. There would have been always moments where, you know, contact was made, tactics didn't quite plan out, drivers got upset with each other. But when all said is done, when all is said and done, they're very supportive of each other, and it will be Dimitrov, Edgar, and Ellswood who make their way to the parade car. Alex Lay, with his helmet on, following them out, knowing that just missed out. And there is congratulations from Mr. Ellswood, and a bad weekend's work. And here they go. They will go on to the parade car. And Georgi Dimitrov, we'll do it one last time. I thought he was from Manchester. He's originally from Bulgaria. His family are Bulgarian. I thought he lived in Manchester because that's what it said on the Super 1 entry forms. But there we go. Super 1 entry form that's not filled out properly. Oof, never heard of that before. And it turns out he actually lives in Cambridge. So he's not Liam Gallagher, Manchester. He's a Cambridge Blue. Most respectable, holding a black and white checked flag in a blue car. But he's a Kartmasters winner. And there's Tom Edgar. Thumbs up there. Well, Edgar he was committed to the outside line, and he made the move stick going outside into the Fullerton S's. How many times over the years have we seen that move end with karts going over the grass? But he made the move stick, but then Dimitrov came back at him around the outside with a move at the Bobby Game corner. You don't go around the outside of the Bobby Game corner generally, and pull it off. But he did. And it's a move worthy of Kartmaster's victory. And that's Mini X30 done. We now look ahead as the parade car goes round to Minimax. Number 59. Minimax, 13 drivers in total, although we have just 12 left after the withdrawal of Jake Boydell. And the Minimax GP parade, first contested in 2003. It has been won by Adam Christodoulou, Will Stevens, Tom Grice, Ryan Denton, Billy Albone, Danny Harwood, Jack Barlow, George Russell, Ross Gunn, Philip Rawson, Tom Gamble, Sam Pooley, Kian Jewis and Dexter Patterson. So how many drivers have gone on to either race or test the Formula One car on that list? Well, 2 so far. Several others have gone on to long careers in car racing. Ross Gunn this year racing at Le Mans 24 Hours, I believe. But who is going to join them on the roll of honour? Is it going to be the poleman, Tom Adams, for Coles Racing? Tom, second in this year's Super 1 Championship so far. Alongside him, Jamie Day. Well, this is going to be the start of a... No, Jamie Day has already been out in OK Junior. He starts on the outside, the front row here. We haven't had a winner based in Dubai at Kartmasters yet. Kai Hunter. Well, his brother Reese coulda, woulda, shoulda in junior Rotax. Can Kai uphold family honours in this one? He starts the number 95 KR Sport Kart from third alongside Owen Johnson. Then Lewis Gilbert, the current Minimax British Championship leader, who finished 14th in this race 1 year ago. Joshua Wilby for Team Avago. Then it's Hugh Lawrenson and Marcus Littlewood in the Spirit of Senna entry, number 12. And Ben Casely, Diraf Kende, the only Senegalese international kart racer there is, Alex Connor and Theo Kakiti from Dubai round out the field. Off we go. Race number 59, under the bridge and into the banking with Tom Adams. And Adams won 3 out of 4 heats and the pre-final. But he has never been able to relax because Hunter, Day, Johnson, Gilbert have all been there or thereabouts all weekend. In fact, Kai Hunter, he qualified fastest of all but that's been a recovery drive ever since, and by that point Tom Adams had kind of got into the rhythm. Hunter was just desperate to try and get up there, and Adams was a bit more relaxed. And this is the Grand Prix, and Jamie Day, who had a, well, Jamie Day, he's having an absolutely outstanding kart masters as the young man based in Dubai. Here comes Lewis Gilbert now. Lewis Gilbert, we've got, you know, a huge international, well, I say huge, 4. How many sport cars we got? How many, 4. So 4 from KR Sport, 2 from Coles, 3 from Persistence, then there's the 1 from 698 Racing, Team Avigo, and the Spirit of Senna, which is an international, which is a unique entry, which I would imagine be a privateer-based effort. And the Persistence Motorsport team, I've said it before, they have been improving the last couple of years, getting stronger and stronger to the point where now Lewis Gilbert is leading the British Championship for them. And of course, they started out, I don't know the exact ins and outs of their full history, but they were obviously a club-based team to start with. Got Sean Barrington working with them and helping them out this weekend, and of course he's a former Rotax World Champion. And Lewis Gilbert, well, he's the British Championship leader. So, he's the fastest mini-max driver in the country this year so far. The year's not over yet. Oh, and then there's number 44. There is Diraf Kende. And Diraf, who was, again, so well-spoken. First time racing here in the UK. Is probably, like a couple of other drivers that have been here for the first time, he's probably had his mind blown with just how intense this event is. Literally from the minute you go out for practice on Thursday morning, there's drivers sending moves in all over the place like it's a final. But that's just kart masters. That's how much it's so important for everybody, every single driver. Oh, Alex Connor has gone off and retired. You see his kart in the top of your screens now. So one of the 4 Dubai-based drivers. Diraf Kende is technically based in Dubai, even though he is Senegalese. And there goes Lewis Gilbert into the lead. So Gilbert now leads. You've seen Tom Adams just withstand attack after attack after attack across all 4 heats. Mainly from Ryan Hunter and Gilbert and Jamie Day, Owen Johnson. And now it's Gilbert back in front. What can Tom Adams do? Is he going to wait or is he going to go? He looks over his shoulder, backs off early into the second hairpin. Now, there's Kai Hunter in 3rd and Jamie Day 4th. And in the pre-final, there was a moment where one of Jamie Day's lunges may have resulted in a, how should we say this, a temporary rotation of another machine that had the same graphics kit and was parked in the same awning, which may have led to a rather interesting debrief. There is the Spirit of Senna number 12 entry being chased by the Avigo karting number 24 of Josh Wilby. There is Persistence Motorsports number 43 being pushed along by Tom Adams. So I'm sure that KR Sport team boss Andrew Orchard has put his arm warmly around his 2 drivers and said, please don't do that again. You're so kind if you didn't punt each other off. Marvellous. And let him get on with it. And there goes Tom Adams into the lead. Lewis Gilbert now getting shuffled wide. Gilbert over the grass. Day and Hunter go through, and now that is Tom Adams there. He reaches down and adjusts the air cover on that radiator. Gilbert now has Owen Johnson in the number 18 Coles Racing Kart for Company, and through the Mike Wilson complex, and it's Tom Adams who has now just got to get his head down again. He's got Kai Hunter alongside him, and Hunter goes through. On to the banking on lap number 6. We've still got 9.5 minutes to go. Kai Hunter, I've been calling Kai Hunter and his Hunter brothers as if I know they're both caught in the spring. Let us check this now. Please don't. I'm just being really like lazy and just assuming that because they're in the same team, they got the same surname, that they are related. And I'm keeping one eye on Jamie Day, making it a KR Sport 1-2. Yes, both important in the spring, and I would therefore retiring. No. It is the 95. He is leading the mini-max race from his teammate Jamie Day, and then Tom Adams, Lewis Gilbert, and Owen Johnson. There is the Spirit of Santa, Marcus Littlewood, and there is a very disappointed Theo Kakati out of the race in his UAE race suit. And there goes a move on the bridge, and that we are back to where we were. Now Jamie Day has taken the lead. Kai Hunter did briefly go back to third. Now he's into second. Lewis Gilbert is third and just locks up in the braking there. And Hunter runs a little bit wide. The two Coles racing carts. Well, Tom Adams now is as far back as he's been all weekend. Adams back to fifth. We've got 8 minutes to go. Further back, the Spirit of Senna, Marcus Littlewood is sixth, followed by Joshua Wilby. Ben Casely is eighth. Then it is Diaraf Kiende behind his Persistence teammate Casely, and Hugh Lawrenson is the last kart still running because two of the three KR Sport drivers that are based in Dubai are out, and the other one is leading right now. So we're on lap number 8. Even though it is now on 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so technically it's late afternoon, it's supposed to be a balmy summer's day, the cloud cover is blanketing the circuit. So I don't think we're going to get any rain. Hope we don't get any rain, but I cannot say so with any form of assurance, because it's been one of those weekends where you're never quite sure what the weather's going to do. On to the back straight, 7 minutes to go into Bobby Game Corner, the two KR Sport karts. Day leading Kai Hunter, then Gilbert, Adams. Adams has already passed Owen Johnson. Owen Johnson, one of 3 drivers that raced in this event last year. Kai Hunter finished 11th in last year's Grand Prix. Jamie Day 14th. No, sorry, Lewis Gilbert 14th. And Owen Johnson 21st. Jamie Day down the hill towards the first hairpin. His teammate Kai Hunter, now he's probably Kai Hunter thinking, no, I wonder if I just make the same little tiny mistake that Jamie made in the pre-final, and oops-a-daisy, he's gone a little bit wide, and there's the race lead. I'm sure he's not, I'm joking, but you never know what goes through the minds of what has happened in the awning outside. And I'm just looking back at the Persistence Motorsport battle that's going on for 8th place, which is Ben Casely leading Diaraf Kende. And Diaraf Kende, he had it's safe to say that Diaraf, as we watch the leaders come on to the start-finish straight, so it's still Day, Hunter, Gilbert and Adams. There's Kai Hunter just reminding Jamie Day that he's there, and Jamie Day then runs a little bit wide going into the banking. Hunter has got the inside line in turn number 3. Yes, he has. Takes the lead. And Jamie Day will probably think, well, okay, that's the equaliser. But he's still in second place. And Jamie Day, well, maybe not. Jamie Day, you're not supposed to bump draft through the corners. Just down the straights would be nice. Gilbert right there, and so is Adams. I think this is probably one of the longest periods that Adams has not led a mini-max race for this entire week. Oh, there was the 4th heat yesterday. The last heat of the weekend, he didn't lead much, but apart from that, it has been pretty much all his way, even though he hasn't been a dominant factor in terms of pace. Things have just gone that way. Well, now you've got Jamie Day absolutely committed, and he commits to the inside, and Kai Hunter gets shuffled to the outside and loses 3 places. Here comes Lewis Gilbert up the inside. He runs Jamie Day up the banking, not slightly, just on the curbs. That was a Classic stuff it up the inside, going down the hill, and sit on the apex and let the guy on the outside sort himself out. And Tom Adams calmly back at the second, although less than... Oh, and there was a move from Kai Hunter, and Adams had to jink wide there to avoid getting clattered into. And he resumes, but he's still there in 5th place. And the lead 5 are still all together. You can tell things are getting a bit tasty because we've got 3.5 minutes to go. Lewis Gilbert for Persistence Motorsport has the race lead under darkening skies. 1 or 2 officials kind of just reaching for their long sleeve jackets because warm is one thing that it is not right now. And Kai Hunter takes the lead over the bridge. Down the hill, no, Gilbert takes it back, and things break loose 3 wide down the straight towards hairpin number 1. And will Gilbert get that kart slowed down on the apex? Just about. Hunter, Day, up the inside and round the outside tries Tom Adams. He can't do it, there's karts in his way. Johnson's to his inside, Gilbert has the lead. And as they go to the Fullerton S, they're going to get through cleanly. Yes, they are. 2 minutes 45 to go. It's gloomy outside. It's very, very bright at the front of the field, but that's because the Persistence kart is painted bright orange and green. And, oh, and that's Lewis Gilbert running very wide through that left-hand part of the Mike Wilson complex, and that is about as far wide as you ever want to run. And now he's in trouble because you've got Kai Hunter looking at the inside. He somehow holds him off going into the first corner. 2 minutes to go. And, well, Lewis Gilbert is going to drive defensively. He's not leaving, but he is being defensive now. He's got to be, because if you drop from 1st to 5th with 2 minutes to go, your chances of coming back are slim. So Gilbert thinks, well, no, I'm going to stay here now until the end. There shall be no more just letting you drive past and things like that. I'm staying put, but he might not have a choice because here comes Kai Hunter. Hunter to Gilbert inside. No, he switches back. Now Kai Hunter will try the crossover move. He's got the momentum. Here comes Gilbert. Oh, they're on the grass. He's got to be careful going into Bobby Game corner. They're going to get round. Yes, they do. You were just waiting for somebody to go spearing into the tyres there, but they didn't. Because Hunter braked enough, but then he has to rely on Day and Adams to also brake. Johnson's there, and look who's joined the fun right at the end. The Spirit of Saturn number 12 of Littlewood and Joshua Wilby in the Team Avogo karting entry. So we've got now 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers all in a row. Gilbert leads from Hunter, then Day, Adams, Johnson, Littlewood, and Josh Wilby. And Wilby and Littlewood have just been not part of the lead group all day. Here we come, 1 minute to go at the Grand Prix, and they suddenly find themselves, look, they can see the lead. And Gilbert is driving defensively now, because somebody has got to try on. Gilbert comes across from Hunter. Now, are we going to see, there's Day jinking wide behind them. Ben Casey and DF Kende in 8th and 9th, they're still pushing on like it's a cadet race to try and get to the front. Who knows? They might happen. Well, Tom Adams has now got to try and force his way through. He passes Jamie Day for 3rd. Halfway through the Mike Wilson complex. They will get back to the line before the clock strikes 0. Gilbert. 18 seconds to go. Next time round it'll be the last lap board. What can Kai Hunter do to pass Lewis Gilbert? Hunter is 3rd in the British Championship standings behind Tom Adams and the man who leads this race, but Gilbert runs wide, and now Hunter gets to the inside, and does he make the move? No, Gilbert scrambles across. Here comes Adams around the outside. Uh-oh, he's going to get run wide there by Day and by Hunter. No, they give each other room just about into the second hairpin. This is great stuff. Let's just hope they all come back in one piece. Gilbert leads. I thought for sure that Tom Adams was going to get squeezed. They squeezed him, but they didn't squeeze him off the track. And then they all gave themselves just, and I mean just, enough racing room into that second hairpin. And now into the Mike Wilson complex. It is Gilbert from Adams. Well, Tom Adams has positioned himself in the best place, apart from, well, maybe this is the best place. Who would want to be Lewis Gilbert now, as he sees the last lap board, turns round, and most of the field has literally camped out on his rear bumper. through the Bruno Ferrari S's, onto the banking. Gilbert has the lead. The top 7, neck and neck, through turn number 4. And Gilbert successfully negotiates that. In fact, Tom Adams is looking, oh, Adams spins! Adams spins into the back, he locks up in the braking and spins sideways. He went directly square into the back of Gilbert, but he did it at such an angle that he almost just gave Lewis Gilbert a little bit of a bump. Here comes Jamie Day now the inside of Gilbert, and Gilbert moves across, and the spirit of Senna, Marcus Littlewood, bids for the podium, although he now falls back to 4th behind Kai Hunter. So, Lewis Gilbert, I don't believe Persistence Motorsport have ever won a GP plate. Could that change? I believe it may do in the next 10 or so seconds. The 2KR Sport drivers will not catch him. Day 2nd, Hunter 3rd, but Lewis Gilbert is your GP plate winner for the Persistence Motorsport team. Day 2nd, Hunter 3rd, the best, and there's Mrs. Gilbert, and well done, and there's the emotion of karting just go from tense, literally mind-blowing and stress to relief and joy as Lewis Gilbert wins the 2017 MSA British Kartmasters Grand Prix, and the Persistence team, that is a just reward for their commitment and their improving over the last few years to now. They have always got that. Okay, so if you're going to sign a driver next year, well, come to join the GP plate winning team. And Gilbert, Day and Hunter, your top 3. Marcus Littlewood, what a result in 4th place. Owen Johnson 5th. 6th for Joshua Wilby, and there was virtually a second amongst them. Diraf Kende comes home in 7th place. Good result for Diraf, he'll be pleased with that. And Tom Adams, well, they were all braking late, and well, we'll see what happens, but Tom Adams suddenly found himself driving sideways, smoke pouring out of the back of the car into the back of the race leader, who just somehow managed to get around the corner cleanly. Tom Adams finishes 8th after being by far and away the most successful in terms of race wins driver we have in Minimax this year. But it doesn't matter because he didn't win, and you only remember the winners of Kartmasters. Ben Cainsley finishes 9th. Hugh Lawrenson for 698 Racing rounds out the top 10. And Theo Kakati and Alex Connor, both driven well, and both leave Kartmasters ultimately disappointed. And Lewis Gilbert, Jamie Day there, what a weekend Day has had. He has competed for the wins in both the classes that he has raced in, and that is all they can ask for. It hasn't quite worked out, but he has left his mark there, and a shake of the hands and a hug and an embrace. Well done there, because, you know, it's been a bit fraught. And there's Diraf Kende, and very small in stature is Diraf, and he, well, it's over now. You've done it. You have brought the Senegalese flag, and there is karting, and that is going to be a happy, happy moment. Running towards, I'm assuming, would be Dad, possibly, or just someone who looks particularly relieved in a Persistence Motorsport shirt. And oh, and look at that there again. These are only Minimax drivers, and Kai Hunter, who has finished 3rd, getting consoled by the winner. But they have raced their absolute hearts out, and there is Lewis Gilbert. A shake of the hands. Kai Hunter on the podium, and Lewis Gilbert beaming, and a shake of the hands, and that is sportsmanship, and I'm glad that the cameras are following the reactions of the drivers, because you have seen some tremendous sportsmanship, and sometimes the sportsmanship on the track is actually better than the sportsmanship in the paddock. And that is an example of that. So there you are, Lewis Gilbert, your 2017 Minimax Grand Prix winner. 59 races down, 3 races to go. Race number 60, very shortly, will be Senior OK. There they are, the fastest karts here this year. Senior OK. In about 6 weeks' time, a full grid of them will assemble here and compete for the World Karting Championship. I'll say it once more for those of you watching the live stream, please make your plans and come to PFI. There will be live streaming, but it's not doing Telemundi media, which means it's not going to be as good. So come and watch it in the flesh. The best kart racers in the world, and they have the best mechanics in the world because the mechanics are easily winning at. There's Toby George with an apron, all sorts on. There we go. So, Toby, thank you. Do you want to show off the earpiece? Is the radio in the bum? Yes, it is. And we only let ourselves down. The trainers are black, not bright orange or something like. Mr. Tillett's mechanic. He's got the right colored trainers. And here is Mark Kimber's World Championship Rotax Junior winning mechanic with the just about the best combination. That is the apron, the Tony Kart t-shirt, the radio by the bum, bright blue trainers with orange laces. Oh, you've got to have weird laces and an apron. And do you want to just lift up your t-shirt there to see, we got a kart mechanic tan? Or we're too busy trying to brief our driver in how to win a Grand Prix. Is the mechanic tan there? Oh, I think it might be. Well, enough of that. Pod's just looking, going, oh, he hasn't noticed, as I've got trendy sunglasses on and it's really cloudy. So, the OK Senior class. This is the CIK preferred class that will compete for the World Championship here at PFI later this year. The winner is the second time that we've run this at Kart Masters. Last year, Oliver Hodgson became the first ever winner, and he starts from pole position in the #1 kart. He's the British champion. There's a £500 voucher from Strawberry Racing. The GP plate, there's a Samsung curved all-in-one sound bar. Up for grabs for the winner. £800 in vouchers available for the top three. Mark Kimber for Strawberry Racing starts on the outside of row 1. So it is #1, Oliver Hodgson for the PF International team, last year's GP plate winner on pole. Mark Kimber, the 2014 Cadet Honda GP plate champion and last year's Junior Rotax World Champion. Rasmus Lind from Sweden, one of the leading contenders for the world title this year in kart #12 for Fusion Motorsports. Luke Knott, former runner-up in the British Senior Rotax Championship, 4th in the British Championship last year, starts 4th. He finished 4th this race 1 year ago. Callum Bradshaw, last year's FIA Academy champion, the 2016 Kartmasters Junior X30 champion. For the factory CRG team starts 5th. And Ben Waldridge, privateer entrant for Utility Energy, I'll get the spelling thing right, but he is a privateer. He starts 6th. Then it is Archie Tillett in kart number 8 on the Fullerton chassis for the Tillett Racing Seats team, and Oliver Clark for the M Sport team, who have already won a Kartmaster title in Junior OK. The youngest driver on the grid in this class. Could he make it a double? Ewan Wilson for the S8 Racing team. I confess an interest to having a special affinity for the S8 team, seeing as they've looked after Enrique de Leon, the driver I helped to suffer through Kartmasters, put through Kartmasters. In Junior X30, the driver from Trinidad and S8 Racing have been very good looking after him. Ewan Wilson goes from the inside of row 5 alongside California's Dante Yu for the Comp Kart team. Juan Sabater from Spain for the S8 Racing team, and Scott Mackerel for Fusion Motorsports on row 6. We should have Jake Douglas out there in kart 14, but he's not. So Rory Hudson and Laura Tillett round out the field. Lights are out. Oh, there goes Jake Douglas. His dad Wayne must have been asleep or something and forgot to get his kart out. He will join the field. We got 15 OK senior karts heading out onto the banking, led by defending champion Oliver Hodgson. Now, Dante Yu and Juan Sabater side by side, and I hope that Juan's dad and sister are watching, because they've been enjoying their Kartmasters experience. But I'm not sure how much they're going to enjoy that, as Juan gets a little bit sandwiched going through the, it's not a sandwich, he's Spanish, it's a paella, through the second hairpin, but he emerges unscathed. Dante Yu has slipped to the back of the pack, and there is 14 kart, and there's Callum Bradshaw rather making a move for second place. Or is that third place? Because Rasmus Lind is into P2. It's Hodgson, Lind, Bradshaw, then the 2 strawberry karts of Kimber and Luke Knott, and Paul Spencer thinking, oh come on, I've put 3 vouchers up for the top 3, at least we can get one of them back to me so I don't have to spend it. They rather are 4th and 5th, and then it is Archie Tillett, Ewan Wilson, Oliver Clark and Ben Waldridge in 9th. Juan Sabater up into the top 10 with Scott Mackerel 11th, then Laura Tillett, Rory Hudson, Dante Yu and Jake Douglas. But it is under darkening skies, Oliver Hodgson leading this race. Rasmus Lind second, and now we're going to see, I'm talking about how you're going to manage a race in this. It's 15 minutes. The OKs are the most highly strung engine. They rev the highest. They're the fastest, most powerful. So the drivers have to manage the power and look after their engines through this. So you'll see the drivers adjusting the settings, adjusting carbs, adjusting radiators, putting their hands down to cover the airflow, just to try and make sure that their engine is performing to its maximum when the last lap board goes out. Hodgson leads. Bradshaw trying to get at the inside of Rasmus Lind. And it's Hodgson on the Birrell ART kart, then Lind on the Spirit Chassis Fusion, then the factory CRG of Bradshaw, and then 2 Tony karts in the form of Luke Knott in 4th, because he's been 4th virtually every time the checkered flag has come out, and then Kimber in the number 45. Through the Mike Wilson complex go the leaders, and Lint and Bradshaw are closing in, and I have to say that the CRG team, their faces were not ones you would associate with smiles on Friday evening, because the wagon did not want to go round the circuit, and they have obviously worked extremely hard, and there's been a few of the members are still struggling, but Callum Bradshaw, I have to say, has picked up the chassis up, picked it down the head with the back fish, and then shut it down and said, go on, get up there, and it has. Listen, Bradshaw is 3rd. Don't forget, last year he was a junior. Rasmus Lint goes to the inside of Hodgson, but Hodgson, who last year's British senior champion, he's been a senior. Well, he won his first of 2 Kartmasters titles back in 2013 as a senior. This is his 5th year at least as a senior driver. Very, very experienced. Looking to join George Russell, Adam Christodoulou and Alex Sims as the only drivers to win 3 titles. That would put him joint 5th on the all-time list. Rasmus Lind, well, he would like to join the list containing the name Marco Ardigo as non-British winners of Kart Masters. And there's a fair few other drivers in this race that could as well. But the top 5 are pulling away from Ewan Wilson in 6th position. So the S8 team, the Sheffield-based outfit, holding their own, doing a good job ahead of Ben Waldridge. Waldridge in the number 47 runs 7th. Archie Tillett is 8th. There's a move from Luke Knott to pass Callum Bradshaw, and the move is successful. Behind Archie Tillett is Oliver Clark in 9th. Juan Sabater in 10th. Laura Tillett 11th. Rory Hudson 12th. Scott Mackerel, Dante Yu and Jake Douglas, all 15 drivers still running as they complete lap number 5. And it's worth mentioning again, I've said it again, but then people are tuning in at different times, that Oliver Hodgson, so you've got, now that is the PF International team, it's run by Paul Fletcher from the circuit. And Oliver Hodgson, so many years we associated that colour scheme with Mark Litchfield, and now with Litchfield being more selective with his racing and more hands-on with the running of the operation, Hodgson a couple of years ago brought in, was almost the apprentice, and has soon learnt all he needs to know and a lot more besides, and is building his own trophy cabinet for Mr. Fletcher. Lint and Knott now giving chase. So Bradshaw's dropped back a little bit, and you can see Bradshaw moving his right hand down over to the air box to change the airflow ever so slightly. So it's almost like you've got to give the cart a breather. You've got to get pat on the back and say, okay, we'll have a little rest, and then we're going to go again. Because you do have to coax these okays. They're very, and there goes Bradshaw, and that was a spin in the straight line, and which tells me that perhaps something, I don't know, I wouldn't want to comment, it's just behind the starter stand, but very not often do you see carts spinning in a straight at the end of one. Now Archie Tillett is slowing down as well. Now if that, something like that sees that a chain came off, then that would have been the reason why. So Bradshaw is out, and he has driven his cart out for no reward, but hey, could be in 6 weeks' time that happens. You may look back and think, well, at least it happened at Kart Masters, not at the World Championships. And that promotes Knott and Kimber. So Kimber is not with the lead 3. He is not being able to hang on. Yellow flags waving as they come down the hill as the marshalling team remove Bradshaw's cart. Oh, and Archie Tillett's got a very poorly sounding Fullerton chassis as well. And so Tillett is about to begin the 2nd retirement. So we're down to 13 runners. Jake Douglas in 13th. The top 3 nose tail. Kimber's got a bit of work to do. There's a big gap back to the driver in 5th place is Ben Waldridge. So Waldridge has gone past Ewan Wilson. Now I've said it before, and I will probably say it again, this class will live or die on the ability of the privateer driver to compete and compete competitively in the big events. Ben Waldridge is one such privateer driver, and he is in 5th position. So, unfortunately, James Lingard withdrew from the meeting overnight, and there's a move for the lead. Rasmus Lind from Sweden takes the race lead away from Oliver Hodgson, and Luke Knott fights back and takes 2nd place away from Hodgson. Mark Kimber now coming a bit closer to the top 3. Ben Waldridge has got Ewan Wilson and Oliver Clark right behind him. Now, behind Oliver Clark is Juan Sabater is up to 8th. Rory Hudson for Thule Motorsport is up into 9th place. Then it is Scott Mackerel, Dante Yu and Laura Tillett all in a line. No one has dropped off the back. Jake Douglas is about 4 seconds back, but then he started further back from the pit lane. Lint is trying to pull away. I'm just going to look at one of my lists, and with 6.5 minutes to go, Rasmus Lint, there's through the screen is Ben Waldridge pulling away a little bit from Ewan Wilson and Oliver Clark. There's the battle with Dante Yu at the back of it in 11th place, and Oliver Hodgson passes Luke Knott for second, and now defends. Knott wants to go straight back in on him, and Knott's going to have to deal with the attentions of his teammate Mark Kimber. And Hodgson, 6 minutes to go. He's got to get back up to Rasmus Lint, because Rasmus Lint is pulling away. The gap between first and second is up to nearly 1 second now. That is something that Oliver Hodgson will have to do something about. So, we start lap number 11. The fastest lap of the race so far is Luke Knott's, 55.06. Ricky Conrad earlier placed a bet and said if I was a betting man, well, I am a betting man, and I'm about to bet that Oliver Hodgson in the next 2 laps beats that 55.06 lap time as he catches Rasmus Lint. Let's see. He's got the 2 Strawberry Racing Tony karts behind him. And he's pulling some distance on them. And I've got a timing screen for him. That's a green first sector. So that's Oliver Hodgson's best first sector of the race so far. He's gone quicker than Lint through sector number 2. And there's Archie Tillett, who retired a few laps ago, watching things unfold. Luke Knott pulled back in the kart, and to 55.10 for Hodgson, a 55.11 for Rasmus Lint. So Lint is holding his own. Of course, he's one of the group of favourites potentially for the World Championship this year. But Oliver Hodgson also would like to think that he is one of the favourites as well for the title. And again, Hodgson a 10th quicker than Lint now through the first sector. And the 2 Strawberry drivers, Kimber now in front of Knott. Luke Knott was obviously feeling a little bit uncomfortable with not being in 4th place, so he's settled back in. These 4 are 3 seconds in front of Ben Waldridge in 6th. And oh well, a 55.25 for Hodgson, so I would have lost my fiver. Kimber under pressure. Hodgson is closing in though. Lint was 800 slower than Hodgson last time around. So this is why Hodgson was just putting his hand over the air box and fiddling around with various settings earlier on, is because he knows that now is the time that he needs absolute maximum from that kart. And I think we've lost Rory Hudson somewhere on the way as well, the Thule Motorsport driver, who admitted it was going to be really tough for him, and it has proved to be correct. As they come to the Mike Wilson complex, Rasmus Lint, well, looking at the list of winners, we've Marco Ardigo from Italy, and he's the only really foreign driver that has won, although take Jordan Chamberlain who's from Newport and pretty foreign land. There's Ben Waldridge. So there is the difference between the Fusion Motorsport team and Rasmus Lint from Sweden and Ben Waldridge and his dad from Ascot. It's about 4 seconds. All we need now is for more drivers and parents and families that know karting, are in the sport, to think if Ben can do it, then I'll have a go as well, because that will create a class that has longevity. You cannot survive with just the support of a couple of teams. It's proved time and time again. That's why we no longer have the KF engine, why we no longer have the Formula A engine, because the top will eat itself. So, Hodgson now within spitting distance of the Swede, who's looking to become the 3rd Fusion driver to win a GP plate this afternoon, and the 2nd non-British driver to win a GP plate in history. But Oliver Hodgson has just taken his time. He's got 90 seconds to go. It's taken him a good few laps. Shows just how well Rasmus Lint is pedaling that number 12 kart. But will he resist Hodgson? Well, he has to. Hodgson is now just glided up to the back of it. Number 12 machine, Rasmus Lindt. You have to remember, he's no expert round here. Oliver Hodgson virtually lives at the circuit. Rasmus Lindt rocks up from Sweden and gets to grips with the place. The very, very good drivers, very experienced, very good drivers like Lindt. They do learn circuits very quickly. But he's now got to learn how to deal with the driver that is one of the most successful drivers here for the last few years, Oliver Hodgson. Don't forget, Hodgson is trying to do the double. We're going to see Hodgson again later in Senior OK. He's going to crossover move. Has he got the momentum? Lindt just guides Hodgson towards the inside line, and Hodgson sticks it up the inside anyway. They run wide through the Fullerton S's. Watch the strawberry. Well, there's almost strawberries and cream there, and there was a little bit of bumping and barging going on as the two strawberry drivers sorted themselves out. Kimber up the second, and there's Lindt's chance gone. Now, has Hodgson done enough? He thought about not doing it, and then he thought, well, I'm going to do it anyway. 10 seconds to go. He scrambled. Now Luke Knott passes Mark Kimber into P2. Kimber looks aside, let's not go. Ben Wooldridge is now only 2 seconds behind the lead group. And Lindt has passed Kimber as well. Now maybe Kimber's kart is suddenly not 100%. He's lost 2 positions without really defending them, and the clock has struck 0. Luke Knott has not led a lap yet at Kartmasters 2017. This is as high as he's been. He's now got Oliver Hodgson not far in front of him. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Last lap board awaits. Hodgson looks comfortable. I don't think Luke Knott is quite close enough. Hodgson checks over his shoulder. Lindt third, Kimber fourth, and then Wooldridge in fifth, Clark sixth, Wilson seventh, and Dante Yu in eighth. Last lap. Throw the thinking. Well, actually, I spoke too soon because Luke Knott is driving the wheels off that Tony kart down the hill. Hodgson, though, is not one to generally make a mistake. Into the first hairpin. And out. Hodgson checks again. Well, that shows that he is not completely certain yet. He checks again over his shoulder. Into the Fullerton S's. Onto the back straight. Now into the Bobby Game corner. Luke Knott may have to settle for second. Lindt is third. Kimber is fourth. Out of the left-hander through the final chicane, and Oliver Hodgson takes and defends his title in OK Senior, and thus becomes only the 8th driver to successfully defend a Kartmasters title. Simon Haraway did it in junior again back in the 90s. Michael Simpson did it twice in Senior Rotax in the early noughties. Justin Edgar did it in 100 National. Jack Harvey did it in Jicker. Dan Holland did it in 177. Ben Barnacote did it in KF3, and Lucas Orrock did it in 177. And now in the Premier class, Oliver Hodgson wins his 3rd title, and we go into the last couple of races saying that the double for the 2nd time in Kartmasters history is still potentially on. Luke Knott finishes as the runner-up, and only about half a second down. 3rd was Rasmus Lindt, so we have Sweden on the podium. Then Mark Kimber in 4th. What a result for Ben Wooldridge. Privateer driver takes him a top 5 finish in the Grand Prix. Oliver Clark finishes 6th. Ewan Wilson 7th, Dante Yu is 8th. Scott Mackerel and Laura Tillett round out the top 10. Juan Sabater and Jake Douglas 11th and 12th. And we sadly lost Rory Hudson, Archie Tillett and Callum Bradshaw. And Jordan Brown-Nutley and James Lingard withdrew from the meeting. And there is the congratulatory shake of the hands as Luke Knott and Mark Kimber. Hey, well, they're probably thinking, Yeah, and there is Ben Baldridge. So for the people watching back home, you can see that is just, you know, a different looking car. It's just got the Utilita Energy sponsorship on it, which I would be guessing is maybe something to do with Dad's work. Could be wrong. I'm sure you'll correct me if I am. And so that car, not run out of a big truck, not run with armies of mechanics, just run with your dad in a pair of jeans and a roll-up hanging out of the side of his mouth. And he's just finished in the top 5, and I wonder if he's going to have a little pop at the World Championship. There is Stephen Lanyon. There's Pod saying congratulations to his man. And Oliver Hodgins thinking, okay, it was half, 50% over. And you wouldn't just think that he is. And that's good to see. There's Rasmus Lintz, mechanic, congratulating Oliver Hodgson. They know that this is a class act. They know they're all a class act, but you don't begrudge losing to a driver, and there's handshakes. You don't begrudge losing to a driver that has been there, bought the T-shirt, won world titles, and has done so without, you know, the little nudges and touches and bumps that there's Ben Waldridge's dad. Give me his congratulations. And there are some drivers that, you know, they win a lot in their careers, and but everyone knows, oh well, so and so just you know, punted me off to get in the lead. It's called the Plato effect. But Oliver Hodgson is not one of those, and that is why he was congratulated by 4 or 5 different mechanics of drivers he's just beaten, and it's why he now joins Sims, Christodoulou and Russell as triple GP plate winners. In the next hour or so, he might join Mark Litchfield on 4. And as soon as I mention that, Mark is there thinking, right, when's Kart Masters next year? When do I have to start training? And there we go, on there, parade up the senior OK top 3. What a race. Those are some serious pieces of kit, and we're going to see a lot more of them here in 6 weeks' time when I'll be lucky enough to be joined in the commentary box by the voice of karting, Ken Walker, for the World Championships. But now we have 2 to go. It is turn of OK. No, sorry, of X30. That was OK. This is X30. This is the class 52 drivers entered, and they have been whittled down to 36, and we have said farewell to the drivers in this class from Mexico, from Trinidad and Tobago, Ireland, some of them from Ireland anyway. We are left with Harry Thompson, driver number 79, last year's British Cadet champion, runner-up in this year's European Junior Championship, going for 2 Kart Masters titles in 2 years. That has been done a few times before. This is the 4th running of the Junior X30 Grand Prix. Josh Smith won it in 2014. He went on to win the Army International Final at Le Mans that year. Tom Wood won it in 2015. Callum Bradshaw, who went on to do some wonderful things last year as well, he won it in 2016. Who is going to add their name to the list in the field? Well, Thompson is the only former winner on the grid, and he will be joined on the front row by Samuel White, the Coles Racing team in kart number 275. And last year Sam White didn't get to this race. He is currently 7th in the British Championship though. Louis Westover starts the number 26 KSR entry, the current British Championship leader from 3rd place, 11th in this race 1 year ago. Morgan Porter. Well, there's Morgan Porter. We've been on about Oliver Hodgson. Is there potential double to be had there as well? That fact is not lost in the driver of number 46, who starts in 4th position. And Porter currently leads the little green man standings. So the pedigree is there. On row number 3, Max Yarn for Litchfield Motorsports. Number 21 kart, and Tyler Chesterton looking to make amends for a less than satisfactory result in his eyes in Junior Rotax. On row number 4, Mario Mills for the JM Racing team, and Matthew Berry for Litchfield Motorsport. Cole Kilner for the 698 Racing team, and Johnny Wilkinson for Mick Barrett Racing on row number 5. Shane White and Ben Fayers start on row 6. Then Thomas Westworth and Angus Moolsdale on row 7. Sean Butcher and Alessandro Serenetti. We haven't had an opportunity yet to say that Rob Dodge's cup of karting joy overflows, although he's spending a Sunday at Forest Edge, so he's a happy chappy. And his man, Alessandro Serenetti, starts on the outside of row 8, along just in front of his teammate, Spanish lady Maya Wu. Then it is Lewis Gilbert. Ooh, another double, potentially. So 2 drivers in this field have already got 1 Kart Masters title. Their names Gilberts for the Persistence Motorsport team on the outside of row 8. Stephen Dixon and Caden McQueen on row 10. Then Dragon Wagon, the Dragon Wagon of Dragon Pinsent, rolls off from the inside of row number 11 alongside Tyler Reed, privateer driver. Freddie Simpson, Stacey and Max Barnett on row 12. Caleb Marshall and Tom Nippers from the foreign land known as Newport in South Wales starts on the outside of row 13, and he's got for company, they've let 2 of them out of Gwent for the weekends. Ewan Long starts on the inside of row 14 alongside Matthew Hudson. You can tell him from Cardiff. Oakley Pryor and Alex Lloyd. Alex Lloyd, the B final winner this morning, starts 30th. Now, he didn't finish 30th. There must have been some form of post-race issue. But Lloyd, the Dan Holland team, starts on row 15. Levi Lintocanto from Finland for Evolution Racing. And Reggie Dewey, again, Reggie finished much higher than 32nd on the road, and that will fire the number 66 privateer driver up, no doubt. Alfie Prince and Ben Hodge on row 17, Aaron Brown and Blake Anglis, the last 2 drivers to start. Now there goes Cav Robinson's horn again, and he's got an extra grid girl, so I'm not surprised there was a second little toot of the horn. There was a time where virtually every driver at Kart Masters had their own grid girl. Someone at Fusion didn't get the memo. And there we go. Now, Harry Thompson sits and has a chat. Last couple of words of advice with his mechanic. And there is the signal. Engines are fired. This could be one of the best races. And I use the word could advisedly because we have had flashes of superb racing in this class this weekend. However, we've also had flashes of 36 young teenagers in a mood. Which will we get now? The temperature has dropped quite considerably. Still dark clouds over the circuit. All 36 drivers are on the rolling lap. So you will never see more than this amount of karts on this circuit at any one time in a legally sanctioned race. This is the maximum that we are permitted to start here. Morgan Porter led the standings after the heats. In the 4 heats, the wins went to Louis Westover, took 3 of them, and Morgan Porter took 4, but then Harry Thompson won the pre-final. Porter in that number 46 kart, and Gilbert in the number 29, who's back out of the way. They are already Kart Masters champions this year. Here we go. Smoke billowing. The engines, 30 drivers, head towards turn number 1. Hold your breath and breathe as they all emerge safely from the other side. Now, the next challenge is to get them off the bridge. Leaders are through cleanly and down the hill. Well, there's another obstacle overcome. Into hairpin number 1 now. Thompson leading from Westover, and that's 10, 12, 15, 20, 25, 36 drivers all safely accounted for. Next flashpoint, the second hairpin. And a little bit of couple of little bits of, you know, bumping and barring at the back, but the concertina effect of the first lap all sorted. Round they go. Thompson and Westover lead to the Mike Wilson complex, and I'm looking, keeping one eye on the screen as I watch Westover follow Thompson onto the start finish straight, one eye on the marshalling post. Yellow flag, stay down. Oakley Pryor gets a warning flag. But that was the first lap, and well done, because some of these 36 drivers, well, let's say they'd been put on a naughty step after the last couple of heats, but that is very, very good. Now, we've got to do 13 and a half more minutes of that, plus a lap, gentlemen and ladies. Westover leads, Thompson second, Porter third. No, it's White second. Westover, White, Porter, Thompson, then a gap to Chesterton. Behind Chesterton, Gian, Mills, Birry, Kilner, and Wilkinson. Top 10. In this field, we've got, well, last year we had the drivers in this race, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them raced in last year's Grand Prix. The best finisher amongst them was actually Matthew Birry. No, it was Mario Mills, who finished 8th in last year's Grand Prix. Porter to the inside of White. White on the outside of the bridge, managed to hold on. Westover continues to lead. Now Porter dives at the inside, and Thompson follows him through. White down to 4th. These 4 breaking clear already from Gian, and in fact now it's Chesterton into 5th, with Kilner 6th, Gian 7th, Mills 8th, Birry 9th, and that is Alessandro Serenetti. He lives in Stratford-upon-Avon, but he is originally from Italy. Through the Mike Wilson complex, there's Mario Mills, number 19, JM Racing, both the team based here at the circuit. On to the start finish straight. Westover and Porter. Now, as a team boss, you try and coach your driver, you try and give the driver every tool that they need to win. Nothing can give the driver the tools they need to win like winning a GP plate and then an hour later going out for another race that you know you are quick in. So Morgan Porter will be full of vim and vigour, hopefully not too much, but he will be bursting with confidence because he knows he can win one of these races. The only other driver that know they can win a Grand Prix is Harry Thompson. And there is a battle. There is the Project 1 car. I think it's Ben Fayer's muscling to the inside of one of the Litchfield carts. They're too wide through the Mike Wilson complex. That is, and then there's two of the Barrett Racing carts, I believe. Johnny and Sean Butcher behind them. Really, really close racing. And so far, everybody accounted for. The leaders come down the hill. Westover, Porter, Thompson, and then White. White to the inside of Thompson. So, we have KSR versus M Sport versus Coles versus Fusion. Thompson back at the inside of White around the second hairpin. Behind them, then Cole Kilner. 698 Racing heading towards the front. So, in terms of the teams in the paddock, we've had a Virtus Motorsport have taken their first GP plate. Persistence, showing that persistence pays off. They've taken their first GP plate. Now 698 race. With Cole Kilner, they think, let's go and try and do the same. Round the banking. There goes the number 30 car of Angus Mooredale through the shot. There's Ben Fayer's number 14 Project 1 car, and there is the number 22 Tooley Motorsport car making a move off the bridge. That is a place gain for Tyler Reid. And the lead changed again. Morgan Porter now moves into top spot. It is Thompson second, Westover third, and his kart spinning on the short chute. We've got two karts on the grass. They're doing a Tom Croydon, driving the wrong way. No, that's all right. They turn around. They're on their way again. Porter now under pressure. Thompson sweeps up the inside into turn number 1. Makes the move stick. On to the banking. Westover and White right there. And Louis Westover make the lunge at turn 4 on Morgan Porter, and I think he did that because he could see Cole Kilner, Tyler Cheston and Mario Mills closing in. We did have a 4-car breakaway. We've now got 2, 4, 6, 7 in a line, and Porter regains 3rd place. White 4th, Kilner 5th, 6th is Chesterton. Make that Chesterton into the top 5. I would advise anybody who's got a driver from about 8th place on back, just look away now, because there's still 3 wide wherever possible. Matt Gian and Johnny Wilkinson have recovered. We still have 36 karts running, with Wilkinson 36th and Gian 35th. So Thompson 3/10 up on Westover. The battling between these two drivers at certain points yesterday was absolutely superb. Got a little bit hectic, a little bit silly at one point. Now they find themselves 1 and 2 again in the Grand Prix itself. And this is probably what they both anticipated when they looked at the entry list. They both went, could be me versus him when it matters most. That was not to cry anybody else, but of course Thompson racing in Europe in the CIK class and finishing second in the European Championship, and Westover leading the British Championship in this class. And Angus Mooresdale is leading the European X30 Championship. Then he has not. Well, he's had an up and down. Again, he's in the top 10, is Angus Mooresdale. Where is he? Going through the shot there with the St Andrews cross on top of his crash helmet. Serenetti, Westover, the second fast lap now is back. You see Mario Mills, the back of the second group, but then into the first hit, and Porter third, and there is the red nose cone, the predominantly black numbers of number 96, Alessandro Serenetti, and he has moved from 16th into the top 8. Matthew Berry is 9th, and then behind Matthew Berry there's another pack, and actually Morsdale is now 9th and Berry is 10th, and those 10 are well clear of everyone else, and Alex Lloyd goes for a ride, and it's not been Alex Lloyd's weekend. He goes for a ride at the short shoot, and there is a black flag. That's the first time we've seen a black flag, and it's a black flag for driver number 98. So Dragon Pinsent receiving a straight black flag, and he receives it about 5 seconds after we see Alex Lloyd spinning backwards into the tyres and carrying on again. So, as I've said many times, I'm not a smart man, but it doesn't take an idiot, which I've been accused of many times of being, to work out 2 + 2 equals black flag. And now Westover and Thompson lead by 0.7 of a second over White. Thompson taking a leaf out of Oliver Hodgson's book, passes Westover for the lead. Going into the Fullerton S's, Samuel White and Morgan Porter right there as well. Behind Porter, Cole Kilner is 6th. Make that 5th in the 73. That silver and dark blue livery cart. Then it's Chesterton, Mills and Serenetti. Fusion, KSR, Coles, M Sport, JM Racing, 698 Racing and BKC Racing, all in this lead group. And Louis Westover getting run a little bit wide there, and he comes back and sweeps at the inside of Porter to hold on to 3rd place. But second goes Sam White, Coles Racing. Harry Thompson continues to lead. 4 minutes to go. Wow, this race has absolutely flown by. Further back, see the 42 car, Caden McQueen making a few moves. And some of the drivers have started down at the back. Let's have a little look. Where is, well, Reggie Dewey is up to 12 and 32nd. Levi Lindecanto, finished drivers at the 27th. And oh, there, hang on a sec, there's happenings going on the banking, and it's Sam White who comes out. And I think that Harry Thompson, for a very rare occasion, Harry Thompson finds himself in the unusual position of being on the outside and freight train to the back of a pack. But they've all conspired to hand it back, and who's that? It's Westover back in front. Porter second, then it's White at the inside of Porter, side by side. Thompson back to 4th, then it's Cole Kilner, Mills, Serenetti and Chesterton. And it's getting a little bit heat 4 out there. And those of you that were watching the last heat of the Junior X30 class will know what I mean. Let's hope that it goes back to being a little bit more heat 3 and heat 2, which are excellent. Westover leads. Porter second. White third. Thompson 4th. There's Morsdale being chased by Matthew Berry. That's the battle for 9th and 10th. Sean Butcher runs 11th, followed by Reggie Dewey and Thomas Westworth, the Intrepid team. Ben Bayers, Matthew Hudson and Tyler Reed. The leaders come down the hill. Maya Woog, the young Spanish lady, she is 20th. Aaron Brown is up to 19th, the privateer driver who started 35th. And Alex Lloyd is retired, and Dragon Pinsent has been, well, he has accepted the request of the race officials to cease to race, quite wisely so, considering he probably wants to race again next week. We have Matt Gian and Johnny Wilkins are still recovering from their earlier incident, but we have 34 drivers still running, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Westover, Porter, Thompson the top 3, White 4th, then Kilner, Mills, Serenetti and Chesterton 8 in the lead group, with Angus Morsdale joining the front. Oh, Cole Kilner to the inside of Samuel White for 4th place. He dived out very late there going into Bruno Ferrari S's, and generally give the driver in front a little bit of warning by pulling out before you get to the braking area, because that's a fast place to have an accident. But Cole Kilner, of course, he races here every month. He knows his track cleanly. And Harry Thompson back to the lead, and there was Thompson making a very strong move there. Westover second. Strong move there from Thompson. Porter third. Kilmer fourth. Then Mills, White, Cheston, Serenetti, Moolsdale and Berry have now caught that. The top 10 are together. And the first kart now not in the lead group is Reggie Dewey. And we're going to see if Reggie comes into our screen. There he comes. Just as he flashed across the grandstand there to see the mechanics. 1 minute to go. So 10 drivers now battle for the lead. It is Thompson, Westover, Porter and Kilmer. Are we going to see a second title for Thompson? Are we going to see Porter join Barnacote as the only drivers to do 2 in a day? Are we going to see a first one for Westover? And are we going to see a first one for Kilmer and 698? Mills is there as well. There's White. 30 seconds to go. Oh, and Kilmer sideways. And I think that's done it for the number 73. He's still there, but he's lost a bit of ground. Up at the front, Harry Thompson and Morgan Porter, Louis Westover, Mario Mills now fourth. So Morgan Porter will start the penultimate lap. 10 seconds to go. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Thompson, Porter, then a gap to Westover and Mills. Louis Westover, he did so well in the heats. Got another lap and 3/4 to catch and pass the top 2. He's got Mario Mills behind him. Mario Mills, 8th a year ago. Looking to improve on that now. Behind them there's a gap back to White. Serenetti passes White. Kilmer goes through as well. Chesterton's not a factor anymore. Neither is Berry and Moolsdale, although they're still all there. Down the short chute. 5 in a row now. Make that 4. Thompson, Porter, Westover and Mills. Then another 6 scrapping for the remaining places in the top 10. The leaders, there's Angus Moolsdale, Matthew Berry. But there's a gap between that group and Serenetti is just marching forward. He's got 5th place in his mind, but the last lap board goes out. So, Thompson or Porter, Westover and Mills will need a bit of luck now. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge and out onto the banking, and Porter has caught Thompson. Porter in Thompson's slipstream. Down the hill they come. Thompson checks over his shoulder. That was a good run off the bridge for Thompson though. Porter's not close enough. Into the first hairpin. Oh, Thompson runs a bit wide there. That was Thompson missing an apex by half a kart length. Has it given Porter the opportunity he needs? Or is that all she wrote? Porter can't do anything into the Fullerton S's. He's going to have to try something special now. He's running out of time. Thompson checks again. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Porter has got to throw caution to the wind now. And I don't think he's going to do it. Thompson will take his second. And Harry Thompson, the Fusion team, that is, well, count them, 3 GP plates they've won. They've got Dimitrov, they've got someone else, I don't remember who, but Barnard, I think the 3rd one they've won. And Thompson takes his second. Then Barnacote's record remains intact for another race at least. Good stuff there from the front runners. Morgan Porter make 2 for second. Harry Thompson by 0.2 of a second. Louis Westover finishes on the podium. And there are 16 tickets available to the international finals at Le Mans. They go to Thompson, Porter, Westover and Mills. Samuel White, who finishes 5th. 6th for Alessandro Serenetti. Cole Kilmer takes 7th. Angus Moolsdale 8th. Tyler Chester 9th. And Reggie Dewey finishes in the top 10. Sean Butcher was 11th. Thomas Westworth 12th. Ben Fayers 13th. Matthew Hudson 14th. Tyler Reed 15th. And Stephen Dixon, the second 698 racing car, finishes in 16th place. So unofficially, those 16 drivers have all got an invite to the International IAME final at Le Mans in France in October. Behind the top 16, we had Maya Wu from Spain. She finishes 17th. Alfie Prince from the back of the grid to take 18th. Aaron Brown, Caleb Marshall, and Lewis Gilbert in 21st. Ben Hodge, Freddie Simpson-Stacey, and Caden McQueen, with Max Barnett rounding out the top 25. Shane White, Blake Anglis, Levi Lintocanto, Oakley Pryor, Tom Nippers, your top 30. Matthew Berry went off towards the end and finished 31st, along with Ewan Long, Johnny Wilkinson, Max Sheehan, and they were the 34 finishers. Alex Lloyd and Dragon Pinsent did not finish. And as we look at Harry Thompson, taking the applause of a lot of people, and of course, when the Thompson family do all turn up, they tend to, there's a lot of them, and there's, looks like, I have to say, there's Mum giving him a congratulatory kiss, and a lot of supporters there for Thompson, and that's the one thing, these are all school kids, and you think, oh, if only their schoolmates could just literally see what they do, then hopefully they're watching, a lot of them are watching back home. Harry Thompson has just become two-time Kart Masters champion, and he's a Stilo Helmets ambassador, and is putting on the sponsor's cap. I wonder what is on the front of that cap. It's a Stilo cap, good boy. He's remembered who he is being supported by, and already waiting for him in the back of the car. Well, Morgan Porter held that check flag a little while ago in the OK Junior class. He hands it over to Harry Thompson, and he can't be too displeased about that, because that was a good race. And it's Thompson and Westover, well, third for Louis Westover on for the KSR team, which is pretty much a family-run team. And they come out for the penultimate lap of honour, and judging by the cheer of the crowd when Thompson took the lead, there's a popular winner as well, and there is the top three in Junior X30. And they do that and soak up the applause of the grandstand, and as they do that, behind them for the 62nd time in Kart Masters 2017, we get ready to go racing. One race to go, and if I said that we'd save the best till last, I would not be lying. It is Senior X30. Race number 62 of the 2017 MSA Kart Masters British Karting Grand Prix. Senior X30, 64 drivers entered, 36 remain. Oliver Hodgson will start from pole position. Already a GP plate winner today and a former Rotax World Champion and British Karting Champion, alongside him on the front row of the grid, the defending champion of this race, Danny Curl in the number 67 kart, who was also the Miami European Open champion last year. Callum Bradshaw, FIA Academy champion and 2016 Junior X30 Kart Masters champion, starts third. Jordan Brown Nutley, currently the leader in the European Senior X30 Championship. On row 3, Jacob Stilp for the Matt Croc team and Thomas Turner for the Mark Baines Motorsport team. On row number 4, Elliot Harvey for Dan Holland Racing and last year's Junior Rotax World Champion and former Kart Masters champion Mark Kimber, former Kart Masters GP plate winner in 2012 Stephen Letts, and former British Junior Rotax champion David Sutton start on row number 5. Lewis Malin on row 6, along with perennial runner-up. Are we going to change that in a moment? Brett Ward, who is currently second in the European Championship and finished second in last year's European Championship. Also a Vice World Junior Rotax champion. Josh Skelton and Italian CRG factory driver number 102 Michael Rossina start on row number 7. Gus Lawrence and Morgan Rose on row 8. Charlie Lamb and 5-time Kart Masters champion Ben Barnacote start on row 9. Row 10, former Minimax GP plate holder Philip Rawson and Bradley Pennell. Row number 11, Dean Hale and Ethan Hawkey, Nicholas Taylor and Owen Byatt on row 12. Ben Davis and Jack Mabin, row 13. Jack Dex and Tom Sharp Reynolds on row 14. Derek Morgan and William Petit, multiple British Open champion in other classes, on row 15. Then Nathan Chafer and Matthew Graham on row 16. Graham, a former very successful Junior TKM British Championship contender. And then Flavio Caponeschi in kart number 101 for the CRG factory team. One of the most successful names in the world of karting of all. In the last 10 years, only 30-30. Had a bit of a moment in the last one, and I hope that Flavio is out there. And he hasn't thrown his pastor out of his pram and gone home. Then the last 3 places, Sam McDonnell, Henry Laws and Callum Barnett. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 GP plates won by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of the drivers sat on the grid now. If I tried to count the amount of national titles, Super 1 titles, ABKC titles, O plates, I would be here quite literally until October. And let's just say that this is a field that you see very rarely. So many top names, and they are dotted about the grid because they have not all had their own way. And you just look at the 3rd row there, Jacob Stilp in the Mad Croc kart. He was a very successful cadet, took a little bit of time out, and then came back, almost did well in the British Championship last year, running for that Mad Croc team. And then Thomas Turner, who goes about his business very, very orderly, is currently 2nd in the British Championship, even though if he doesn't do well, Mark Baines beats him. Right, that's how you speak, Frank. Here we are. We've gone through all the languages. And Elliot Harvey, who has found a home at Dan Holland Racing, has been right up there. Well, the heat wins, there were 6 heats. And Danny Curl won 3 out of his 4. Oliver Hodgson won 2. Thomas Turner won a heat. And William Petit won a heat by the looks of it, and so did Ben Barnacote. So Bradshaw, his best heat result was a 2nd. Jordan Brown Nutley, who was unbeatable in X30 at the start of the year. He won the Winter Cup, he who in the opening round of the European Championships, he's still leading that championship with 1 round to go. His best finish so far, only a 3rd, but he is primed and ready to go. Now, the number 47 of Mark Kimber, just gets off the line, and he will join the remaining 30. And we do believe that I mentioned earlier that Flavio Campaneschi may have thrown his pasta out of his pram, and he is not on the grid. So that is a shame. That is a real shame, because he will be one of the drivers to beat in 6 weeks' time in the OK World Championship. And of course, Campaneschi is a name that is synonymous with world karting for the last 10 years, former part of the Tony Kart Junior team, now a factory CRG driver. When I say factory CRG driver, I think it's safe to say that means that he no longer pays. You know, there are such things as professional kart racers. He is one of the very few, and perhaps the thought of having to get his elbows out and go back to being battling his way through from 33rd was a little bit too much to bear. There's Thomas Turner, one of the wild cards, I think it's safe to say. He's not an well, he's an underdog when you consider who he's around. And it's a false start. There's 1 or 2 drivers out of contention, and we'll go around again. And this, of course, we started with 64 drivers, you know, amongst those that didn't even make it this far. The likes of Jonathan Brown, 12th last year. Charlie Bingham just finished 7th in last year's Grand Prix, didn't make it out of the B final. Obviously, Moon Yuen, Hong Kong, didn't make it. Rafael Diaz from Mexico didn't qualify. Scott Jackson, who was one of the almost race winners yesterday in some of the heats, he didn't quite make it out. He retired as well. So Colin Pollin from Ireland, Northern Ireland, he didn't qualify. You really had to be on your game to make it this far. Now, we will try again. Hodgson, Curl, Bradshaw, Brown, Nutley, Stilt and Turner. Hodgson has already won the OK GP plate. There's not a lot, I have to say, that Ben Barnacle could do. He did win one of his GP plates from 13th on the grid, but he's 18th now, and we are not off and racing again. Oh, no, there's a... Oh. New little difficulties getting the formation right. And of course, you just hope that nobody's knocking their nose coming off during all this confusion. Grant Morgan going through the camera shot there. I think it's time that we and a big thank you to obviously the very, very hard-working and dedicated team from Telemundi Media for providing these images. So over 5,000 views yesterday. You're going to get a lot more today because everybody knows it's finals day. And hopefully that translates itself to footfall for the World Championships. And you never know, somebody watching from a corner of the world, and we've had people watching from Croatia and Singapore and Turkey and America and the Bahamas and all across the country and Europe. We have had tweets in saying this is where I'm watching it from. We've even had someone say they've been watching it from their sofa. Maybe somebody thinks to themselves, get a bit of exposure there. Maybe I'll give that driver that I've heard a bit about that looks like he's trying hard, and maybe the down is like, or she, maybe I'll check them couple of buy a couple of sets of tyres in exchange for a few stickers. You never know. That's the platform these drivers have got. Now let's see what they do best. Third time lucky, we're off and racing. Barnacle takes the grass already. And 35 drivers. Good that was close. There was 1 or 2 going over the grass, but Oliver Hodgson has the lead and pile on to the bridge. That was a good start. Ben Barnacote thinking I better get my Monday morning chores done by cutting the grass early, but he somehow managed to hold on. And there's a couple going over the grass that came back on directly in front of traffic, but everyone is okay. Owen Byatt makes a move, and that is Michael Racina on the grass. So the factory CRG drivers, apart from Callum Bradshaw, are not having a wonderful time, and Bradshaw, after retiring from the OK race, making amends now though, up into P2. So it's Hodgson, Bradshaw, Curl. Then Brown Nutley in 4th. Elliot Harvey in the 2nd of the Dan Collin Racing Karts is 5th, followed by Stilp, Lett, Malin. Okay, Lewis Malin in kart number 115. Let's look, you can see it coming a mile off. Very bright indeed, yellow flags waving down there. And here comes Callum Bradshaw. Okay, there's going to be no sitting in a line nicely behind Hodgson in this one. And Hodgson getting muscled wide. Oh, and there's Stilp and Harvey, and they're 4 wide at the hairpin. Lett is involved. Malin coming through. David Sutton is involved. Jordan Brown Nutley has been muscled wide. We've got yellow flags down things. Why have we got there? There's smoke billowing out of the karts now. Oh, I've just picked you all up now. Don't start messing about. It was Oliver Hodgson there getting muscled. Danny Curl has emerged in front, and there was a bit of bumping and barging going on there. How many of those nose cones are still attached? Don't care until later. Let's worry about what happens on the track. The scrutineers can deal with that. But it's Curl and Bradshaw on to the banking. Hodgson is now 3rd. Then it's Stilp. Then it's Elliot Harvey. And Stilp to the inside of Hodgson. Takes 3rd place. Hodgson now back to 5th. Here comes John Brown. And look at Lewis Malin. Oh, look at Malin on the grass. He's going to come back on. Who's he going to hit? Oh, my word. That was a Dan Holland kart. Well, and that was, is it Harvey? It was Elliot Harvey. Elliot Harvey, literally, he's just cost himself a chance at winning a GP plate, but he has quite literally saved the health of himself and Lewis Malin. The reaction speed there to turn that kart around, because Malin had been bounced in the air, was going across the grass, picking up speed, yeah, full speed, 80 miles an hour, and he would have T-boned Elliot Harvey, and that would have been a nasty accident had it not been for Harvey's reactions. Sadly, don't give honorary trophies out for that kind of driving, although it's praiseworthy indeed. And right, it's getting a little bit fraught now. Danny Curl and Callum Bradshaw have pulled away. Hodgson, and that move was all started, still went at the inside of Hodgson, and that created the bottleneck. Lewis Malin, Dean Hale has retired in a somewhat unusual place, and he's taking a bow. I don't know why that is. Anyway, still at the inside of Hodgson. Hodgson then running wide, coming back onto the track. Malin and Brown Nutley with huge momentum. Wheel-to-wheel contact. Malin up in the air, onto the grass, and he was just like a cannonball heading towards the karts that were turning around the first hairpin. Elliot Harvey, well, that was the save of the weekend, and it could have been very nasty. And now it's calmed down a little bit. We've got 10 minutes to go, 11 minutes to go. Let's reassess. We've lost, and amidst all that, we've still got 34 of the 35 starters still running, which I find quite remarkable. And it's Curl, Bradshaw, Hodgson, Sutton, and there is Ben Barnacote in the midst of all that. In the Fullerton kart number 24, he's moved up from 18th to 5th. He's ahead of Jordan Brown Nutley, who is 6th, and then it's Thomas Turner, Brett Ward, Philip Rawson, and Charlie Lamb. And let's give a couple of mentions here. So Charlie Lamb, privateer driver, surrounded by champions. Last year he was 10th in this race. He's 10th in this race, but this race is just so much more competitive than last year, and I thought last year's was superb. This one is rewriting the books here. Now behind him, Gus Lawrence. Quiet start for Gus Lawrence. He is now up into 11th, and Stephen Lett's 12th. The Kart Master champion is still coming. Lett's 12th, then it's Skelton. Malin somehow still going. And I think Lewis Malin needs to buy Elliot Harvey a pint. And he is there in 14th place. Then it's Mark Kimber. So world champion down in 15th place, Mark Kimber. Jack Dex, Tom Sharp Reynolds, Henry Laws, Elliot Harvey running in 19th place. I've just seen Owen Byatt go for a spin. Jacob Stilp has also had a problem, and Nathan Chafer is out of the race. So, 9 minutes ago, Chafer, well, I saw Chafer and Byatt having a disagreement, and Chafer, the back end of Chafer's car, being seen to by a marshal, yellow flag waving. Curl and Bradshaw, first and second. Hodgson is, he is about 15 car lengths back, and he's got Barnacote behind him. Then it is Thomas Turner. Followed by Jordan Brown-Nutley. Brett Ward moving up into 7th place now, after starting 12th. Rawson, 8th. Sutton, 9th. Lamb doing a sterling job in 10th place. We begin lap number, and Nathan Chafer gingerly getting out of his cart. He's okay. The Lewis Hamilton branded chassis seen better days. Well, Curl heading down towards the first header. There's Nathan Chafer, and he's okay. Obviously disappointed to be out. Here's Philip Rawson in the Cosmic race suit, the 29, the 39 rather. And Rawson in the 39, well, he won the Minimax GP plate in 2012 in a race where it rained at the end, and I'm going to say if the nose cone would have been involved in that race, then I think the kid who probably finished 7th in the B final would have ended up winning the GP plate. Let's just say that. It was a bit of a tense one. It's building up nicely at the front here, because Callum Bradshaw is chasing Danny Curl. Now, Danny Curl and that Team J run Bulletin car has looked on absolute rails all weekend. Scott Allen, the boys have got that number 67 car just perfect, and he has been almost unbeatable. On Friday, Callum Bradshaw, that number 25 kart, looked like it wanted to turn into the barriers every given opportunity. It was horrible. I think it's safe to say that. And somehow they have hit it enough times with enough sharp objects to allow Bradshaw to stick with Danny Curl and stay clear of Oliver Hodgson. So the team is obviously the factory team, they can do wonders, but you still need a wagon driver that can get it to do what it's designed to do, even if it doesn't want to do it. And Bradshaw is doing just that. The proof of the pudding is that the rest of the CRG team in this race are not featuring in the top group, shall we say. Hodgson, Barnacote and Turn in the top 5. Brown Nutley, European Championship leader, and the driver who is chasing him in the race, both in the race and in the European Championship, Brett Ward, is now settling down onto the rear bumper of Brown Nutley's kart. And safe to say that not all of the racing between Brown Nutley and Ward this year in Europe has been, I would say, harmonious. Except that's Nan Maureen, who's probably watching the live streaming. But That could be a battle that continues some time. Oliver Hodgson with 5 minutes to go as we watch the leaders go through through the first hairpin. There's the move, Bradshaw to the inside, he runs wide, Curl's going to get him on the curbs, and he falls back into line. And this is helping Hodgson close in. Barnicoat's not far behind. Now in the last heat of the day, yesterday, Ben Barnicoat won by pure bloody mindedness, beating Danny Curl. The only time that Danny Curl did not win a heat race. And Ben Barnicoat is now in 4th place. And Turner can't speak high enough. I mean, we were joking about, Freddie Springborough was joking when he said that Mark Baines beat his drivers when, but it's just, you know, Mark, and you can make it out to sound true. But Turner is doing an absolutely sensational job chasing down 4 drivers who have been internationally successful, champions in global, European, national events. And Ben Turner, the little team based out of Wanwell International Raceway, run by a mechanic that reminds me of Chris Waddle. And Turner is showing that he has got the stones to hang with the front runners. He's ahead of the European champion and the vice-European champion in X30. They're a second and a bit behind them. And then further back, there's world champions and more kartmaster champions you would shake a stick at, and he's not dropping back either. On to lap number 13, 3 minutes to go. There's Turner. And there is Brett Ward passing arch rival, stroke nemesis, stroke European title rival this year, Jordan Brown-Nutley. Will Brown-Nutley fight back? No, still contemplating trying to get to the front, even though we still haven't had the fight between Ashley Whitworth and Dan Holland to decide who has to change their graphics kit because it's confusing the City Welsh commentators like myself. Behind those two, in 8th place is now Charlie Lamb. So Charlie Lamb, the number 58 kart, Lamb and Ben Fleet running in 8th place, and he's got Philip Rawson, David Sutton, Gus Lawrence, Stephen Letts and Lewis Malin behind him. Bradshaw, and there is Hodgson now into 2nd. So Hodgson's turn to give chase. So, is Danny Curl going to defend his title, or is Oliver Hodgson going to join Ben Barnicoat as the only drivers in the 22-year history of this event to win 2 GP plates in one day? Or you're going to get Bradshaw winning his 2nd, Barnicoat winning his 6th. Michael Simpson's won 7, and then the next man on the list is Barnicoat, who's got 5. We are going to find out in the next 90 seconds as Hodgson closing in on Danny Curl. Jade run Fullerton kart, PF International run Birrell ART, CRG, and then with Mark Rose, Jensen Button and Dan Weldon's former mechanic helping Ben Barnicoat for the Fullerton team. Then Chris Waddle mechanicking for Thomas Turner. That is your top 5, and Curl's under pressure. Now the defence begins, 6 seconds to go. Curl defends, here comes Barnicoat. Oh, Barnicoat goes at the inside of 1, and he takes 2nd place. Bradshaw gets him back. And no, Ben Barnicoat now looks at the inside of Bradshaw. There is a move born out of years of racing round here. There have not been 2 drivers that have done more laps round here in this race. Of course, Litchfield has lived here for many a season, but it's Hodgson and Barnicoat. If anyone knows the tricks of the trade round here, it's those 2 drivers. Barnicoat passes Hodgson. Curl, though, still has the lead. Bradshaw 2nd. The number 25 CRG driver, the man from Leicester. The man still legally at boy. He's driving against men in an exceptionally good race, and Thomas Turner is there as well in 5th. The clock strikes 0. for the last time. There goes Barnacote round the outside. Oh my goodness, he's going to try 2 in 1. He's going to get hung out. Is he? Bradshaw. Oh, Bradshaw says, I don't care who you are. I'm not letting you on. You choose grass or brake. And Ben Barnacote chose the brake. Curl leads, Bradshaw second. Barnacote now getting passed by Hodgson. And is Thomas Turner going to try a move? No. Dan Ashton, the start line official here at PFI, holds out the last lap board. Those are the words that Danny Curl can read as he looks over his shoulder to see where Callum Bradshaw is. Is it going to be Curl, Bradshaw, or Hodgson Barnacote? But because behind there, Brett Ward and Jordan Brown Nutley have joined the fray. We've now got 7 drivers over the bridge for the final time, down the hill. Hodgson's going to have a look at Bradshaw. This could be it for Danny Curl. This could be the move that wins him Kartmasters. But Bradshaw fends off Hodgson. Somehow Bradshaw doesn't lose too much time. Now into the second hairpin. Can he get at the inside? No, he can't. Callum Bradshaw. Now we're entering really desperation territory. What can Callum Bradshaw do? Is he going to run on Curl? Curl defends in the Bobby Game corner. It's going to take something pretty special. Oh, and there's a problem. And Bradshaw up in the air. No, that is somebody behind. Barnacote moves to the second. We've lost Hodgson at Bobby Game corner. And Barnacote up the inside. Ben Barnacote. The crowd are going radio rentals. Barnacote wins his 6th. Barnacote wins his 6th on the last 2 corners. I'm not quite sure how that happened. And I'm supposed to be telling you. And look at that. There is no way, and I mean no way, that he should have won that, but somehow he did. And there's Hodgson. So, we had an issue with Hodgson and Bradshaw in the entrance to Bobby Game corner. I think Bradshaw was trying to go around the outside, Hodgson trying to stick his nose at the inside. Hodgson ended up going off wide, Bradshaw got slowed down. And then, well, last year, Danny Curl won last year's race, and Barnacote in the final complex, well, you saw it. It was a move that, and there's Jacob Stilp and Ben Barnacote, to the delight of the Soundlander. Wow. From 18th to the GP plate title, and now Ben Barnacote sits just 1 GP plate behind the great Michael Simpson. And I'm looking down, so I've got to bring the rest of the order. Ben Barnacote wins, 17 laps, Danny Curl 2nd. Thomas Turner on the podium in 3rd. Well done to Thomas Turner and the entire team. In 3rd position, Brett Ward finishes 4th. Jordan Brown Nutley 5th. Callum Bradshaw finishes as fantastic 6th, even though he's going to be very disappointed by that. Charlie Lamb, let's take your hat off to Charlie Lamb. In a field like that, he finishes 7th, the leading privateer by a long, long way. 8th was Philip Rawson, former champion. 9th, Gus Lawrence. David Sutton rounds out the top 10 on one of his annual trips back into karting. Stephen Letts, a former GP plate winner, is 11th. Josh Skelton 12th. Lewis Malin 13th after that big, big scare. Derek Morgan 14th. Jack Dex 15th. Then William Petit, Tom Sharp Reynolds, and Mark Kimber, world champion, in 18th. 19th was Henry Laws, and the top 20 rounded up by Callum Barnett. Sam McDonald, Matthew Graham, Michael Rosina, Ben Davis, and Nicholas Taylor, the top 25. 26th was Jacob Stilp, Morgan Rose, 27, Ethan Hawkey, 28th, Bradley Pennell, 29th, and Oliver Hodgson failed to finish in 30th. How different could it have been? Also retiring, Elliot Harvey, and we will remember Harvey gave up his chance for a Kartmaster title simply by having the reactions that every racing driver should in preventing a potentially very serious accident. Owen Byatt retired, so did Nathan Chafer. Jack Mabin and Dean Hale and Flavio Campaneschi failed to start. There is a scene, and Barnacote and Turner and the relief as Mark Rose gives his man a pat on the back. Thomas Turner, I'm not quite sure he can quite believe that he has just finished on the podium. And obviously the officials talk, and we talk to people around the paddock, and I think the general consensus is that that Senior X30 grid was one of the finest we have assembled here at Kart Masters in 22 years. The amount of talent, and it's not the talent, it's where the talent is and who's running them and what kart they're on and things like that, that is just one of the best assembled fields that we've ever had. And when you've got, you know, world champions finishing outside the top 20, and some of you finishing, you know, failing to start the main event because the competition level is so tough. You don't know. And we've lost Danny Curl. And of course, the problem that we have is that because the TV is showing it to the world, then Danny Curl may be having a little moment to compose oneself, because, you know, he led up until about when you could see the checkered flag, and then he started defending, and then people started going off, and then Ben Barnicoat, with the determination that very few other drivers have, arrived, and then he wasn't leading anymore. And just after an event like this, where the intensity is so great, sometimes you can understand why Ben Barnicoat giving Sarah Edwards, our Twitter master, a reply. And so with Barnicoat and third place Thomas Turner on the back for the final time of Kart Masters 2017, the parade car heads out, and if the cheering from the grandstands during that race anything to go by, this will be a popular lap of honour. Congratulations to six-time Kart Masters champion Ben Barnicoat, and Thomas Turner finishes on the podium. You'd think now that Frag had stumped up the pennies to buy him a MBM race suit, but congratulations. The spectators head back to the paddock area. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the racing here at Kart Masters 2017. The podium presentation will begin in approximately, as it always takes just half an hour to sort out the results of Kart Masters, it'll be in approximately half an hour. It will be streamed live, so best behavior. Race suits and helmets. There are additional prizes. Obviously, the special awards, which is why we want as many people as possible. If you've spent all this time here, another hour or so won't hurt, because there are lots of special prizes, lots of awards. The prize fund, over £30,000, like we've said. That will be streamed by Telemundi Media. And so, a big thank you to the marshalling team here at Trent Valley Kart Club, the best in the country. They had one occasion to live up to that title, and they did. The organisers, the club, the officials, most of all the drivers and their families for supporting this event, and the spectators who have joined in. Once again, September the 21st to the 24th. The World Karting Championships here at PFI. Please come along. For those of you that can't make the presentation, a big thank you to Telemundi Media for the pictures. We'll be joining us again for the presentation, which you can watch back home wherever you are in the world. Thank you for tweeting in. Thank you for watching. Hope you tune in again for the presentation. And if you can't and you have to go, please drive safely. We will see you very soon. Goodbye.
2. Yeah, okay. How's the audio? Is it okay on this? 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 10, 10, 10. Yeah, okay. Two, two, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Bye, Brogan. Bye, Brogan. It's okay? Yeah, it's okay. You get in the level. It's okay. Two, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. 2, 1, 1, 1.
1, 2, 1, 2. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, welcome. Henry's going to be doing the actual running order when we get there. But just wanted to say, as I did over the tannoy, I think it's been a fantastic kart masters. I have to say the racing on all 3 days has been brilliant. Some fantastic moves. To see the grandstand full and people applauding and actually oohs and ahs from the crowd, for me, what fantastic that is for karting. So big thanks to everybody here. Thank you all for your support as well over the 3 days. It's been a great meeting. So we're going to kick off the prize giving. Henry's just going to get the final list now of the prizes. Just to say that the Minimax, what we're going to do with Minimax, we will give the trophies as we stand at 1, 2, 3. But as you know, there is an appeal gone in for Minimax, so we're just hanging on to the prizes till that's sorted out. But we will give the trophies 1, 2, 3. So just 1 minute's time, Henry will be here and we'll kick off with the Honda Cadets, okay? Honda Cadets is 5 trophies.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. As always at Kart Masters, there's one or two little lingering issues that have to be resolved after the checkered flag, but it does mean that we can start, as Nigel has said, with the presentation, which is being streamed on Telemundi Media. So hello to the viewers back home and the world. We had over 5,000 different viewers yesterday. They watched 16,000 hours of karting with you guys. So and there would have been a lot more today. So hopefully that will mean a lot more interest in our little corner of the sport. We're going to do the trophy presentation now. The winners will have a quick word. So if we could ask that once your class has finished, that we kind of keep it nice and quiet so that the next class gets the same amount of respect, if that's okay, because you know, every winner, second place, third place driver deserves just as much peace and quiet on the microphone. Okay, so we will, and also the drivers, we'll have to ask the drivers. There are some drivers here that don't need to be on stage when there's alcohol around, so we will be waiting until every driver that has you know, needs to be off the stage is off the stage before they start throwing champagne, okay? So thank you very much to Councillor Bob Sampson for agreeing to do this. We'll start off with Cadet Honda, prizes for the top 5, and in 5th position it is Sonny Smith. So he will get his trophy. And, well, come on then, Sonny, you can come over here and you get your 5th place trophy. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. And in 4th place, a really good result for the privateer driver, Theo McCurry. And so I'm going to try and give you a list of the prizes that the prize winners do get, apart from the trophy. 3rd position now, the bottom step of the podium. A really good result, 6/10 of a second behind the winner for Archie Brown. And Archie wins an HP Stream X60 two-in-one laptop, as well as a set of Dunlop tyres and a subscription to Vroom magazine. Well done, Archie. Congratulations. And now, finishing second, I think that with a couple of corners to go, we thought it might be it, but it was so exciting. It's Alfie Rigby! Alfie wins a 40-inch Samsung TV in HD, because that's going to be on eBay in the morning, as well as Dunlop tyres and Vroom magazine. But the... No, you can't. Alfie, shush now. You'll be waiting, because we have to introduce the 2017 GP Plate Kart Masters champion. Right at the death, it's Oliver Beerman. And Oliver, second last year. The GP plate goes to the Virtus Motorsport driver, as well as the Oculus Rift and Touch virtual reality system and a set of tyres courtesy of Dunlop, after what was a thrilling last lap between Oliver. No, whoa, Alfie, what? Alfie, no, whoa, Skipper, chill out. Alfie, shh, let me tell you something, okay? You've got to wait until I say, because they've got spray tan on and it'll melt. Okay, there we go. And Oliver, stop asking for the number. Behave. This is on the telly and everything. So they get the flowers. And what we need to do now is we need the official photograph. Oh, he's desperate for a kiss. Oh, go on. Okay, so can we now have all 5 drivers up on the top 3 step? So this is where we need the official photograph for Chris. So we'll do the official. Ladies, you want one either side? Pardon? Do you want? No, they're going to. Should we do one on either side of the podium? No? You're going to be told to run. Okay, well, no, they're not going to run just yet because when Chris says he's done, he's done. So if we could ask the ladies and Councillor Bob if you wanted to vacate the stage before things occur, and don't ruin the flowers. Yeah, that's right. The trophy means nothing. Hang on. No. Right, yeah. Boys, just, stand back. This is silliness now. You've got to twist the... Bearman's seen a bottle of champers before and he's only 10. What's going on there? Hey! Ah. Go on, Archie. That's right. Well done. Congratulations, you're top 5 in Cadet Honda and GP plate. Well, so what do we care about? Do we care about the winning? No, we care about trying to find Lewis Hall and douse him with champagne. Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, if can just remind you again to give each class the respect it deserves. We now move on to Junior Rotax, and the top 4 drivers in Junior Rotax getting prizes. In 4th position, George Holbrook, and George hasn't made it, so we move on to the top 3, and finishing in 3rd position, he saved his best race right for the very end. It's Finley Bunce. Oh, hang on, there's George. George, hang on. Whoa, Finley, chill out. There's George. George, where have you been? So, you were late. You were late most of the weekend on track. You only showed up for the final. You're not there. Here we are. Dan Holland Racing's George Holbrook. He finishes 4th. No, he's 4th. He's 4th. Yeah, he wasn't sure. Take 3rd if it's given to you. Right. That's been done before. So congratulations, George Holbrook. Well done. Made it in the end. And Finley Bunce. Now, talking commentary, how to do kart masters properly. Sit there, nice and quietly. Keep your nose cone intact. Don't get involved with the stewards, and then turn up on the podium right in the last lap of the final. So that's what in. And so Bradley, the GP plate, the Oculus Rift. I think everyone wins the Oculus Rift, and a clear rear spoiler for his Arai helmet. And one thing we forgot to do with the Cadet Hondas is interview the winner, but I can kind of transcribe what Oliver Behrman would have said. He went, "Can I have that girl's number?" and then run off. So Bradley, let's talk to you properly. Okay, so the race is a bit fraught, and standing on the top step of the podium, what are your thoughts about the weekend?
Well, it's been a hard weekend from the start, but there's been a lot of fighting on track, and we had to go for the overtakes when we need to.
Yeah, because it was up and down, and Tyler was there, and so was Clayton and the KR Sport team, and Tommy as well. You had to really work hard for every position.
Yeah, you just have to defend. Like when there's people on the last lap, you just have to defend for your place until the line almost.
Okay, congratulations though, 2017 Kart Masters champion Bradley Barrett. Now we need the flowers, and then we would ask George to join the top 3 on the podium. Tommy, squeeze in, and yes, so who's going to draw the short straw and come furthest away from the escape route? There we are. It might be worth pointing out as well, drivers, that when it's time for the champagne, there's a very, very expensive television camera there, which you don't touch. How's that? Okay, right then. If we would like to ask the hostesses and Councillor Bob to vacate the premises, and then if you'd like, put the trophies down, and there we are. Sorry, George, you don't get one. Ow. Ow. That is going to sting in the morning. Never mind. Okay. Oh well. I didn't break it. You broke the champagne. Oh, I'll tell you what. Do you know, right. Take that and you introduce the next one. Oh, hang on. Well, I got loads of paperwork going on here. Right. Bradley, come here. You hold that. There we go. Right. Next class. You start reading them out. Come here. No, you hold it. Tell a joke. No. Talk amongst yourselves. You really have broken this, haven't you? Oh dear. This never happens on a normal telly. Right, that's better. Straight down Foster's back. Okay, so that's 2 out of 9. Third class is OK Junior. So this is the class that will compete for the World Junior Karting title here next month. In 4th position, all the way from Dubai, it is Jamie Day. Well done, Jamie. And so he takes home the 4th place trophy. And that was a good weekend for Jamie. That's going to get a bit better in a minute, I think. 3rd place after a 2-year break from karting. Comes back and does really well. Sean Butcher. And so Sean putting the Australian flag on the podium. Shihab Al-Habzi in his first season of racing in the UK. Well done, Shihab. But your 2017 OK Junior Kart Masters champion, it is Morgan Porter. So Morgan, in a weekend of that turned out to be some very, very good racing indeed, despite everything else. So Morgan, congratulations. First ever OK Junior Kart Masters champion. How does that feel, and what was the racing like?
It feels really good, yeah. Really happy. Just happy that Lolland didn't win, because obviously he tried to save his tyres and played the smart card, but it didn't work out for him. So, yeah, really happy.
You know, second in the last year's British Championship. You've got a big event coming up in about 6 weeks' time, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah, obviously won that Dubai plate trip. Now I'm really happy to go do that. Yeah, really.
Congratulations. Well done. Your 2017 OK Junior Kart Masters winner, Morgan Porter. And while the flowers are being dished out, Morgan wins the GP plate, the entry to the 2018 Dubai O plate and the Oculus Rift. So we'll have the official photographs, and so on the podium there, Jamie, remember where it is, because I'm going to see you there in a minute. And so the first time, well, the M Sport team a 1-2, and Shihab the first Omani. So now we'll wait for the people that need to leave the stage So we'll all, everyone who leaves, hang on boys, hang on, whoa, hang on Morgan, wait, okay, off you go. No, go on then. Jamie Day has spotted the extra bottle of champagne. It's getting closer. Finished? Happy? Okay, congratulations, Morgan Porter. Okay. So, as we recharge the podium, we move on to Army Cadet. And the top 6 get prizes here. And in 6th position, Freddie Slater. Now, in Army Cadet, there was actually prize money down to 10th place. So, if you are other people, then you get money as well. So Slater's not here. 5th place, Josh Rowledge. As I was saying, there's prize money down to 10th. So if you finish in the top 10, then Leslie Richardson has an envelope for you. Well then, Josh, and this was, it's not often you say that the 5th place driver finished nearly 10 seconds behind the winner, but it was one of those races, and first Tony Cart back on the podium. 4th place now, one of the drivers who was trying to do 2 in one day, finishes 4th this time. It's Koskut Irfan. Right, here we go. So, well then, Koskut, if he was just, there we go, you can stay by there. That's all right. Smile at Chris. Good, good. There's some pocket money there as well. Koskut for coming in 4th. Top 3 now, and in 3rd position, from Ireland, Alex Dunn. Alex wins a laptop, which is nice, £250. So congratulations to Alex. And Alex finishing just 0.02 of a second in front of Koskun, but 4.5 seconds behind the eventual winner. So we move on to the 2nd place driver. And I don't think we've ever seen a driver drive so hard for 2nd place. He was 2.5 seconds in front of everybody else, but couldn't hold a candle to the winner. 2nd place, it's Arvid Lindblad. Gotta wear the cap backwards. You have been around Ollie Rowland too much. And he looks quite pleased with that. So Arvid, Samsung 40-inch smart 4K Ultra HD LED TV. And £350. Well done. Congratulations. But your 2017 MSA Kart Masters Grand Prix winner, the first cadet to ever win 2 MSA Cadet GP plates, it's Taylor Barnard. Taylor, £500 plus all the virtual reality stuff. And, well, first of all, we hope that young Billy Phillips is okay. He saw him walk into the ambulance. That's the most important thing. And, well, Taylor, I don't think, I've been doing this event since 2008, and I've never seen a cadet race get dominated by that. You and Arvid just drove away from everybody, but then you kept driving away. How did you do that?
I just managed to get a gap at the start with me and Arvid, and then I just kept my head down, managed to get a gap on Arvid, and just managed to get away.
I mean, we talk a little bit on commentary about, you know, the pressure, because you're the highest ranked driver back in cadet. You've won this event. You're with the top team. What about the pressure? Because people are already giving you trophies at the start of the year, aren't they? How do you deal with that?
Just take it race by race, and then just try and focus on what I'm doing at the present moment in time.
Well done. Congratulations. That is 2 GP plates as a cadet in the MSA cadet class for Taylor Barnard. 2015, and if 2015 owed a little bit of good fortune, that was a masterclass. And Taylor and everyone else. So if you get Josh, and the girls have, oh yep, you have to take it in turns coming over here, away from the escape route. Notice how Taylor just talked about how good it was and didn't just ask for the girl's number. Ollie. Okay, right. We can now ask the personalities to leave the stage. Josh is having none of it. And hang on. No, yeah, you stay there and get that green suit soaked. Uh-oh. Right, off you go then, boys. Go on. You got to twist. Arvid, no, twist. No, you got to twist the metal bit off. Hang on. Look, Arvid, look, there's Taylor. What he's doing there, twist and pull. When you get to about 13, you'll understand. There we are. Well done. And Josh does not know where to go. Twist, Alex, not at me. There we go. Well done, Arvid. Oh, hang on. No, you got to, no, don't try and flick it with your thumb. You'll break it and keep it. Oh, dear. Right, come on, Alex. Right, you hold it out there. Right. Hang on. Right, hang on. There you go. Whoa! Now, is the medic still here? Okay. It's only a shin. You've got 2. Thank you, guys. Well done. Your Cadet Army podium. Right. Move along then. We got another 77 classes to do. Chip chop. Well done. And parents are allowed to come and help the tiddlers. Oh. Tell Alex is Irish. Straight down there, Gregory Peck. Ah, he's seen that on TV somewhere. Well done. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wouldn't. So, Mini X30, the MSA Mini Kart Masters Grand Prix, not a Grand Prix trophy event. And the top 3 home. And a great race. In 3rd place, William Ellswood. Congratulations. The first time that Mini X30 has been seen here at Kart Masters. And I'm going to say, did they get a GP plate as well? Don't know. Well done. 2nd place from Northern Ireland. A great recovery drive for Tom Edgar. But your 2017, the first ever Mini X30 Kart Masters Trophy winner, Georgy Dimitrov. And if you hop up, you should be used to this now after Wackersdorf. And he gets a special trophy. He gets that trophy, and there is a perpetual trophy as well. The first, yeah, the lid comes off. So if you put that one down, because that's the one that will clutter up the lid comes off that one. That is the perpetual Mini X30 trophy. Your name will be the first one inscribed on that. And well done. So we'll have a, yeah, that's a, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bob. That's a, yes, very helpful, because I'm about to shove a microphone under his nose. Well then, George, I mean, the grid, 15 of you, but the racing between the top 10 was incredible. Try and talk us through a little bit of it.
Yep, it was amazing this weekend. We struggled a little bit in the heat with setup, but then we managed to bring it on for both finals, and I just managed to get into the lead after I dropped back a little bit. And then we had a great fight with Tom, but he did a really good round the outside, a really good move around the outside on the second hairpin. But then I managed to get him back on the 90 right. But it was a really tough battle throughout the whole weekend, and I would just like to thank Ogden for the great engines, Fusion Motorsport, Dan Hazelwood, Chris Rogers, and everybody who supported me this weekend.
Well done. Thank you very much, Georgie. Very well spoken. And again, he was very correct. The racing was superb. The move that both Tom pulled off half a lap from home, and then Georgie then pulling off another one a couple of corners later, was worthy of any, whether it's a GP plate or it's a Kart Masters trophy. It was extremely good racing, and he's quite happy. So now, would the personalities like to leave the stage? if you get the drivers to hold enough things, then it at least gives the dignitaries and the spray tan a chance to escape. That's some good distance there. Whoa, hang on. So that's going to sting in the morning. There we go. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Your podium in Mini X30. A quick rundown was about the prizes they won. £750, Georgie, and the Oculus Rift. That's not too bad, is it? And again, thank you to there's TVs and laptops going. Samsung. You can't go and buy anything from Samsung down the road on Monday morning because they've given it all away here. Next up then, Mini Max. And these are the trophies only. It's a provisional result. So the provisional Mini Max result. In third place, the Spirit of Senna entry, the most distinctive car here, Marcus Littlewood. Congratulations, Marcus. And well done, an independent driver, finishing on the provisional podium. Second place goes to a driver that couldn't finish a race on Friday, but he finished this one very strongly indeed. It's Kai Hunter. Congratulations, Kai, on a weekend of mixed fortunes, I think, for the family. But your provisional 2017 Kart Masters Grand Prix winner all the way from Dubai, Jamie Day. So, that's photo taken, plate in the trophy. So you have been coming back and forth to the UK, crisscrossing the place with the mechanic for some time. You know that. How do you feel about coming here and winning?
It's a bit different because a few years ago we were usually at the back, so we haven't been to these tracks. So it's different to win this time.
And talk about the racing, because the racing was so close. There's only a dozen of you, but you know, any one of about 8 could have won, and you were always there, always battling. How hard was it, even with only 12 of you?
At the start, me and Kai tried to push away, but we just weren't fast enough to get away, and it just turned into a scrap fight for the first, and then that's what happened at the end.
Yeah, and you know, what happened in the awning after the first final when you may have gone for a move and your front nose go may have met your teammate's rear bumper?
They didn't really mind because they knew it wasn't really my fault, as I just braked offline and just skidded into Kai by accident.
There we go, that's all right, just a simple accident. There we go. Thank you very much, Jamie. Congratulations, and well done to Kai and William Munro. We're going to have a full photo, so we're going to have everyone on the podium. So let's all stand together, smile, trophies up, champagne down. Okay, and no, whoa, boys, easy now. The dignitaries leave the stage. Right, carry on. You can do it. Well, you can. You're allowed. That's right. Okay. How are we doing over there? Where's he gone? Yeah, that's the spirit. Okay, congratulations, Mini Max. See, William Ellsworth's the only one who actually cares about the pot. Well done, congratulations. Another independent driver on the podium. Congratulations. So we now move ahead to the next class. It is OK Senior, the fastest class we had here, and spectacular all the way. One of these guys may become the world karting champion this year. And in 4th place, it is Mark Kimber. Mark is already preparing for the World Championships and has gone home early. So, 3rd place now from Sweden, Rasmus Lind. And Rasmus was almost the 2nd overseas driver to win a GP plate. Finishes at 3rd. Congratulations, Rasmus. And we'll see Rasmus next month in the World Championships. Finishing, though, in 2nd place, much to his dad's delight. I think he's had to go and buy 7 pints to celebrate. It's Luke Knott. Luke, first time out in a kart since last September, and finishes as the runner-up in the GP. Congratulations. But your 2017 OK Senior Kart Masters champion, 2 in a row for the British champion, Oliver Hodgson. And we'll get to the list of prizes now. And Oliver wins. Oh, it's on the other page, and I can't multitask. Oh, hang on. Right then. Okay, well, I think everyone had to have a little breather after that race. You said last year that this racing was so hard. You had to manage the engine, manage the kart all the way through. It's pretty hard to kind of manage and control things when you've got Rasmus trying to disappear and you've got Mark and Luke right behind you. Talk us through your final.
Yeah, we got away quite nicely at the start. Obviously got caught up and pushed back, and Rasmus went off at a rate or not. So I was then just determination trying to catch Rasmus. Then I started to get a sniff towards the end, so started to catch him. Then at that point, I knew I could get there. So yeah.
And you know, obviously, there's something big happening next month. You know, how did you think that's going to pan out?
Oh yeah, we got the World Championships coming up at PF in September. Yeah, so I'm gunning really hard to try and win that one.
Excellent, congratulations. I'm sure that many of the drivers that we saw today will be in that event, and congratulations. That is 2 GP plates in a row for Oliver Hodgson. He's the only one to have won an OK GP plate. Hang on. We can hand out the flowers if you want. Yeah, you can crack on. So there we go. And we'll have the photo. If you all step up onto the podium, please. And while we're doing that, it's on the 2nd page. He wins a lot. Ollie wins a lot of stuff. I don't know, win one of them or something. Right, you can now wait for the dignitaries to partake of exiting the stage. There we go. You crack on then. Now, while they're doing that, OK Senior, the GP plates, the Samsung curved all-in-one soundbar. Dearie me, come on now. You okay? Yep. There we are. Congratulations, your OK Senior podium. And Ollie Hodgson wins a £500 voucher for strawberry racing. Good luck with that. Okay. Now on to the X30s, and we just about have managed to clear the top 15 in seniors out of the stewards room. So we move on to junior X30 first. Over 100 X30s here at Kart Masters this year, and finishing in 6th position after a great recovery drive, Alessandro Seronetti. Alessandro, who started in about 20th position, and he had to come through in a couple of races with the Italian flag. Congratulations, Alessandro. Well done. And in 5th position, it is Samuel White. And any one of these six drivers could have ended up winning what was a really, really good race. Top 4 now, and in 4th position, Mario Mills. Pardon? Look, I've already said like 9 F-bombs on live TV this weekend when they managed to electrocute me. Oh, dearie me, I literally... Pardon, Kev? Pardon? That's bigger than your horn, Kev. Well done. And now, don't do it again. Finishing in 3rd place on his birthday, it's Louis Westover. Well done, Louis. That was a very strong weekend. And we'll get through the list of prizes shortly. Finishing as the runner-up, he very narrowly missed out on doing the double by just 0.2 of a second. Morgan Porter. But he takes home a £500 cash prize. He gets to vandalise the JM shop after that on my behalf. No, I'm joking. Free entry to the top 16 finishes in Junior X30 to the Army International Finals at Le Mans, as well as a 40-inch TV screen. But your Junior X30 champion, 2 titles now for Harry Thompson. And that was a tough race for Harry. So last year's Cadet Honda GP plate winner, this year's Junior X30. Right, this is where we'll need the little guy in the side doing the sign language so I can understand it, because I can't hear anything anymore. Thanks, Mr. Mills. Harry, okay, well, there is a trophy there because there is a perpetual trophy in X30 that Harry is the 2nd recipient of, or the 4th, I believe. So there must have been a point in that final where you thought, this ain't going to happen, I'm too far back, but you just kept fighting and fighting and eventually managed to hold off about 10 people on the last lap.
Yeah, you know, that's what this event's about, obviously, is you go out to win and there's nothing really you can do apart from that.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of some really strong races. You and Louis had some fantastic heats. There was a little bit of, from all the drivers, it got a little bit hairy, but then the final showed just how good you all guys are.
Yeah, together I think we all raced really well, and I'd like to say massive well done to everyone else who made it a hard race.
Do you want to sing happy birthday to Louis Westover then?
Yeah, happy birthday.
Okay, we're going to sing it! Oh, there we go. Congratulations. No, I'm not going to embarrass you, Louis. It's all right. No, it's okay. He's afraid that his dad's going to do something silly. But there you go. If you have the flowers, and now we're going to need to, everyone's going to cut you up on the podium. So that way and that way and that way. There we go. And so there's other. So all these drivers can go to the international finals. So can Cole Kilner, Angus Moolsdale, Tyler Chesterton, Reggie Dewey. Oh God, they're going to let Reggie into France. Thomas Westworth, Ben Fayers, who else finished in the top 16? Matthew Hudson, Tyler Reed, Stephen Dixon, and Alfie Prince. Congratulations. You can all go to Le Mans. And there we go. Oh, 3 in Junior X30. Congratulations. The scrutineering team need to inspect that because there's so the winner. That's a bit unfair to the winner. You've got to cut the champagne metal with a pair of scissors because the bottle's broken. So, here we go with the top 6 in what was in my opinion, one of the best fields assembled at Kartmasters. In 6th position, former GP plate winner Philip Rawson. So that is another strong result for Philip. 64 drivers at the start of the weekend. Well done. Well done, Philip. 5th position as a privateer against a field that contained about 6 people that have won world titles. Charlie Lamb. Well done, Charlie. And again, excellent result for the family teams. And in 4th place, what a drive from Callum Bradshaw. And Callum, a really strong run all weekend. He finishes 4th at last year's Junior X30 GP plate winner. Oh, well done. In 3rd place, the current leader of the European Championship on the podium, it's Jordan Brown Nutley. And I hope, Charlie, are you taking notes of this? So we've got European Open winner and FIA Academy champion. We've got former Kartmasters champion, European Championship leader, 30, a little. Your MSA Kartmasters. Hi. Well done, Ben, and we'll get to the list of prizes at £750. Entry to the IAMI International Final for the top 16 drivers in this class as well. Okay, now I have to confess that I wasn't quite convinced that we'd see all these drivers in all this order at the end of it, judging by the fact that most of them were invited to chat with the stewards after a fantastic spectacle. Ben, how nervous were you that you would actually be standing here? Let's just say that. It was that last lap. I think you started it in 6th.
Yeah, obviously it was a bit mental. A lot went on from the start line to the start line again. But, you know, I was a bit nervous, but I believe that I didn't really do anything wrong. It was just a racing incident, and that's why I'm stood here.
I mean, you determination. So to win something like that, you know, obviously takes a lot of determination. You're now just 1 GP plate behind Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, the pre-final didn't really get to plan. Started the pre-final 13th due to an engine failure in one of the heats. Firstly, I must say a huge thank you to Joe Bullen and Ogden, because if it wasn't for him, definitely wouldn't be here. So yeah, pre-final didn't really get to plan. Got 8th, but I got a bumper penalty. Started 18th, but you know, I coming into this weekend, I wanted that 6th GP more than anything. That's the only reason I came. Didn't come here to come 2nd. Made that apparent on the last lap. So yeah, to be honest, from 18th, I wasn't really sure if I was going to do it, but got the job done.
Got the job done in the end, and again, in the best field that the Kartmasters I think has ever assembled. Your 5 of your top 6, and we have the photos. Now, Brett, I've seen you looking at me. Your nan's tweeted in not to spray the commentators. He's got to drive back to London tonight, okay? There we go, yes. So have a nice photo, Brett, before we discuss, because we've got to do the special awards. And so we'll now ask the dignitaries. Oh, the girls are going to get... Oh, Ben was sneaky there as he accidentally dropped his flowers. Councillor Bob gets one in the back. Oh, uh-oh. Well, he's been coming here for 6 years, and that's the first time he's been doused in champagne. Congratulations. Well done. So, you've now got your dad has just managed to has just been charged £10,000 more tax from the council because you sprayed Councillor Bob. There we are. Oh, that's gonna be squelchy. Congratulations, well done, Ben Barnacote. That's 6. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the class trophies, but as always, Kartmasters is about so much more than just that. And so We have a number of special awards, and they're special awards because they're after special people and because this is a special event. Now, the first award is I've got number 1 here against the Bruno Ferrari Trophy. So the first award is the Bruno Ferrari Trophy, and it is, we've got a representative from the Ferrari family here. It's awarded to an Army cadet or junior X30 driver that the family and people that work with Bruno think showed a bit of grit and determination that Bruno would have really. Goes to Reggie Dewey. And that was 22 places he gained in the final and wins the Bruno Ferrari Trophy. So we'll have the 22 places, and his mum's actually been quiet for once, so it's, we need to give him something every single week. Congratulations, and an independent driver gets the number 13, so well done, Reggie, and congratulations. And he gets to go to France in the Army International Final, so well done. There we go. Thank you very much, driver Reggie Dewey. And so the second of the special awards is the Nicholas Lowe's Trophy, and that is named after the late Nicholas Lowe's, who is no longer with us, and this goes to the junior Rotax driver who posts the fastest lap in the Grand Prix itself. And the 2017, that is the 2017 Nicholas Lowe's Trophy Award winner. And now we go to the Tony Hanley Trophy. Tony Hanley Trophy is a true grit award that it goes to a driver that has shown great determination. Circuit owner Paul Fletcher has selected this award winner, and the award in 2017 goes to Derek Morgan. So the only driver in the field on a Gillard chassis, the DB Motorsport man. A tough weekend, but again, I think he overcame an awful lot of adversity as well, and he wins the Tony Hanley Trophy. Congratulations, Del Boy. Well done indeed. 2 to go, and being fun for a long time because you're here for a good short from the club is going to help present this, the 2017 Spirit of an excellent weekend for a driver who is from Spain but has also Belgian and Dutch. Driver of the day, and Nigel sees all, believe it or not, and nothing goes amiss from his clipboard, and the driver who has shown exceptional driving skills on the day, 2017 driver of the day at Kart Masters, is Oliver Behrman. How does it feel after losing last?
Feeling to win the race.
And just a drag race.
Well, I didn't really decide. I sort of just Alfie defended going in, and I had to go over the curb because he was close to the apex. So, yeah.
Congratulations, well done. Not only the 2017 Cadet Honda GP plate winner, now we've spoken to all the winners for the TV, but also the Driver of the Day award, Oliver Behrman. Gone well or badly, there's always next year. Thank you to everyone for watching back home on PF International. See you.